Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Are we about to see Lucifer again? Kuroba glanced somewhat guiltily at Griffia, whose expression remained unchanged. Gloria noticed Kuroba's gaze, but simply gave him an ambiguous smile. Before Kuroba could think any further, Riaz pulled him up. Since time isn't too tight, and I'm worried about your health, we won't use the magic circle this time when we go back. Kuroba looked somewhat bewildered as Riaz pulled him along. Then how do we get back? Not long after, Kuroba found out the answer. He looked at the luxurious train in front of him and couldn't help but complain. Is the underworld that advanced now? They even offer pickup and drop-off services. Riaz patted his head in an annoyed tone. Stop being so sarcastic, get in the car. The group boarded the train, which soon began to move slowly. Riaz held Kuroba's hand and looked at Akino. Is about a day enough time for Junai? Junai carefully examined Kuroba and then chuckled. Of course, President, don't worry, I've got it covered. Then Kuroba was pulled into a room by Akino. Inside the room, Junai took off her coat, revealing a very revealing inner layer. This made Kuroba swallow hard. Senior Junai. What's going on? What are you doing? Do something enjoyable, okay? Junaijou smiled and approached Hayu, making Hayu feel somewhat at a loss, causing him to shrink back and close his eyes. Only when she was right in front of Kuroba did Akino finally let out a laugh. Kurobam, I some kind of venomous snake or ferocious tiger? Why are you so afraid of me at that moment? Kuroba opened his eyes and saw that Akino was holding a measuring ruler in her hand. This is. Junai tapped Kuroba's head in an annoyed tone. I'll have the clothes custom made for you. I'll make them for you myself. Not satisfied, Kuroba's thought process was a little slow to catch on. Why upon hearing this, Junai pressed herself against him, her ample bosom pressing tightly against Kuroba's front, causing Kuroba to instantly stand at attention. Why? Well, it's because you need to be involved, Kuroba. You can't just wear this school uniform all the time, can you? I understand, Senior Junai. Could you step back a little? Kuroba felt like he was suffocating. Akino's beauty wasn't as alluring as Riaz. It was more like a submissive beauty, giving people the illusion that they could do anything to her. However, Kuroba had already noticed this when he witnessed Akino's battle last time. Senior Junai is not someone to be trifled with. Junai naturally sensed the change in Hayu. How could she not feel the burning heat pressing against her lower abdomen? A barely perceptible blush rose on her face, which she quickly concealed. Then you'd better behave and not move around. Otherwise I can't guarantee what I might do. Junai gave Hayu a warning and Hayu readily agreed soon. Having received Kuroba's message, Akino quietly sat down a short distance away and began to concentrate on her work. Kuroba couldn't help but sigh as he watched Akino's needle and thread work with great skill. Senior Junai, you have such skillful hands. Upon hearing this, Junai glanced at Hayu, her skillful hands roaming over Hayu's body. There's still plenty of time. Would you like to know if there's anything else about me that's just as skillful? Upon hearing this, Kuroba immediately stood up. Haha, I won't bother you any longer, Senior Junai. Thank you for your hard work. The door was violently pulled open by Kuroba, and then he ran away. Arara, she ran away without hesitation. Junai didn't pay attention to that, and instead focused on the clothes in front of her. Outside the door, Riaz sipped the tea brewed by Griffith and looked at Kuroba with a strange expression. Why are you so panicked? Without, Kuroba shook his head, vowing to keep what had just happened to himself. Sit here. Riaz patted the spot next to her, signaling Kuroba to come over. After Kuroba sat down, Riaz unusually leaned her head towards him. Promise me you won't do anything foolish again, okay? Kuroba was taken aback, realizing this was a post-incident attack. But he shook his head. It's something I have to do for Riaz-senpai. Although I can't guarantee that something like this won't happen again. I will strive to become stronger until I can protect you. Ria's expression was somewhat complicated as she buried her face in Kuroba's arms. In a sense, you're already quite strong. Kuroba didn't understand what Ria's meant until he arrived in the underworld. Chapter 52. Who is he engaged to or to? Bonus chapter for donations. A day passed in the blink of an eye. And when the group arrived in the underworld, they discovered that the one responsible for picking them up was none other than the demon King Lucifer, Ria's brother Seizex. This made Kuroba gasp when he saw him. But Seizex acted as if nothing had happened and warmly put his arm around Kuroba's shoulder. Yo Kuroba, you finally arrived. You've recovered quite well, haven't you? You're in great shape. Seizex simply put his arm around Black Feather and ignored his will, leading the group to the two carriages. Although it was called a carriage, it was actually pulled by several strangely shaped monsters with two beast-like heads, thick limbs, and a pair of fleshy wings that could blot out the sky when spread out, making them look extremely majestic. Kuroba really wanted to know what the monster was called, but looking at the grinning Seizex beside him, he was too embarrassed to ask, since the faint pressure emanating from Seizex was always around Kuroba. Time is of the essence. Kuroba and I will ride in one car, and you can take the other one. I'll check his health on the way. With that, Seizex pulled Kuroba into the car, leaving him bewildered and Ria's hesitant to speak. What's wrong? You look uncomfortable. Is something the problem? Inside the car, Seizex smiled at Kuroba. Kuroba quickly shook his head. You should tell me what it is now. Your smile has made me feel uneasy ever since we first met. And Ria-senpai has never told me the truth either. Seizex was stunned. Ria's didn't tell you anything. Watching Black Feather shake his head wildly, Seizex's lips curled into a playful smile. Kuroba, do you like my sister? Of course I like her. Ria-senpai is my savior, a savior, that's all. Seizex gave a cold laugh. As your savior, you ruined the cooperation between our Gremory family and the Phoenix family because of you. You have quite the nerve, huh? I ruined the cooperation between the two companies. I won't accept that compliment. Kuroba directly refuted Seizex's statement. Isn't that so originally? Rias and Reza had a simple engagement agreement. It was because of this engagement that our Gremory family had cooperative dealings with the Phoenix family. But because of your appearance and this ranking game, everything has vanished. Do you think a mere little familiar demon like you can make up for the losses suffered by the Gremory family? As Seizex's tone hardened, Kuroba's face also darkened with anger. I just want to know one thing, does Ria-senpai agree to this engagement? Or is she unwilling? This has nothing to do with you, right? As a member of the Gremory family, you should contribute to the family. This marriage is the greatest contribution you can make. As for feelings, we can cultivate them slowly. Kuroba's inexplicable laughter caught Seizex's attention. What's so funny? Kuroba glared at Seizex. I thought you were already despicable enough for using Griffia as a gamble. But I never expected you would even betray your own sister for personal gain. Thank goodness I've always heard Ria-senpai express her trust in you. I truly feel sorry for her. Kuroba clenched his fist tightly, even though the person in front of him was the most terrifying being in the underworld. Kuroba still couldn't help but feel an urge to punch him. No, he couldn't hold back any longer. Kuroba's mind went blank with rage, and his right hand manifested the Crimson Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, glowing with black and red magic. As he punched Seizex in the face, hey! Seizex casually blocked Kuroba's attack with one hand, while resting his chin on his other hand and watching Kuroba with interest, seemingly unconcerned about Kuroba's rudeness. Why are you so angry? Ria's is just your savior. You've already given your life for her once, haven't you? You're even now. What's so great about such a simple relationship that you're angry about? Seeing Seizex's actions, Kuroba calmed down a bit. He sat opposite Seizex, staring at him while taking a deep breath. During the time I was unconscious, I swore that I would become stronger, and I would not allow anyone who dared to harm Rias to live in this world. Not even you, Demon Lord. If you still want to force Rias to do things she doesn't like, then unless you kill me now, I will do everything I can to take Rias away from me. Oh. Hayahaya, is that so? Is that how it is, Kuroba? Do you know who you're blackmailing? Seizex laughed heartily. But it doesn't matter, I like your attitude. Next up is Ria's engagement ceremony, okay. So are you going to try and steal it? I'll take it. If Ria-senpai doesn't want it, I'll take it from whoever she is. Seizex looked at Kuroba with amusement. Don't you want to ask who's engaged to whom first? This question completely baffled Kuroba. Yes, hasn't the issue with Lessa already been resolved? Who is Naria's with, who? Seizex suppressed a laugh as he looked at Kuroba's expression and pointed a finger at him. You wait a minute, me engaged to Ria's. Why did things change like this, who can tell me? Seizex was delighted by Kuroba's expression and burst into laughter. Boy, do you know that it's impossible for a male to be on Ria's list of familiars? If a male is on the list, it means that she has her eye on that person. No one has ever been able to force Ria's. Because of my existence, I am the strongest demon king in the underworld. And I can do this much, am I Ria's preferred choice? Kuroba was dumbfounded. Seizex ignored Kuroba and continued talking, of course. Our cooperation with the Phoenix family is real. And it's also true that you ruined it, so. As the instigator of everything, you need to make amends. Understand how can we make amends? Kuroba was so overwhelmed by all of this that he started to stutter. His brain simply couldn't handle such intense activity. Seizex chuckled. The guy inside you is someone outside our three major camps, demons. Angels and fallen angels. He has never belonged to anyone before. But this time he obediently signed a contract with you. Which proves your extraordinary nature. In order to make your existence in our demon camp more stable. That's why today's events happened. That is an engagement, and not only Ria's. But you also need to be engaged to Rebel Phoenixake. You're really getting a good deal, you brat. Kuroba was stunned after hearing this. This trip to the devil is a bit strange. Chapter 53, trying to make a formal arrangement. When Ria's got off the carriage, she clearly noticed Kuroba's strange expression. She immediately blushed and moved closer. Did my brother tell you everything? Kuroba nodded blankly, seeing Kuroba's expression. Ria's was furious and pinched his ear hard. What? You're really unwilling. If you're not willing, then forget it, of course not. But this is too sudden, and it's not just you, Ria-senpai. This is a bit too strange, isn't it? Oh, you mean this? You'll find out soon enough. Although I don't know what that girl was thinking. It said that she came up with it herself. I don't know what got into her head. Ria's didn't seem to care about this at all clearly. Her upbringing had taught her not to care about such things. What she cared more about was how Kuroba viewed her. However, you don't need to worry too much. Even if this matter is settled, it will be done privately. After all, your status in the underworld is still too low. Exposing you would not do you any good. This time it's only because of Gloria. Her change of ruler is quite sensational after all. She is the strongest queen. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief. But the second half almost made him choke on his own saliva. So in the end it all comes down to me. Before Kuroba could say anything more, he was dragged away by Seizex, who threw him into a room and then smiled mysteriously. Just stay here for a while. There's still some time before it starts, so don't rush. The door closed, and Kuroba was locked inside before he could say a word. Helpless Kuroba went to the sofa and sat down. Lost in thought, but not long after he heard the door open. He thought it was Seizex returning and immediately turned around to speak. But Kuroba was stunned when he saw it. It wasn't Seizex who came instead, Rebel. She wore a gorgeous pale yellow off-the-shoulder gown that perfectly accentuated her slender figure and elegant demeanor. Her radiant blonde hair, clearly meticulously styled, cascaded smoothly over her long shoulders, radiating a captivating shine. Every strand seemed to have been carefully tended, displaying impeccable beauty from root to tip. Her already near-perfect features were further enhanced by a light layer of foundation. This foundation not only made her skin look even more delicate, but also added a touch of mystery. Her eyes were bright and expressive. Her eyebrows were neatly trimmed, perfectly complementing her gaze, and her lips, accentuated by lipstick, curved into a charming smile. making her appear even more alluring. When she met Kuroba's gaze, Kuroba could clearly feel a blush creeping onto her face. Rebel. Kuroba never expected that the person who came would be Rebel, the one who was about to get engaged. To be honest, Kuroba didn't know anything about Rebel. Their only 2 meetings didn't seem to go well. Kuroba himself couldn't understand what she was thinking. Was she jumping into a fire pit? Kuroba saw Rebel walk over with an air of nonchalance and enter a very standard noble house. Lord Kuroba, please allow me to apologize for my previous ignorance. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Kuroba waved his hands repeatedly. There's no need for that. It's rather awkward to be so formal. A more outspoken style is more like your personality. After saying that, Kuroba immediately covered his mouth, wanting to slap himself twice. What the hell is this all about? But Rebel didn't care at all. She just smiled sweetly and moved closer to Kuroba. It's all right, Lord Kuroba. After all, we're getting engaged soon. We can get to know each other better later. Kuroba retreated repeatedly, stopping Rebel's advance. I'm also very curious about this. Why did you want to get engaged to me? What did you see in me? Can I change my mind instead of retreating? Rebel pressed herself against Kuroba, making Kuroba wonder who was the man and who was the woman. Lord Kuroba, you must be joking. Your majestic figure during the ranking game deeply attracted me, and I became infatuated with you from then on. I accidentally learned that the Gremory family and the Phoenix family needed a bridge for cooperation. So I immediately proposed the engagement. Kuroba observed Rebel's expression for a moment, then sighed. Okay, I understand, speak like a human. Rebel immediately clenched her fist. I'm furious that you treated me like an ant during the ranking game. And you as a grown man showed no mercy whatsoever. I want to see if you'll still treat me so rudely after I become your fiancé. Yeah. Your true nature has been revealed, Miss Rebel. Kuroba's lips twitched involuntarily. However, Kuroha found Rebel easy to get along with. I'm not saying this to be mean, but you want to get engaged to me just because of this. People always call me an idiot, but I think you're the idiot more. Rebel stomped her foot arrogantly. I don't care about all that. My resentment is real, and so is my attraction to you. I'm a woman who dares to love and hate. And that's not contradictory. Besides, the power within you is destined to be extraordinary. Consider this my advance bet. Rebel shrugged and said it with an indifferent expression. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, Rebel? I've only met you twice, let alone whether I like you or not. And don't forget, our relationship wasn't pleasant at all. The things you said really put me in a very bad position. Upon hearing this, Rebel blushed. She gritted her teeth and immediately took off her dress, leaving only the pure white 2-piece suit underneath. Upon seeing this, Kuroba quickly turned his head away. No, what are you doing? No sooner had he asked than Kuroba felt something soft press against him, and judging from the feel of itch, was completely naked. Lord Kuroba, it's all right if we don't have feelings compared to a political marriage. It's already good enough that I can pursue happiness like this. I'm very interested in you as long as we consummate our relationship. Feelings can be cultivated slowly later. Kuroba could feel a small hand quietly approaching his front and moving toward that hidden place. In desperation, Kuroba immediately started making things up. Are you sure you really want to do this? Don't forget, I've already died once. The angelic magic and the power of the Crimson Dragon Emperor within me have vanished. I'm just an ordinary familiar demon now, you know. Upon hearing this, Rebel froze on the spot. Chapter 54, Kissing Rebel. But Rebel's daze lasted no more than 3 seconds. Just as Kuroba was about to pry her hands off, he found that she was holding him tighter and tighter. It's all right, Lord Kuroba, I don't care about that. The main thing is that I've found you to be a very interesting person. Unlike those people who only flatter me. I just love the way you keep rejecting me, Lord Kuroba. Rebel's body pressed closer and closer. And even Kuroba could feel the bright red protrusion on her back slamming against his. Only then did Kuroba realize what Seizex meant by take it slow. Kuroba stiffly turned his head halfway and felt a little embarrassed when he saw Rebel's bare shoulders exposed to the air. "Rebel, let me go first, can't we talk this over?" Unexpectedly, Rebel obediently let go of him. But when Kuroba turned around, he immediately regretted it. He forgot that Rebel was currently very close to nature. And even in that fleeting glance, Blackfeather noticed that Rebel was covered in golden fur. This made Kuroba's little brother quite uncooperatively stand at attention. He quickly turned his head away, not wanting to look anymore. But Rebel forcefully turned his face back to him. "Lord Kuroba, I agreed to your request. So you should respect me. What kind of person are you if you don't even look at me?" Kuroba swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Ha he he. Why don't we put our clothes on before we talk?" To everyone's surprise, Rebel not only refused, but also began to ruthlessly strip Kuroba of his clothes. Because Kuroba had just recovered, he was not even as strong as Rebel, and he was quickly stripped naked by Rebel. When Rebel focused her attention on a certain part of Kuroba standing at attention, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Wow. It seems I'm going to be very happy from now on, Lord Kuroba." Kuroba quickly covered his back and looked at Rebel with a headache. "I mean, are all the girls in the underworld like this? They don't care about anything at all." Upon hearing this, Rebel appeared to be thinking, after all, demons have long lifespans, so it's not easy for them to find someone they like. Once they've set their sights on someone, they'll launch a fierce attack. I bet if Ryuznichin wasn't your master, you'd probably have been completely devoured by her by now. Right?" Kuroba felt ashamed. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it seemed to be true, just as Rebel had said. But Kuroba looked at Rebel in front of him, to be honest. While her bust is a bit lacking, she's perfectly proportioned in other areas, with a nice balance of slim and curvy. In fact, her blonde hair adds an extra layer of charm to her overall look. But Kuroba still didn't understand what aspect of the funds she was interested in. He couldn't believe that a noble lady would be someone who would throw herself at him for no reason. Could he? "Your attack was a bit too aggressive, wasn't it? Who strips naked right away, and I still don't understand. I'm the kind of person who would wipe you out the moment we meet. What do you see in me? Are you some kind of masochist looking for a beating?" Upon hearing this, Rebel blushed instantly. "You're so annoying, Lord Kuroba. What I'm attracted to is your heroic image of selflessly sacrificing yourself for Ryuznichin. You have to understand, many demons just play around with relationships these days. But someone like you is extremely rare. Ranking games are over once they're. How could they possibly affect my real life?" After saying that, Rebel pressed herself against him again, this time even facing him head-on. Because of the height difference between the two, her thighs were tightly sandwiched between his erect penis and her thighs. The slightly sticky, pulsating sensation was constantly tempting Kuroba to join him. Kuroba suppressed his inner impulse and looked up at the ceiling. "Don't you think I was just playing around too? You rashly gave yourself to me, don't you regret it?" Rebel reached out and gently stroked Kuroba's cheek. "You're overthinking it, Lord Kuroba. Regardless of whether you're that kind of person or not, you should know that it's already very difficult to fall in love with someone. So why worry about so much?" Rebel's gentle tone provoked Kuroba, his head, which had been held high, lowered slightly as he gazed at Rebel and murmured softly, "You'll definitely regret this someday." Rebel just smiled sweetly. "I'm content just to receive Lord Kuroba's affection." Rebel's hand went around the black feather and placed it behind him, wrapping around his entire waist. Her legs rubbing against each other, her thighs and pink open vulva constantly rubbing against each other. The unique touch made Rebel's delicate body tremble slightly, and a hint of affection rose in her eyes. "Lord Kuroba, please accept me." Rebel gazed up at Kuroba's face as he lowered his head. The bangs that had been covering his right eye slowly parted, revealing his deep white pupils, which made Rebel stare in a daze. Rebel tiptoed, instinctively closed her eyes, and moved her mouth closer to Kuroba. Kuroba looked at Rebel, who was approaching, gently kissed her lips, then slightly opened his mouth and took her in, finally bringing a series of sucking sensations that made Rebel feel a little numb. "Well, A seductive and alluring breath escaped from Rebel's nose. She realized that kissing was such a pleasurable act. And Rebel became somewhat captivated by it. Kuroba's hand, which had been hanging in the air, began to rest on Rebel's slender back. The gentle touch and warm palms made Rebel even more fascinated. She felt her mouth being pried open by the black feather, its tongue domineeringly invading her oral cavity. The saliva in her mouth was ravaged by the black feather, and Rebel could clearly hear the sound of its throat moving. It was the sound of the black feather swallowing the saliva it had plundered from her. After kissing for a long time, Kuroba seemed unwilling to stop there. Their lips parted, and Kuroba's head, with its conspicuous silver hair, began to move downwards, planting delicate roses on Rebel's fair and jade-like neck. This unusually keen and pleasurable experience made Rebel hug Kuroba's head tightly, feeling the heat of Kuroba's breath, which was so fascinating and intoxicating. Lord Kuroba, please take good care of Rebel. The soft, boneless, seductive voice intensely stimulated Kuroba's nerves, causing him to suck harder. Lord Kuroba tilde, I can feel your affection for Rebel. As Rebel murmured softly, a blood-tinged red mark appeared on Rebel's neck. Kuroba left, looking at the conspicuous red mark. Does it hurt? Rebel gently shook her head. This is Lord Kuroba's affection for me, it doesn't hurt. Chapter 55. Lord Kuroba, don't look. Looking at Rebel's tender gaze, Kuroba couldn't help but sigh. This girl is truly passionate and straightforward. You can't see a trace of hypocrisy in her eyes. Even when facing Kuroba boy she's only met a few times, she falls in love when she says she does, and pursues him when she says she does, regardless of the methods she uses. She certainly doesn't tolerate any falsehoods and doesn't do anything fake. This made Kuroba feel quite fond of Rebel. Looking at the fair-skinned Kuroba so close to him, he slowly lowered his head and took the bright red, erect dogwood in his mouth. Lord Kuroba tilde, please don't use too much force, because it feels so strange, like my body is on fire. Rebel wrapped her arms tightly around Kuroba's waist, suppressing the slight trembling in her body as she watched the man before her wantonly invade her body. But Rebel's coy moan only fueled Kuroba's lust. He slowly took the sliver of dogwood into his mouth and began to suck on it rhythmically. Kuroba, master, don't do this. My body feels so strange, I feel like my thighs are all wet. No, this is not allowed. The intense stimulation caused Rebel to tilt her head back and forcefully close her legs, tightly imprisoning the black feather within them. Kuroba could clearly feel a scalding heat slowly flowing down the closed, tender flesh, completely overwhelming his senses. This made Kuroba raise his head in surprise, looking at Rebel with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Rebel naturally felt how shameful her current situation was. She looked at Kuroba with a pleading tone, her body trembling slightly. Lord Kuroba, please don't look at me like that. Rebel blinked her eyes at the black feather staring intently at her, her eyes overflowing with a tender bubbly light, like a clear spring. The slight blush on her cheeks seemed to stem from inner shyness, as beautiful and charming as a newly blossoming cherry blossom, adding even more allure to the already stunning Rebel. Her small mouth kept opening and closing, and each time it opened, it would exhale hot peach breath that would gently brush against Kuroba's face. Her hands, which were wrapped around Kuroba, were trembling incessantly, as if she was trying her best to suppress the shyness in her heart. When Rebel saw that her attempts to dissuade him were ineffective, she was shocked and embarrassed and tried to cover Kuroba's eyes. But Kuroba simply turned his head slightly and dodged Rebel's block. He hooked Rebel's chin with one hand, forcing her to look at him as her gaze began to dart away, while his other hand quietly slid down and disappeared into the golden jungle. When Kuroba's warm large hand touched Rebel's smooth skin, Rebel's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She went limp and collapsed into Kuroba's arms. As Rebel went limp, Kuroba's hand inadvertently slid a little deeper into her smooth skin. Lord Kuroba, feeling her soft flesh being pressed against by Kuroba's fingers, the intense stimulation made Rebel cry out. And then she couldn't help but open her mouth and bite Kuroba's neck. But she quickly realized what was happening. and instead of baring her teeth started sucking, leaving a deep hickey on Kuroba's neck. Kuroba stared blankly at the scalding heat and mud in his fingers, and accidentally moved slightly. Please. Please don't do this. It should be me serving you, Lord Kuroba." A flush appeared on Rebel's pretty face. She was restrained by Black Feather and could only passively endure Black Feather's fingers moving around her lower body. But Rebel's words and the sensation in his hands only fueled Kuroba's strange thoughts. While Rebel was still hesitating, Kuroba's actions became increasingly outrageous. He used his two slender fingers together to twist and rub the delicate little red bean repeatedly. Already confused and infatuated, Rebel was suddenly attacked by Kuroba. Without any prior preparation, his most sensitive areas were directly stimulated, which made the inexperienced Rebel even more confused. A soft yet stimulating electric-like pleasure, accompanied by an intoxicating taste, invaded Rebel's limbs and bones. Lord Kuroba. With a seductive languid sound, a stream of warm water gushed from her private parts, spraying onto Black Feather's hands. The liquid was wet and viscous. Yoru no Uchiha held Rebel, who was about to fall due to exhaustion, and held his water-stained hand in front of Mana to indicate it to her. "Rebel, you're more sensitive than I thought." Looking at Kuroba's sticky fingers, which he displayed in front of her as if showing off, Rebel felt her sense of shame reach its peak. She hadn't expected that Kuroba would be so bold after accepting her. This greatly shocked Rebel, who had never experienced anything like this before and only had a vague understanding of everything. At this moment, all she wanted to do was find a hole to crawl into so that she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of Kuroba. It's all because of you, Lord Kuroba, who suddenly did something naughty. I feel like I'm going crazy." Rebel suppressed her embarrassment, looking at Kuroba with a mixture of reproach and panic. Kuroba's lips curled into a strange smile as he picked up the limp Rebel and carried her around the waist. "Oh, Lord Kuroba." With a gasp, Rebel was carried to the bed by Kuroba. Kuroba looked at Rebel with a hint of mockery. "What? Where did your bold initiative go?" As he spoke, Kuroba placed his hand on Rebel's two long slender thighs, and the stickiness on one side made Rebel's body tremble. Feeling her thighs being slowly spread apart, Rebel quickly stretched out her hands to cover her private parts. "No, don't look, Lord Kuroba." Kuroba didn't stop her but just looked at her flushed face. "So if you're not going to accept me, I can leave now." Kuroba threw the original question back at Rebel, who immediately felt that she had trapped herself. The question she had asked to prevent Kuroba from refusing her had now become the mastermind behind her embarrassment. Rebel looked at Kuroba with shimmering eyes and a pitiful expression. After a long while, she bit her lip and slowly moved her hands away, trembling, like a top-notch delicacy being slowly unveiled. When the pink and lively opening and closing part appeared in front of Kuroba, Kuroba couldn't help but lick his lips. Seeing Kuroba's actions, Rebel panicked. She guessed what might happen next and buried her head in the blanket as if trying to avoid it. Lord Kuroba, please enjoy." Chapter 56, Tasting Rebel. With an endearingly shy expression, her eyes blinked with endless tenderness as she looked at Kuroba. Every gesture very flirtation, and every tease fully embodied Rebel's personal charm. Looking at the soft pink flesh before him, glistening with moisture and opening and closing unconsciously with each breath, Kuroba didn't hesitate to slowly bring his head closer. Rebel watched nervously as Kuroba's head gradually disappeared and slowly approached her. She felt as if her breath was about to stop, and her heart was pounding so hard that she felt like she couldn't breathe. She could even slowly feel the hot breath of the Black Feather coming from her body, and the tingling sensation made Rebel twist her slender waist. Lord Kuroba," Rebel couldn't help but murmur, her heart filled with both anticipation and nervousness as she awaited what was about to happen. Although Rebel is a demon, she is also a girl. Her precious parts were laid bare before the man, and she was so close that she could feel his hot breath. She would naturally feel shy, nervous, and even ashamed. Then, when Rebel felt her private parts being enveloped by something slightly cool, This unfamiliar touch completely stunned her, a tingling, numbing sensation spread from there. A feeling completely different from usual that made her eyes widen. Because she couldn't see Black Feather's movements at all. Rebelling on the bed trembled uncontrollably. The feeling of being enveloped made her feel extremely strange. Rebel felt a strong tingling and numb sensation in her most private area. A feeling of being stimulated but unable to be satisfied. Which almost drove her crazy. Lord Kuroba. What is this feeling? Ah no, what are you doing? The distorted voice made Rebel even more flustered. And she nervously covered her mouth, afraid to make another sound as she spoke. She felt a strong sucking sensation throughout her body. And the momentary bliss almost made her convulse. Rebel covered her mouth with the blanket, her hot breath filling the blanket covering her face. Rebel's whole body was tense, the waves of sucking sensation constantly eroding her brain nerves and senses. However, Kuroba felt that simply sucking like that wouldn't quench her thirst. And Rebel soon felt a warm moist tongue emerge from within, like exploring a newly discovered treasure trove. Her tongue curiously explored everywhere. And the warm touch of her tongue between the soft flesh made Rebel feel like she was about to die. No, don't do this, Lord Kuroba. Kuroba ignored Rebel's feigned reluctance and instead intensified his exploration efforts. As Kuroba's actions became increasingly outrageous, Rebel could no longer suppress the soft moans of pleasure she let out. Ah, Amano, too far in, where am I? This is so strange. At this moment, Rebel felt her body being turned upside down by the teasing. Black Feather's tongue was like a serpent, sometimes arching the ground and sometimes soaring into the sky. When it found the wine, it tirelessly brought it back to its nest. This rolling tongue that stretched and contracted made Rebel collapse. Her hands gripped the sheets so tightly that they tore several holes in them. But even so, it did nothing to alleviate the situation for Rebel. Especially when Kuroba unknowingly explored the deep darkness. As if he had touched a switch, Rebel's pupils dilated instantly, and panicked words came out of her mouth with a burning peach scent. No, that's not it, no, This special switch made Rebel lose control. And with a wild scream a surging tide erupted, catching Kuroba completely off guard to his surprise. Kuroba was completely filled by the surging torrent. And the part that couldn't be contained was like water being sprayed onto Kuroba's face. This special switch completely drained Rebel's strength, leaving her panting and limp on the bed, her eyes glazed over. Too comfortable to open. When she calmed down a little and opened her eyes to see Kuroba's face covered in water, she immediately closed her eyes again. Just let me die. Rebel heard Kuroba calling her softly. Despite her suicidal thoughts, she opened her eyes and looked at Kuroba with shame. However, Kuroba's face showed no strange expression, only a faint smile. Are you comfortable? This question struck Rebel's heart like a heavy hammer blow. So comfortable, it wasn't just comfortable. It was a blessing, it was like flying. Rebel's heart was screaming with joy, but her shyness prevented her from expressing it. Then shouldn't you help me solve this? Upon hearing Rebel's response, Kuroba's smile became somewhat sarcastic. But Rebel just stared blankly at Kuroba. Lord Kuroba. You can come in directly, I'm all ready. Hayu shook his head. Let's just consider this a chance to strengthen our relationship. I don't really want to devour you at a time like this. Kuroba's answer left Rebel somewhat bewildered. She had mentally prepared herself to give everything to Kuroba here today. But instead was rejected. This is not a rejection. But rather I hope that Rebel can show me more things. As if knowing Rebel's thoughts, Kuroba gave the answer first. Upon hearing this, Rebel sat up, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Kuroba. Lord Kuroba, what should I do? Kuroba had a smile on his face the whole time. He stood up and approached Rebel, his hot erection right in front of her. Looking at the scorching heat before her, Rebel swallowed hard. She had only caught a glimpse of it before, but now, upon closer inspection, she realized that what lay ahead was more than just happiness. It might even be a disaster so big. This made Rebel, who had been prepared, feel timid. Thank goodness Lord Kuroba hasn't taken me yet. Otherwise I would have been stuffed to death. Kuroba, of course, had no idea about Rebel's wild thoughts. He looked at Rebel, who was staring blankly at him, and spoke in a tone as gentle as if he were trying to abduct her. Rebel, eat it just like I treat you. Rebel looked at Kuroba at the scorching heat before her, and slowly reached out with trembling hands. Chapter 57, The Arrogant Empress. When Rebel's little hand touched that spot, she was startled by the burning temperature. It's so hot, Lord Kuroba. Kuroba did not give a reply, but looked at Rebel with a gentle smile, encouraging her to take further action. Rebel swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment as she looked at the trembling object in front of her, and then slowly opened her mouth to take it in. Well, the first thing you tasted was the scalding heat, followed by a slightly fishy and salty flavor. But this taste was not only not hard to swallow, it actually stirred up Rebel's emotions even more. The only difficulty is that it's too big. Rebel's mouth was so full that it was difficult for her to move around. Kuroba didn't urge Rebel, but instead lowered his hand slightly and gently pinched Rebel's erect, bright red nipple. Well, the tingling sensation instantly turned into tears in Rebel's eyes. She raised her head slightly and looked at Kuroba with a pitiful expression. Because her mouth was full, she couldn't speak and could only signal to Kuroba with her eyes not to tease her. But Kuroba just smiled slightly. Let's help each other, don't worry about me. Rebel gave Kuroba a charming glare, and with a determined effort finally began to move slowly. Her cherry-like lips were tightly wrapped around his penis, and the moment the movement began, it brought him a pleasurable stimulation, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Hearing that muffled groan, Rebel felt a surge of energy, as if she'd been injected with adrenaline. This way, Lord Kuroba will be comfortable. With this in mind, Rebel did everything she could to take good care of Kuroba. As the amplitude increased, Kuroba couldn't help but tighten his grip on the snow-white hand. Well, the pleasurable pain made Rebel's body tremble, and the sheets became wet again, just as Rebel's cheeks were aching and she could barely swallow anymore. Her head was suddenly held up by black feather. Then Rebel felt a surge of turbid fluid rush in. Filling her small mouth tightly, she swallowed repeatedly, barely managing to keep the hot liquid from spilling out of her mouth. Only when she felt it was over did Rebel considerately slurp a couple of times before closing her mouth and leaving Kuroba's side. Under Kuroba's gaze, she swallowed the last mouthful of food in her mouth with a gulp. Lord Kuroba, it's all gone into my stomach. Seeing that Rebel seemed to dislike being praised, Kuroba reached out and stroked her head. Rebel, you've worked hard. Upon hearing this, Rebel shook her head vigorously, and she immediately stood up and moved close to Kuroba. I'm very happy to be able to serve Lord Kuroba. At least it lets me know that Lord Kuroba intends to accept me, and that makes Rebel very satisfied. After a brief moment of tenderness, there was a knock on the door, and Greffia's voice came through. Lord Kuroba, it's almost time. Let's get ready for the ceremony. Okay, I get it. Kuroba responded from inside and then got up with Rebel. Rebel, like a caring wife, wanted to help Kuroba get dressed. Although her movements were very clumsy, Kuroba did not refuse her kindness and cooperated with her to get dressed. After they had finished getting ready, they went out together. They found that the area outside the door was already full of people, and even Ria's was there. She looked at Rebel, whose pretty face was flushed, following behind Kuroba. Although she was a little annoyed that she was a step behind again, she just snorted and didn't say anything. After all, Kuroba was the main character today, and she couldn't offend Heimvan if he was her familiar. Lord Kuroba, please come with me. I need to help you change your clothes. Greffia stepped forward and took Black Feather away. Inside the locker room, Griffith couldn't help but smile as she looked at the hickeys on Kuroba's body. Looks like you're having a lot of fun, Kuroba. Kuroba chuckled awkwardly and said nothing. Griffith also only scratched the surface, quietly changing Kuroba into a black and white mixed-color dress and tying a shawl around his back. Looking at Black Feather, who seemed like a completely different person, Griffia nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like my master. I'm so sorry I'm not good-looking, Griffith. Kuroba calmly accepted Griffith's criticism. No. I just meant that Kuroba. You're finally showing some promise. Since you have the ability, there's no need to be timid. In this world, ability is everything. The stronger you are, the more respect others will have for you. Kuroba naturally understood what she meant. He reached out and gently stroked Griffia's delicate face and smiled. I will work hard to become a master worthy of the strongest empress, and to protect Ria-senpai and my companions. Gloria pressed her face against it, feeling the warmth of Kuroba's hand. I believe you can do it, Kuroba. After relying on Black Feather for a moment, Gloria regained her composure and looked at Black Feather seriously. It's almost time. I should lead you into the venue now. Kuroba nodded and followed Griffia out, with Griffitha leading the way. Black Feather felt like he had been walking for a long time, winding his way through many turns. This made Kuroba somewhat admire Ria-senpai's family's strength. After all, such a large manor couldn't be owned without some kind of ability. Right while Kuroba was lost in thought, Griffia finally stopped and arrived in front of a large hall with doors that were at least 3 meters high. As the two stood still, the door was slowly opened from the inside, and dazzling light shone directly from within, making it appear extremely magnificent at first glance. Griffia gave a slight bow as a gesture of guidance, and Kuroba followed her inside. The moment the two appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, although Griffia was originally just a maid in the Gremory family, her title of the strongest queen was earned through real battles. So many people in the underworld respected her. As for Kurobaho could change hands and become her master, they would naturally become interested in her. As Griffia led Black Feather forward, she quietly explained the identities of all the visitors to him in detail. The more Kuroba listened, the more astonished he became. This basically means that everyone of note in the underworld has appeared. Although Griffith's expression was calm, her tone still carried a hint of arrogance. Because you are my new master, they naturally want to know your worth. Kuroba couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, a huge pit is waiting for me. Chapter 58, Another Gamble. Led by Griffith, Kuroba also arrived at the main stage. Upon seeing Kuroba, Seizex immediately grabbed him around the neck in a very casual manner. Oh, my dear brother-in-law, you finally arrived. Rebel was praising you the whole time. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on Ria's and Reiza's faces, Kuroba could only keep chuckling awkwardly. He decided to change the subject directly, since he wasn't afraid of the Demon King. So he asked casually, by the way, I still don't know what the schedule is for tonight. Is it just a celebration? Upon hearing Kuroba's words, Seizex unconsciously let out a strange soft sound. Hey. That's how it is, original. Upon hearing this, Kuroba immediately had a bad feeling. Ah, it's nothing serious. Before Seizex could finish speaking, Lysa stepped forward and bowed respectfully to him. My esteemed demon lord, shall I speak for myself? Seizex shrugged indifferently and took 2 steps back. Lisa pointed directly at Kuroba. Kuroba, do you dare to fight me again? I'm really not convinced. That girl Rebel has never spoken kindly to me, but she speaks so highly of you. This time I'm going to defeat you. Kuroba looked at Rasa helplessly. As the young master of Phoenix, he was quite miserable. Although he was unwilling, it could be said that his fiancée and sister were taken by Kuroba. With Rebel's encouragement, this competition came about. Just as Kuroba was about to speak and refuse, the Crimson Dragon Emperor within him stopped him. I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time, so it's time to show them what I'm capable of. Otherwise, I'll be very troubled if they keep creating obstacles for you. Upon hearing this, Kuroba sighed and nodded in agreement. Haha. Then I'll take the liberty of arranging your match for the warm-up later. How about that, Kuroba? You'd better do your best. Otherwise those 3 will be very disappointed. Seizex, not wanting to miss out on the excitement, immediately made arrangements for the 2 of them. Lysa had no objection to Seizex's arrangement. It was all the same to him anyway. He just wanted to vent his anger. Kuroba felt a headache coming on as he looked at the sneaky-looking Seizex. Why is this Demon King so unserious? Kuroba couldn't help but smile wryly. There were 2 rather abnormal brothers-in-law in front of him. and 3 women behind him vying for power. Wow. What a chaotic scene. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland soon. Under Sazex's arrangement, banquet officially began. Sazex spread his wings and hovered in front of the crowd. Everyone bowed politely upon seeing Sazex's arrival. With a smile, Sazex raised his hands, and everyone felt a magical force lifting their bodies and raising all their bent backs. The powerful magic and subtle control made Kuroba unconsciously witness Sazex's strength once again. Please everyone, don't stand on ceremony. Today is just a private matter concerning the Gremory family. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Today marks the day, my dearest friend, and my former queen Pawn Gloria Lucifaga changes hands. I am grateful for Gloria's hard work and dedication under my command, and I hope that she will continue to uphold the title of the strongest queen under Miyamoto Kuroha in the future. A strange smile appeared on Sazex's face, however. Before that, our Gremory and Phoenix families have prepared a little warm-up for everyone. As you all know, the reason why Gremory changed hands was because I made a bet with a very interesting demon. And his opponent Lysa Phoenix only narrowly lost in that ranking game, so today I want to make another bet with this interesting little demon. I wonder if you dare to accept Black Feather. Although Kuroba was a little confused when his name was called, he still spread his wings and flew away. I am here, Your Majesty the Demon King. In front of outsiders, Kuroba still gave Sazex his full name. Hey, look at his wings, my god. Are those dragon wings? Although the fluctuations are very uncomfortable, it's really so cool. Some even showered it with infatuated praise. As the black feathers took flight, countless voices of discussion arose. This left Kuroba somewhat bewildered. He himself had no idea what was going on. Only when he saw that Sazex's gaze was also on him did he slowly turn his head. The left side still has demon wing stats for sure, but the right side is no longer the pure white angel wings it once had. Instead, it has the domineering crimson fleshy wings that Black Feather saw on the Crimson Dragon Emperor. His hideous fleshy wings were adorned with sharp, pointed bone spikes, making his appearance even more malevolent. These spikes, long and thin like pointers, gleamed with a fierce cold light, as if they would tear apart anything that stood in their way. The long sweeping curves of his wings displayed a pervasive, malevolent scrutiny, radiating an aura more terrifying than the darkness itself. What the heck? The Crimson Dragon Emperor. Feeling frustrated, Kuroba asked the Crimson Dragon Emperor, who only gave a perfunctory answer, "Ah. A birdman with only one wing can't fly. So I added another one for you." The answer was clearly not so simple. But now was not the time for Kuroba to investigate further. He could only calm down and deal with the current problem. Fortunately, Sazex quickly returned to normal, and he smiled as he looked at Kuroba. "Looks like you've grown again, Kuroba. Very good. How about we have another bet?" Seeing Ria's and the others' astonishment, Kuroba knew that this was Sazex's decision made on his own. But at this point had no choice but to accept it. And Kuroba could only reply, "Appreciate further details." Sazex nodded in satisfaction. "Not backing down is a great quality. And I'm growing to admire you more and more. I know you don't like unfair bets, right? So how about this, you and Reza fight again if you lose. Then the change of ownership of Gryphia, as well as the engagement between Ria's Gremory and Rebel Phoenix, will be directly cancelled, but if you win, I'll make an exception and allow you to be promoted to a mid-level demon while still serving as Ria's familiar. And have your own familiar, how about that?" Sazex's words caused a huge uproar. Whether it was the exceptional treatment of a mid-level demon in their bet, or the fact that two major families, both among the 72 pillars, chose the same person as their fiancé, It was enough to become a source of shock and gossip for them. Chapter 59 Victory without a fight bonus chapter for donations. Faced with such a bet, both the effort and the reward were enormous. Kuroba was somewhat taken aback. But he quickly composed himself and bowed slightly. I will follow the Demon Lord's orders, Miyamoto Kuroha. As a familiar of Ria's grimoire and a rank bearer, swore to become the strongest soldier under her command. If I back down here, I will fail her and others' expectations of me. Rias was startled by Kuroba's words. She stopped herself from speaking up to stop him. Her gaze softened as she looked at Kuroba. Her eyes filled with affection. Hahaha, good, I admire you more and more, Kuroba. So let's make a pact, snapped with a snap of his fingers. Seizex saw a blur before his eyes and then he Seizex and Lessa were transported to a space, a wide, flat area in the night, where the once bustling crowd had vanished. Having prior experience, Kuroba knew that this barrier was specifically set up for the competition. Seizex coughed lightly and began to speak. This competition is being broadcast live outside. This is also a one-time competition venue. So you are free to cause as much damage as you like. Give it your all and make this a truly memorable match. The competition begins. As Seizex announced the start of the match, his figure disappeared into the barrier. Outside, Rias watched Kuroba on the screen with concern. She didn't care about winning or losing at this moment. She was just worried that Kuroba would once again sacrifice his life to win the match. Miracles don't happen every time, and Rias couldn't bear the thought of losing Kuroba. Kuroba, with Rias murmur, Kuroba in the arena moved, flapping his wings slightly as he landed and looked directly at Reza. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. I heard that it was Lord Lessa who saved my life with the tears of the phoenix. I will find a chance to repay your great kindness. Lisa simply waved his hand casually. No need for polite words. If you beat me, just treat Rebel well, that's inevitable. Enough with the chit-chat, let's begin. When Lessa gave the order to attack, his body burst into flames and shot straight toward Kuroba. But he paused slightly as he charged toward Kuroba. He noticed that Kuroba had no intention of fighting back, but instead sat down on the ground. Lessa glared angrily at Kuroba. What do you mean? Lessa was furious, thinking that Kuroba had no intention of fighting him. But little did they know that the audience outside the stadium had already gasped in surprise. A shadowy figure appeared behind Lessa, but it was concealed and showed no murderous intent towards Lessa. Which is why Lesaho was also in the dark, did not notice it. A dragon, it's a dragon, is this the Crimson Dragon? Even Rias couldn't help but gasp when she saw the enormous figure. I never imagined that Blackfeather's contract with the Crimson Dragon Emperor had merged to this extent. Even the Crimson Dragon himself is willing to fight for Blackfeather. Inside the venue, Kuroba scratched his head sheepishly. It's not what you think. It's just that my strength was completely drained. Which is why my legs gave way and I collapsed. Your physical strength has been drained. What does that mean? Just as Reisa was looking at Kuroba strangely, Kuroba pointed behind him. Lessa turned around in confusion, then stared blankly, looking up to see a pair of dragon eyes that shone with infinite golden light even in the night. Even when it saw Lessa making eye contact with it, its ferocious dragon mouth opened slightly, as if it were greeting someone. Hey Birdman, how do you want to fight? As soon as these words were spoken, a flame many times hotter than Lessa's ignited around the Crimson Dragon Emperor's body. The flames on Lessa's body were extinguished as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Although the immense pressure did not subside, Lessa had lost the will to fight. This drastic difference in suppression was something Lessa simply couldn't withstand. Therefore, his match, which was supposed to be full of unexpected events, ended in just 1 minute with Lessa's words, I lost, sigh. I haven't even done anything yet. The Crimson Dragon Emperor picked his teeth in dissatisfaction, then transformed into a streak of fire and returned to Blackfeather's body. With the disappearance of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Blackfeather and Lessa were also transferred out. Suddenly opening his eyes, he saw Kuroba sitting on the ground, surrounded by scrutinizing gazes. Although it hadn't been long, Haiyu had already entered their minds after all. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was an existence comparable to or even surpassing the Demon King. If things go smoothly for this child, he will surely rise to prominence, Black Feather. Upon seeing Kuroba appear, Riaz immediately ran over and helped him up. Kuroba slumped against Riaz and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, senior, I feel so weak, can I lean on you for a bit? Riaz gave Kuroha a subtle, disapproving look. He murmured unconsciously, idiot. You can lean on it however you want for as long as you want. It's all up to you. Kuroba couldn't help but feel intoxicated by the fragrance emanating from Riaz. He gave a silly smile. Senior, I didn't embarrass you this time, did I? Riaz's gaze softened upon hearing this, and she gently stroked Kuroba's cheek. You've never embarrassed me, you've always been my pride. Kuroba and Riaz should have taken advantage of the atmosphere to become intimate. But Surzet's loud laughter startled Kuroba awake. Hahaha, Kuroba, you're really funny. You showed me a very interesting scene today. Black Feather watched with resentment as Sazek flapped his wings and took flight. He looked down at the crowd and spoke loudly. So, besides celebrating Greffia today, we also need to celebrate the birth of our newly promoted intermediate demon, Miyamoto Kuroha. His power will soon become a dazzling sight in our demon world. Although a mid-level demon is not something to celebrate. However, when the power of this intermediate demon is extremely strong, the meaning changes. Kuroba directly used his own strength to show off his muscles to everyone. In the underworld where the strong are respected, Kuroba earned the respect he deserved and came into the view of many. Amid cheers, the banquet officially began. After presiding over the opening ceremony, Sazek quietly withdrew and went to a slightly dark but very luxurious room at the back. He bent down as soon as he entered. Father. There were two people sitting in the room, the current head of the Gremory family, who was also the father of Sazek and Riaz, and the head of the Phoenix family. Is this the kid Riaz picked up? No sooner had Germly finished speaking than Phoenix followed up with his own words. What, you're not satisfied? Then let us have him. We and Rebel are both very satisfied with him. He's a very interesting kid. Gremory started arguing with Phoenix like a child. Pa. Who said that? Nobody can take him away. That kid's heart is entirely with Riaz. You can only ever be his underlings. Phoenix sighed upon hearing this. Yes, I really envy your luck, Red Dragon. It's the first time something like this has ever happened to us. Oh, yes. This kid will definitely become one of the top forces in the underworld in the future. Sazek kept his head slightly lowered and didn't say much. Only a relieved smile appeared on his lips. This brother-in-law is perfect. Chapter 60, Back to Daily Life. Because Surzech made Riaz and Rebel's engagement public through a bet, neither of the two family heads ever contacted Kuroba again until the very end. Kuroba looked at Riaz with complete bewilderment, his confusion undisguised. Riaz chuckled and tapped Kuroba's forehead, then said with a shy and coquettish tone, Do I have to spell it out so clearly? You've already proven yourself through that competition. They've already tacitly accepted it. So there's no need for them to see you again. They won't interfere too much with the younger generation. As long as there's a suitable pairing. It's up to the younger generation to decide. Oh, I see. Kuroba slapped his head, suddenly realizing what was going on. Rebel then clung to him, wrapping her arm around Kuroba's. Lord Kuroba, I look forward to working with you in the future, Rebel. You should really pay attention to your image in public. Riaz couldn't stand Rebel sticking to Kuroba like a leech. Kleber was completely oblivious and instead let out a soft hum. Riaz Nichin were both fiancés, this is my right. You might feel embarrassed to do this, but that doesn't mean I can't okay. Just as Kuroba was flanked by two opponents on each side, Sazek appeared at the opportune moment, Black Feather. Upon seeing Sazek, Kuroba wanted to gratefully call him brother-in-law, but ultimately lacked the courage and could only sheepishly reply, I'm here. Sazek completely ignored the murderous glares from the two people beside Kuroba and waved to Kuroba. Come here for a moment. Kuroba felt as if he had been granted a pardon and like an eel. broke free from their restraints and came to Sazex's side. What happened? A dark light emanated from Sazex, and a queen chess piece appeared above his head. Then, under his guidance, the phantom of the chess piece moved to Blackfeather's head. Two chess pieces appeared above Kuroba's head. One was Ria's soldier piecing, the other which was darker was the phantom of the king piece. The phantom of the king piece directly absorbed the queen piece. As it absorbed, Kuroba miraculously felt a new sense within his heart. It must be Griffia. When Sazex saw that Blackfeather had successfully absorbed the energy, he immediately burst into laughter. I'm entrusting Griffith to you from now on. Kuroba bent down slightly. Do not worry. Sazex winked at Kuroba. We've taken care of most of the important business. I'll arrange for you to go back. You're attracting too much attention right now. For Ria's and the others' sake, it's better if you don't stay in the underworld any longer. At first Kuroba was a little stunned, but after occasionally meeting some fervent gazes, he immediately understood that under Sazex's arrangement, Ria's and her group along with Rebel had boarded the train back to the human world. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. When Kuroba returned home, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening. He was scratching his head and standing to one side, while Ria's Rebelasia and Yuuma were sitting at the dinner table with their parents, all looking very serious. That's how it is from now on. We'll be chatting a lot more in this house, Mom and Dad. After recounting the story, Ria sought the consent of Kuroba's parents. Kuroba's father stood up and patted Kuroba's shoulder with a serious expression. Just as Kuroba lowered his head, expecting to be severely scolded, he saw his father burst into tears. You've made my dream come true so easily. You truly are my son. You must treat them well. Your mother and I will treat them like our own daughters. Dad, I really don't want to pry into your past dreams. How should I put it? We're truly father and son, such a strong blood bond. The matter was resolved smoothly as expected, and Mom and Dad left early without raising any objections. Instead, the remaining few people started a new round of discussion. So Kuroba, you're sleeping with me tonight, right? Ria's launched the first attack, but Rebel followed closely behind and stayed close to Kuroba. How could that be? Lord Kuroba definitely slept with me. We've already had physical intimacy, Tilda. You talk like nobody's not doing this. You're probably at about the same stage as me. Ria's glanced coldly at Rebel, directly exposing her lie. Asia and Yumaho had been watching silently. Finally couldn't help but speak up when they saw the two arguing. If that's the case, then the two of us are the ones who are truly qualified to sleep with Kuroba. Ria's, who was arguing with Rebel, suddenly fell silent. In the end, the four of them made a decision and looked at the bewildered Kuroba. Kuroba, what do you think? Kuroba was completely overwhelmed by the aura of the four people, and he awkwardly cracked his knuckles. How about one day each? Upon hearing this, the group spat out a mouthful of black feathers. Bah! Scumbag! Kuroba stared blankly as the four of them walked up together in a group, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What should I do then? When Kuroba went up to the second floor, he was taken aback for a moment when he saw several unfamiliar rooms next to his own. But he quickly understood. This must be Ria-senpai's masterpiece. She created a barrier that extended space and expanded the space, creating several rooms out of thin air. That's good too. When Kuroba lay on the bed looking at the ceiling, he couldn't help but feel a little empty. Why did the bed suddenly get so big? Exhausted, Kuroba quickly fell asleep and drifted into a sweet dream. In his dream, watched as naked, delicate bodies swayed and rushed toward him, their captivating whiteness drawing attention. Amidst the sweet cries of Kuroba, Kuroba stood at attention without hesitation. Four delicate bodies pressed tightly together, vigorously rubbing their snow-white skin against Haiyu's body. In particular, the erect penis received special attention. Rebelle, who had loosened her grip slightly, squatted down and opened her mouth without hesitation to take it in. Ah, this warm, moist sensation feels so real. Mihai slurp. He heard a strange sucking sound in his ear. The glaring sunlight made him struggle to open his eyes. But he felt as if something was pressing down on him and he couldn't move. Kuroba tilted his head down slightly and was greeted by an ultimate feast for the eyes. Those pink, moist, opening and closing. Kuroba instantly perked up, seemingly sensing the movement of the black feathers. The pink-haired owner also stopped her work and raised her head. It's Rebel. She still had a few tempting strands of silk between her lips, indicating that she had been working very hard just now. She gave Kuroba a charming smile. Good morning, Lord Kuroba. Chapter 61. One more time, morning. Rebel greeted him with a perfectly normal expression. Kuroba didn't know how to say the word early. The reason is that even when Rebel raised her head, her slender little hands continued to move rhythmically. Waves of pleasure kept flooding into Kuroba's thoughts, making his head spin. Kuroba forced a smile as he looked at Rebel. Rebel, may I ask what you're doing? Upon hearing this, Rebel immediately became excited. She swayed her slender waist, her pink lips almost touching Black Feather's mouth, her breath exhaling peach-like breath as if she hadn't had enough. I got engaged to Lord Kuroba last night. But because of that wretched Riaz, I couldn't be intimate with you. So I sneaked over here early this morning. Rebel must make sure you're well taken care of. After saying that, ignoring the black feathers, she stuffed the pink and tender thing directly into his mouth. No, 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 with a sob from Kuroba, Rebel let out a soft moan. Then resumed her arduous work, the taste in my mouth, plus the sucking sensation from that guy standing at attention. Kuroba felt like he was about to fly away in a blast. But perhaps because Rebel's soft moan was too loud, his door was kicked open. Outside the door stood Riaz, fuming and wearing only a bath towel. Well, I knew it. So that's why Rebel wasn't in her room this morning. Turns out she came here, you trespassing canary. Rebel swallowed her saliva slowly, her tongue still teasing and circling Kuroba's manhood as she looked at Riaz provocatively. What are you talking about? Isn't it my duty to serve Lord Kuroba? What do you mean by cheating? On the contrary, it's you who failed in your duties as a fiancé, making Lord Kuroba lonely, right? Riaz was speechless after being rebuked by Rebel. She could only clench her fists to express her resentment. She immediately walked up to the two of them and slapped Rebel on the butt. Get out of the way, this is mine. Rebel immediately let out a painful groan and involuntarily moved away a little. As Kuroba looked at the dazzlingly beautiful body that had just removed its bath towel, tears welled up in his eyes. Rebel, don't bite. I wasn't the one who hit you. Before Kuroba could even take a couple of deep breaths, her eyes were already filled with another pinkish hue, different from Rebel's shape but also pink, but even more moist. The moment it entered his mouth, Kuroba drank his fill. Ah. Kuroba, slow down. Riaz couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. But this only made Kuroba suck even faster. It's out of control, in every sense of the word. Amidst various soft moans and the struggle between Riaz and Rebel, Kuroba felt he was full, while the two women's faces were covered in milk, obviously from the struggle for it. Kuroba glanced at the alarm clock. Okay, beautiful, I'm late. Why hasn't Kuroba woken up yet? I don't know, maybe Kuroba was too tired yesterday. Let's go check on him. You can hear Yuuma and Asia talking outside the door. Then the entire room fell silent. Kuroba looked awkwardly at the two people outside the door and waved. Morning. Yuuma and Asia completely ignored Kuroba and glared angrily at Riaz and Rebel. You've gone too far. Didn't we agree on everything last night? How can you go back on your word at this moment? Riaz showed no trace of her master's temper. Instead, she explained herself with a wronged expression. No, it's Rebel, the culprit. Rebel immediately widened her eyes, then quickly wrapped herself in the towel Riaz had brought and fled. I'm transferring schools today, I'm going to be late. Bye-bye, that's my bath towel. Rias gritted her teeth and roared. But Rebel was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Asia and Yuuma also realized what situation they were in, and immediately sighed helplessly. It seems the problem lies with Kuroba. Yuuma immediately drew a conclusion. Aha. Asia nodded sharply. My fault, what did I do? I'm innocent, right? Kuroba knew he couldn't speak right now, or he would die a terrible death. Fortunately, Rias intervened and calmed things down. I'm so sorry, it was my fault today. I'll be more careful in the future, okay? Yuuma gave Rias a reproachful look. You're spoiling Kuroba like this, making it seem like we're the ones being unreasonable. You're really letting him off easy, finally. It ended with Yuuma and Asia taking a big bite out of Kuroba. Whether it's punishment or not is unknown. But Kuroba was secretly pleased at the dinner table. Ria served breakfast to the group, and Kuroba praised it highly after just one bite. Wow, Ria-senpai, this tastes amazing. Ria simply smiled slightly. There's plenty more, no rush. The remaining people were indignant, but they all fell silent the moment they tasted it, because it was indeed delicious. After finishing her meal, Rias elegantly wiped her mouth and then looked at Kuroba. Kuroba, I forgot to remind you. The family doctor will be coming over tonight to give you another routine checkup. So don't go home too soon, regular checkups. Yuuma looked at Rias with a puzzled expression. Yes. Although Kuroba's body has recovered, there are still some hidden dangers. Regular checkups are to rule out any hidden dangers, because the power in his body is too complex. Something that has never happened before. The family is also taking this situation very seriously. Then will Kuroba have any problems? Asia looked at Kuroba with concern. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. After all, Kuroba can plunder the magic power in our bodies. As long as we keep the magic power in our bodies balanced, it's fine. Although the angel magic power is inexplicably sealed, it is still constantly cleansing Kuroba's body. He also needs to keep going, so I'll have to leave that to you. Asia blushed immediately, as she recalled the scene of being robbed. I'm so shy. I really want to do it again. Kuroba silently observed Asia's expression and her awkward posture. Oh no, even the innocent Asia has gone astray. At that moment, Greffia opened the living room door and walked in. Black Feather, Griffith, you're back. Gloria naturally followed Kuroba and the others back home. But she didn't like staying at home, so she would wander outside at night, patrolling the area to ensure Kuroba and the others' safety. Griffith nodded, her expression somewhat serious. There's some bad news. It seems the church has infiltrated this town, and I can sense the aura of the Holy Sword on them. Rias frowned upon hearing this. The Holy Sword, well. Chapter 62, Yuki's Past. Looking at the serious-looking Rias and Gryffindor with a blank expression, Kuroba couldn't help but become curious. What happened to the Holy Sword? Why do you all look so serious? Rias looked at Kuroba with an unusually serious expression. Leaving aside the Holy Sword's destructive power against demons, its mere appearance makes me worried about Yuki's situation. How did this bring up Yuki again? It was because of the Holy Sword project that I met Yuki. Project Holy Sword, Rias nodded, until a few years ago. Christianity was trying to train people who could wield the Holy Sword. The King's Sword. The Holy Sword is a weapon that can easily cause great destruction to demons. As long as one can wield the Holy Sword, one can have a significant impact on demons. If we demons touch the Holy Sword, our bodies will be burned instantly. If we are unfortunate enough to be killed, there is only one way out, death with no way to save us. For saints, it is no exaggeration to say that it is the ultimate weapon. Rias looked somewhat sad, as if she was thinking of something from the past. However, the Holy Sword also chooses its master. The Holy Sword wielder appears only once every few decades, which is too much of a torment for the saints. That's why they implemented the Holy Sword project, attempting to cultivate the successor of the Holy Sword through human effort. Hearing this, Kuroba already sensed something. Could it be that Yuki is also a member of the Holy Sword project? Rias nodded in confirmation. That's right. She was also part of the Holy Sword project. But she was a failure in fact. Everyone in her batch was a failure. None of them could use the holy sword. When the church learned of this, they disposed of this group of failures, deal with it. That's a really jarring way of putting it, including Yuki. No one can escape the fate of being strangled. The biggest impact of these words was not on Kuroba, but on Asiaho was listening silently from the side. How could this be? How could God's guidance issue such a terrible order? Rias glanced at Asia with pity when I met Yuki. She was lying on the snow, barely alive, with a large hole through her body. Her blood had soaked the surroundings. Until her last breath, all I heard from her was revenge. She was chosen for the Holy Sword Project because of her talent. And the reason I turned her into a demon was because I didn't want her to bury that talent in her obsession with the Holy Sword. Ria sighed silently. But I know that Yuki has never forgotten the hatred from that time. The cruelty of those saints and the deaths of her companions one by one in pools of blood, that kind of trauma is not something that can be easily forgotten. Now that the Holy Sword has appeared, I'm afraid that Yuki's emotions will collapse again. If she does something, even I might not be able to protect her properly. At this point in the conversation, Kuroba once again experienced Ria's kindness for a demon. Kindness might seem ironic, but in Kuroba's eyes, Ria's character was far superior to that of some self-proclaimed weak humans. At the same time, he finally understood why Yuki's demonic abilities were created by the demonic sword and the resentment and hatred she exuded when she was in the church. This must be inextricably linked to her past experiences and her deep-seated obsessions. In the end, Rias ended the conversation. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about the specifics later. I'll use the magic circle to teleport to school now, or I'll really be late. When Kuroba walked out of the club activity room, he felt as if he had been to another world. It had been so long since he had been to school. Although Rias had always helped him ask for leave, something still felt off. Of course, Kuroba's appearance didn't cause any waves. Apart from being beaten to a pulp by his two best friends, nothing else happened, but Kuroba was quite satisfied. At least there are still people here who care about him. After school, Kuroba also went to the club. As soon as he pushed the door open, he felt that the number of people was a bit off. So who is the one sitting on the sofa among the two extra people? Just as he walked up to the front to get a clear look, he was startled by the side profile. Student Council President. The person on the sofa was none other than Shiori Sona, the Student Council President of Kyoto Academy and a third-year student. She was completely different from Rias in her coldness. Rias gave people a sense of aloofness that kept strangers at bay. But Shiori Sona was different. Her coldness emanated from her very bones, with a violent beauty that threatened to kill anyone who dared to enter. It was completely inversely proportional to her beauty. Despite having a delicate and pretty face, she disliked getting close to people. The boy standing next to her looked very respectful. He must also be a student council member, right? Hearing Kuroba's surprised expression, the boy turned to look at Rias. No way, Rias-senpai, didn't you tell him about us? But he's a demon too, it's strange that he didn't find out. Jikena chuckled softly upon hearing this. Ki, I advise you to watch your temper. Although Miyamoto only recently became a demon, he defeated Lessa and advanced to the intermediate level demon at the fastest speed. You are still struggling at the beginner level. What face do you have to be so arrogant? Don't embarrass me. The boy called Ki immediately fell silent, staring at Kuroba in disbelief. Kuroba stared blankly at the student council president and the other person. They know so much about their own situation, could it be? 0.255595300. Seeing Kuroba's confusion, Junai stepped forward with a charming smile and began to introduce him. The student council president of this academy, Shido Sona, is actually named Sona Shidi. She is the successor head of the Shidi family, a high-ranking demon family. The Shidi family, like the Gremory family and the Phoenix family, is one of the 72 pillars that survived the ancient war. The Gremory family actually holds real power in this school. But on the surface as student council, that is, the Shidi family is in charge of governing the school. and the school's work is divided into day and night. As the introductions began, Shiki Sona stood up, a stark contrast to Kuroba's previous demeanor, and greeted the audience with a gentle smile and a standard bow. I am very sorry, Miyamoto Kuroha-kun. My familiar is ignorant of etiquette and has offended me. Please forgive me. I brought him here today mainly to let him get to know Ria's new familiar. Please get along well with him in the future. Kuroba was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening and quickly bent down. No, that's not true. Please continue to guide me in the future. There are still many things I don't understand. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Upon hearing this, Sona raised her head and turned to look at Rias. Just as you said, he's a very interesting man. Chapter 63, The Holy Sword and Arena. Upon hearing this, Rias immediately pulled Kuroba into her arms like a protective mother, her snow-white breasts pressing tightly against Kuroba's face. Huff, breathe, Rias. Don't even think about taking Kuroba away. Rias looked at Sona with a wary expression. Upon hearing this, Kangna revealed a strange smile on his face. Worry. I'm not that interested right now, so I won't compete with you for it. Temporary. It's a very ambiguous word, but seriously, Rias-senpai. I'm about to die on top of you. I can't breathe, fortunately. President Sona spoke up and saved Kuroba's life. Let's skip the pleasantries. You probably already know that the church members have come to this city. Right, Rias? Rias also released Kuroba and nodded. Yeah, I just received the news today, apparently. Well, it seems like the visitors aren't up to any good. Rias changed her words abruptly after glancing at Yuuki. Sona stared directly at Rias, her expression somewhat hesitant. I wouldn't say they came with ill intentions. I already met them this morning. They specifically asked to discuss something with you, Rias Gremory. And they swore an oath to God in front of me that they would never attack or harm anyone. The church is seeking advice from the devil. Is it to sign a contract? That's too strange. Kuroba looked at Sona with some confusion, although it was impolite to interrupt. Based on the information Kuroba had heard this morning, the they that Sona was talking about should be carrying the holy sword. In that case, Kuroba did not want to have too much contact with them. Rias naturally understood Kuroba's feelings, but she could think of even more. She looked at Sara with a questioning tone. Is it related to the recent brutal murder of a priest in this city? Probably. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to negotiating with the devil. It's clearly an urgent matter. Rias narrowed her eyes, her expression hesitant. Instead, it was Yuuki who stepped forward. President. Is it because you're worried about my feelings? It's all right, I've already sensed the holy sword's aura. Rias was taken aback, then sighed. Then let's meet. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. After Kuroba finished his checkup, he and Asia and the others prepared to go home. Rias was unable to accompany them due to work commitments. When Kuroba returned home, he sensed an unusual atmosphere as soon as he opened the door. Kuroba and Asia were fine, just a little uncomfortable. But Rebel and Yuuma were on high alert as if facing a formidable enemy. Charge! Upon hearing this, Kuroba's eyes widened suddenly. Hearing a sound coming from the living room, his mother's voice, he immediately rushed in. With a loud bang, the living room door was kicked open by Yu. Then two unfamiliar women and a mother who was chatting and laughing appeared. Looking at Kuroba with surprise, Mom. Seeing that his mother was safe and sound, Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief. But he looked at the two strangers with great vigilance. Oh, Kuroba, you're back. Are you not feeling well? You look terrible. When Kuroba's mother saw him, she smiled and asked him questions in a friendly manner. But Kuroba's gaze remained fixed on the two of them. Mom, who are they? The two unfamiliar women were wearing white robes with large crosses hanging on their chests. Clearly belonging to the church, one had chestnut hair, while the other had very fashionable green highlights. Although their faces were pretty, their eyes were extremely fierce, especially after Hayu appeared. This made Kuroba even more wary, because no matter how you looked at it, neither of these two seemed easy to get along with. Especially from the demon's perspective, Yaho Kuroba tilde. The chestnut-haired woman stood up and greeted him warmly. Kuroba glanced at her briefly before turning his attention to another girl beside him, where there was something bound with cloth that looked like a weapon. The closer you get, the more intense the cold light emanating from it becomes, constantly pricking your skin and causing a sharp pain. The holy sword, hello, nice to meet you. Kuroba gave a forced greeting to the chestnut-haired woman. The chestnut-haired woman let out a soft sigh and then, while Kuroba was distracted, hugged him tightly. Just like a koala, what's wrong, don't you remember me? It's me, we used to live close by and always played together. How could you forget me? As she spoke, she pulled out a photo from somewhere, which looked like it was tucked inside, and showed it to Kuroba. The picture shows two girls, with Kuroba's father and a man holding a sword standing behind them. This must be the boy's father, she pointed to the boy. This is me tilde, although I was a bit naughty when I was little. It's really unfair of you not to recognize me. Didn't we promise to get married someday? Kuroba's memories of his death are slowly returning. He gradually begins to overlap the chestnut-colored woman in front of him with the boy. He remembers that this person's name is Irina Shido. What kind of marriage is this? I thought it was a joke at the time. How could two men get married? But now Kuroba's pupils are shaking. Irina. Kuroba called out the name uncertainly. Oh dear tilde, it seems you've remembered Kuroba. I've missed you so much tilde. Irina buried her head in Kuroba's body and took a deep breath. Ah tilde, it's a long-lost taste. But it's been so long since we last met. It seems you've changed a lot too, Kuroba. Things are getting more and more interesting. I wonder what will happen next. Rebel and the others stood behind Kuroba, staring at Irina, who was clinging to him as if facing a formidable enemy. However, they refrained from taking action because Kuroba's mother was present. Clearly, Irina and the others were doing so for the same reason. Upon seeing this, Irina jumped down with a whoosh and turned to give Blackfeather's mother a playful smile. And you know that I've met Kuroba, I won't keep you any longer. We have other things to attend to, so we'll be going now. Hey, why don't you have dinner here? No, auntie, I'll come again when I have time. Then it's agreed, yes of course. After saying that, Irina gestured to the woman with green highlights, who immediately picked up her bundle and stood up. Irina blew a breath into Kuroba's ear. Well then, I look forward to seeing you again, Kuroba tilde. Kuroba watched them leave with a complicated expression. For a moment I didn't know what to say. That sword. Could it also be a holy sword? Irina's identity. Chapter 64, The Heartbreaker. The next day after school, all members including Kuroba were gathered in the club room. Since it was still early and the church members hadn't arrived yet, Kuroba briefly told Riaz what had happened the day before. Riaz, feeling a wave of fear wash over her, pulled Kuroba into her arms and murmured softly. Feeling his warmth, thankfully you were all safe. Kuroba could clearly hear Riaz's heart pounding in her arms, and patted her back with his other hand. To be honest, I didn't sense much hostility from them yesterday. One of them is even a childhood friend of mine. Now I'm a little unsure of her stance. Just as Riaz was about to speak, the door opened and Irina, who had met Kuroba just yesterday, and the girl with green-streaked hair appeared at the door. When Irina saw Kuroba thrown into Riaz's arms, her eyes widened immediately. She rushed over quickly, just as Aquino and the others were in a defensive stance. They were surprised to see Irina pull Kuroba out of Riaz's arms and hug her. Irina looked at Kuroba in her arms and complained. Kuroba, you're such a womanizer. You already have me as your fiancé. Yet you're still seeing other girls being all lovey-dovey. Hearing this, Riaz could no longer ignore it. Fiancé. I'm the one Blackfeather is engaged to, okay? Go back to where you came from. Even if you're a member of the church, I'm not afraid of you. And don't forget, you're the ones who came here to discuss things with us today. Irina turned her head and glanced at Rias, who was looking somewhat angry. How could the renowned Rias Gremory possibly take a liking to Kuroba? She'd probably just take him in as a familiar. Play with him for a bit and then discard him. In that case, why not let Kuroba join me in the Lord's protection? I can smell it. Kuroba carries the scent of divine grace. A truly irresistible temptation for me. Although I don't know what happened to Kuroba, it's clear he's not a pure demon. He still has a chance to change. Don't even think about it. Kuroba is my most beloved member of the family. And also my fiancé. How could I possibly give him up so easily? And so the two of them began to pull on Kuroba's arms from the left and right, the force of which made Kuroba feel as if he was being torn apart. This made him shout out, "Didn't we have something to discuss today? If this keeps going, I'm really going to die." The two were taken aback upon hearing this, glared at each other, snorted coldly, and then let go. Kuroba smiled wryly and pulled them to sit on the sofa, then shrank back into the corner where his familiars were. Seeing Kuroba rubbing his arm, Yuuma couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Deserved it. This left Kuroba feeling utterly helpless. What had he done to deserve this? With Kuroba's intervention gone, and with less of that kind of emotional involvement, the atmosphere began to become somewhat serious. Irina, representing the church, spoke first. Not long ago, the Holy Sword King's sword, which was kept by the Vatican, the new church and the Orthodox Church, was stolen. This first sentence left Kuroba somewhat bewildered. Why could a sword be stolen from so many places? And why did the church need to distinguish between the new and the true? Rias, whose attention was always slightly focused on Kuroba, immediately noticed Kuroba's suspicion. The true holy sword no longer exists. Irina also heard Ria's inexplicable explanation, and sensing something, she immediately understood who she was explaining to. So she turned to Kuroba and began to explain. Blackfeather tilde the true Holy Sword King's sword was broken during the ancient Great War. The holy swords that still exist in the world today are weapons reforged from fragments of human artifacts from that time. A total of 7 were forged at that time. As Irina explained, the girl with green highlights raised the greatsword wrapped in cloth beside her. And then the cloth fell off, revealing the longsword inside. When Kuroba saw the longsword, he immediately felt a faint sense of threat. It wasn't as deadly as he had heard, however. Seeing the alertness of Yuuki and the others, Kuroba understood that it was related to the angelic magic within him. So his resistance to the holy sword wasn't as great as he had imagined. This king's sword is one of them, named the Sword of Destruction, and is kept by the Catholic Church. After the girl with the highlighted hair finished her introduction, she wrapped the sword back in the cloth, and the subtle sense of threat disappeared. After the girl with the dyed hair put away her weapon, Irina also pulled out a rope-shaped weapon from her bosom with a grin. And then the rope began to twist and turn into the shape of a Japanese sword. As the knife took shape, Irina proudly began to introduce it. The sword in my hand is also one of the 7 holy swords. The sword of mimicry. It can change its shape at will, making it very convenient to carry around. This one is managed by the new church. The girl with the highlights frowned slightly as she watched Irina's actions. Irina, there's no need to explain the power of the kingsword to the devil. Right? Irina waved her hand casually. It's all right, Zenobia. We're the ones who came up to them to discuss things, so it's necessary to show our sincerity. Besides, this is the question Kuroba wants to know. Upon hearing this, Genovia sighed, said nothing, and simply shook her head helplessly. With the appearance of the holy sword, the temperature on the field seemed to drop slightly, especially as Yuuka, standing next to Kuroba, emanated a surging killing intent. Kuroba looked at Yuuki, who was trembling with hatred, and couldn't help but tighten his grip on her hand. Yuki's hand was held tightly, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. She then glanced at Kuroba and managed a weak smile, indicating that she was all right. Kuroba looked at Yuuki with concern. Clearly, this hatred was not something that could be easily resolved. If there was no place for Yuuki to vent her anger, this hatred would accompany her for the rest of her life, like a demonic shadow that would follow her everywhere. Fortunately, Ria's remained as reliable as ever when it came to important matters. And she calmly began by asking the crucial questions. So what? Why did you church members specifically request to see me this time? Zenobia glanced at Ria, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. As I just mentioned, the holy sword kept by our church has been stolen. And according to our intelligence, the thief has come to Japan and is currently staying in this city. Chapter 65, Planning and Negotiation. Ria's clutched her head in exasperation upon hearing this. Why do I have so many of these kinds of problems? So who stole the holy sword? Upon hearing this, Genovia's expression also became somewhat serious. The prisoner is a divine child watcher. Ria suddenly sat up straight. An organization of fallen angels, Zenobia nodded. Not only that, we also learned that their mastermind was Cockabile, a cadre of the divine child watchers, Cockabile. An adversary from the Bible, what an ancient name. Ria sighed helplessly. All the priests we sent before us have been dealt with. Our purpose in coming here is to destroy the holy sword, or at least prevent it from falling into the hands of the fallen angels. For this reason, I hope that your demonic faction will not interfere in the struggle between our church and the fallen angels. Ria's expression turned somewhat displeased upon hearing this. So you're saying we'd join forces with fallen angels? Irina chimed in as well. That possibility cannot be ruled out. The main thing is that if you demons get involved, I might have to kill my beloved Black Feather with tears in my eyes. That would be so heartbreaking, so for Black Feather's sake, please don't get involved, Ake. Riaz gave a displeased snort. I swear in the name of the Gremory family that I will never mingle with those fallen angels. That would be best, having gotten the answer they wanted. Irina and Zenobia prepared to get up and leave, watching Irina blow her a kiss and then slowly walk away. Kuroba glanced at Yuyuki, whose expression was inscrutable, and couldn't help but step forward. Wait a minute, Riaz. Master, can I be willful just this once more? Riaz stared at Kuroba in astonishment, while the two who had been walking away also stopped and looked at Kuroba strangely. Riaz glanced at his hand tightly gripping Yuuki's and couldn't help but sigh with a headache. Seriously, I can't do anything with you. As if knowing what Kuroba wanted to say, Junai covered her mouth and giggled. Alara, he really has the air of Kuroba. I like him more and more, having received Ria's consent. Kuroba gave her a grateful look before turning to Irina. Irina, are you two planning to go and retrieve the 3 holy swords? Since it was Kuroba who asked the question, Irina was happy to answer, yes. What's wrong? You think you can snatch the king's sword back from the fallen angel's executive with just the 2 of you? That's practically suicide. Kuroba looked at Irina with a puzzled expression. This is the church's decision. Rather than letting the fallen angels use the king's sword, it's better to destroy it directly. Besides, the orders we received were only to dispose of the king's sword in the fallen angel's hands. There is a play. Kuroba understood immediately upon hearing Irina's explanation. In that case, how about we take charge of destroying one of the king's swords? Upon hearing this, Zenobia immediately wanted to speak, but Irina raised her hand to stop her and skipped over to Kuroba, blinking her eyes and looking at him curiously. What, Kuroba, do you mean you're worried about me? Seeing Irina's adorable appearance, Kuroba almost couldn't resist nodding in agreement. But he shook his head. I was only thinking of Yuuki. Oh, I see. Irina looked disappointed, then looked up at Yuuki. Kiba Yuuki, I've heard of you, senpai. Upon hearing this, Yuuki's eyes immediately flashed with anger, and several demonic swords were already suspended around her, creating an atmosphere of imminent danger. Upon seeing this, Kuroba immediately stepped between the two. Okay. Yuuki, stop it. This senior is so scary. Irina also leaned against Kuroba's back, looking weak and vulnerable. Kuroba couldn't help but smile bitterly. Irina, you too. So please stop provoking Yuuki, okay? What? I didn't provoke her. In terms of seniority, she is indeed my senior. Zenobia and I are also from the Holy Sword Project. Upon hearing these words, the already dense magic power within the demonic sword darkened even further. The Holy Sword project is still ongoing, this cruel plan, which would result in humane annihilation if it failed. And you still call yourselves the guides of God. Irina quickly waved her hand, we can't accept that either. But Kiba, thanks to that plan, the research on the Holy Swordsman has made leaps and bounds. It is because of this that swordsmen like me and Zenovia, who correspond to the Holy Sword, were born. Moreover, the person in charge at the time has been labeled a heretic for having questionable beliefs. And he has sided with the fallen angels. He's sided with a fallen angel, tell me his name. I'll tear him to pieces, Barpa Galileo, known as the Slaughtering Archbishop. Only after Irina uttered that name did Yuuki's murderous intent gradually subside. And the demonic sword was no longer aimed at her, Barton. Yuki repeated the name fiercely. The name of her mortal enemy. Seeing that Yuuki had suppressed her murderous intent, Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the misunderstanding has been somewhat cleared up, could you grant us the right to destroy one of the holy swords? Irina nodded charmingly, considering for a moment. If you have the ability to destroy it, it's not impossible for you to have it. But only the holy sword can destroy the holy swordake. Irina, how can we cooperate with demons? Genovia could no longer bear the rejection. Okay. Irina waved her hand, signaling Genovia to calm down. We didn't cooperate with the devil, did we? Taking advantage of the situation, Irina clung to Kuroba's body, her soft, moist tongue lightly licking his neck. Kuroba shivered and looked at Irina in surprise. I noticed something strange a long time ago. Kuroba not only has demonic power but also angelic power. And the concentration of it is higher than that of Zenovia and me. This proves that he is protected by some great being. Moreover, doesn't he also have the power of the Crimson Dragon Emperor? Our cooperation with the dragons does not violate the will of God. Does it? This, Genovia was speechless. Then it's settled, Tilda, as long as Kuroba treats me to a meal. We'll agree, okay, Tilda, Kuroba, Tilda. Kuroba stared blankly at the playful Irina in front of him, seemingly in a daze. He himself hadn't expected that such an important matter could be resolved with just a meal. Okay, let's go eat, I'm starving. It's all Zenovia's fault for being tricked into buying a fake painting with all her money. And now I've been starving all day, no way. That's a portrait of God. That's what the person selling this painting said. Upon hearing the slander, Zenovia couldn't help but retort. Hey, yes, it's an unknown god, I understand. No, it's not him, he is. Genovia stammered and tried to explain along with Irina. But she just couldn't bring herself to say the name. Riaz watched the group disappear before suddenly standing up. How can we let Haiyu fall into their hands? Then he quickly followed. Juneja watched this scene with a smile. Alright, Riaz has had a tough time too. Chapter 66, Competing for Favor. Throughout the journey, Kuroba felt only endless torment. On the left is Irina, humming a song and holding Kuroba's hand as if nothing happened. While on the right is Riaz, who is sulking and full of jealousy but trying to remain calm. Kurobakot in the middle should have been enjoying the envious glances of outsiders. But as the pressure from their pinching and kneading between their fingers gradually increased, Kuroba could only grit his teeth and force a helpless, bitter smile. Why are you guys pinching me? Kuroba, what exactly is your relationship with her? Riaz, unable to contain her composure, looked at Kuroba with resentment and raised her question. Before Kuroba could answer, Irina spoke first. Why should I, as his master, need to meddle in everything? But it's okay to tell you I'm Kuroba's childhood friend. And also her fiancé. The kind we promised each other when we were kids, Tilda. Upon hearing this, Kuroba immediately sensed something was wrong. His lips twitched, putting aside whether she was really his marriage partner. Irina's previous boyish appearance alone makes it impossible to believe her. Besides, Riaz is now officially engaged to someone, Irina. And she's being provoked like this. This is bad, very bad. As expected, Riaz's magical power surged immediately after hearing Irina's words. Humans who were close to her felt a shiver run down their backs and unconsciously moved away from Riaz. Riaz, calm down. Kuroba immediately tried to dissuade him. But it was to no avail, seeing Ria's on the verge of a breakdown. Completely unlike her usual calm demeanor. Kuroba grabbed her without a second thought and kissed her hard before she could even react. Well, Ria stared in surprise at Kuroba kissing her, forgetting all about getting angry. Her eyes were filled with Kuroba's image, and her tongue involuntarily darted out to entangle with his. Wow, Japan is still so open-minded after all. Irina saw that Kuroba's actions showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, she clapped in amazement and exclaimed in admiration. Kuroba wasn't one to be admired. Seeing that Ria's had calmed down, he quickly separated them and casually wiped away the saliva from Ria's lips. Ria's calmed down, we're practically partners now. What am I going to do if you two start fighting? Ria's wiped the intoxicating blush from her face, which had been stirred up by the black feathers, glared coldly at Irina's Norted and fell silent. However, her magical power had also stabilized. This made Kuroba breathe a sigh of relief, but before he could finish his sigh, Kuroba felt his head being grabbed and forcibly turned around. Kuroba, I want one too. This time, it was Kuroba's turn to look at Irina in surprise. Irina's face was close. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly restlessly. Kuroba felt a nimble little snake slip into his lips, and it looked around curiously, as if it were a beginner just learning something new. Then they quickly discovered that Kuroba's tongues were intertwined, and they even made sucking sounds. Kuroba, realizing what was happening, quickly pushed him away. The two separated without much effort. Kuroba licked his lips as he watched Irina, who seemed to be enjoying herself more. Her eyes filled with a seductive and alluring expression. It smells like Kuroba. Before Rias could even lash out, Zenobia couldn't help but speak up, Irina. The union of the church and the devil will not end well. What about your faith? Aren't you afraid that God will condemn you? Irina, however, fearlessly stuck her tongue out at Zenobia. Zenobia, don't be so rigid. There have probably been even more powerful people who have given themselves to Kuroba before me. And they weren't afraid, so why should I be? Besides, Kuroba and I have known each other since childhood, which is longer than I've been abroad, right, Kuroba? Kuroba silently gripped Ria's hand, signaling her to calm down, and looked silently at Irina. Although Irina's every move revealed an intimate attitude towards Kuroba, Kuroba still sensed a slight estrangement and distance, as if what Irina was showing was just what she wanted to show. In fact, Irina might not care about Miyamoto Kuroba at all. Kuroba couldn't figure out what she was up to, so he didn't speak rashly. Genovia sighed and said nothing more. Although the two of them were on the same mission, Irina was subtly in charge, so she couldn't really argue with Irina and could only follow silently like a follower. When they arrived at a ramen shop, Irina excitedly grabbed Kuroba's arm. Got it. This is what I'll eat, ramen. It brings back so many memories. As for food, it was Irina's choice to eat. Since she chose the ramen shop, Kuroba naturally didn't object and was led inside. The ramen shop was quite large, so the group asked for a small private room and sat down inside. Although it was a small private room, it was still quite spacious. However, the two of them seemed to be competing with each other, sitting down on either side of Kuroba, which benefited Zenobia, who leisurely occupied one side of the room. After ordering some delicious food, Rias grabbed Kuroba's arm and clamped it tightly with her ample bosom, which Irina could never match. Kuroba, shall we go home after we finish eating? I'm a little sleepy. It's been so long since I've held you while I slept, Tilda. The seductive undertones in her words were completely undisguised, and coupled with Ria's shy and hesitant expression, Kuroba couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing this, Irina, despite not being as physically strong as Ria's, still embraced her. Kuroba, I'll stay with you while you sleep. How about I sleep at your place tonight? It's been so long. I've changed a lot. I can let you take your time to see how I've changed over the years, Tilda. As Irina spokish slightly lifted her white robe, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage, then gently bit her finger and looked at Kuroba with watery eyes. Irina thought her expression was alluring enough, but she saw no passion in Kuroba's icily still, lifeless pool. This caused Irina's expression to stiffen slightly. And she looked at Kuroba with a somewhat bewildered expression. Kuroba chuckled awkwardly, then spoke to Irina with a gentle and polite smile. I'm happy to see you again. But I hope our relationship can go back to how it was before. It's really fun to hang out together. If you need my help with anything, I'll do my best to help. So please don't put on this fake affection for me, okay? Upon hearing this, Irina released Kuroba, lowered her head slightly, and her hair completely covered her face, making it impossible to discern her expression. Chapter 67, The Mad Holder. Even Riaz was surprised by Kuroba's words, and she looked at him with some surprise unexpectedly. Kuroba not only resisted Irina's charm, but also frankly expressed the awkward feeling between the two of them. This caused a strange fluctuation in Riaz's eyes. This inexplicable sense of security warmed Riaz's heart. She never expected that Kuroba would start to give people a sense of security. He really is a reliable man. In the eerie silence, the food they had ordered was served. Looking at the ramen in front of her, Irina returned to normal, smiling and humming a song as she looked at the ramen. Holding her chopsticks, Irina glanced at Kuroba. Kuroba, you've really changed a lot. But the one thing that hasn't changed is your gentle heart. I really do like you, Tilda. After saying that, she stopped bothering Kuroba and happily started eating her ramen. Unless something unusual happened that caught Kuroba off guard, Irina ate her food with an air of enjoyment. Except for minor incidents like taking the tempura from Kuroba's bowl. Irina and Zenovia quickly finished their ramen. She elegantly wiped her mouth and then stood up with Zenovia. Well then. Thank you for the hospitality, Tilda. I'll be leaving one of the holy swords to you now. Kuroba, just as the two were about to leave. Kuroba couldn't help but call out to Irina, Irina's. Irina turned around and looked at Kuroba with a bright smile. What happened? Kuroba stared at Irina's expression and pondered for a moment. Cherish your life, you only have one life. The holy sword can still be destroyed if you have the chance. Don't risk it too much. Irina's delicate body trembled slightly. Then she burst out laughing. This is God's test for us. Kuroba, but since you've put it that way, I'll just have to be a little more careful, Tilda. After giving Kuroba a flying kiss, Irina left with Zenovia. After Irina left, Riaz gripped Kuroba's hand tightly. Are you really sure you want to do this? This is no small matter if handled improperly. It could directly impact the entire underworld. Seeing the worry in Riaz's eyes, Kuroba felt endless guilt towards her. I'm sorry. I acted impulsively again. But this is the only way to help Yuuki escape from the shadows. So I have to do it. Riaz let out a long sigh. I think so too. She gently tapped Kuroba's forehead. I expected that, so I didn't plan to stop you. But if you're in danger, I'll be there right away. Don't blame me for being nosy. Hayu shook his head. How could that be? You are my master. Riaz immediately covered Kuroba's lips with her finger. Her eyes filled with turmoil and shyness as she looked directly at him. But above all, you are my lover. So naturally I need to ask for your opinion. Looking at Riaz, whose expression was extremely serious, Kuroba blushed. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Since deciding to participate in the Holy Sword Destruction Plan, Kuroba and Yuuki would dress up as priests and wander around every night. After all, fallen angels had always targeted priests, and Kuroba and the others hoped to lure out the giant rat. However, for several days in a row, there was no progress. In the park, Kuroba and Yuuki sat together. Yuuki sighed as she looked at Kuroba beside her, who seemed completely indifferent. Kuroba, why did you have to go to such lengths? The president will be very unhappy, and it's been so many days. We still can't find a trace of him. Kuroba raised his hand and gently brushed away the slight furrow on Yuuki's brow. This is the hatred in your heart, isn't it? In that case, we must find that bastard and take revenge. Otherwise, you will think about the past all the time and be very unhappy. I just want you to be happy and be the cheerful Yuuki I know again." Although Yuuki was very moved after hearing this, she still couldn't help but shake her head. "This is far too dangerous. If things go wrong, we could both die." Kuroba was about to say something with a smile, but his expression suddenly froze. A chilling wind swept past him from behind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What terrifying killing intent, who could it be? Before Kuroba could figure out the source of the killing intent, he was pushed away by Yuuki. "May the Lord bless these two priests, heh." With a strange shout, the ear-piercing sound of swords clashing erupted. Kiang! Yuuki's reaction was undoubtedly much faster than Kuroba's. She quickly found the source of the killing intent after all. She pushed Kuroba aside and blocked the sudden sword attack. Heh. Have all the nuns these days fallen so low as to use demonic swords? Oh no, me God. This must be a wonderful encounter bestowed upon me, Fried. The man who called himself Fried was holding a sword that subtly posed a threat to Kuroba. It must be the holy sword, the king's sword. Upon seeing the holy sword in Fried's hand, Yuuki's eyes were immediately filled with bloodshot veins. Scenes from her childhood seemed to flood her mind, and an immense killing intent enveloped her entire body. She casually took off her nun's habit, gripped the magic sword she had conjured, and attacked Fried without saying a word. Heh. The sword of devouring light. It seems it's not a nun but a demon. Those self-righteous bastards have actually started cooperating with demons. Ha, what a bunch of hypocritical scum. Fried's eyes gleamed as he watched Yuuki attack, his excitement like that of a hunter who had spotted a delicious prey. Perfect! Let my heavenly flash holy sword taste the blood of demons. Although Fried was insane, his movements were not slow at all, and his speed was comparable to Yuuki's. The two of them kept clashing in the night, but even their afterimages were hard to catch. Although it was dazzling after a short while, Kuroba began to see the two figures clearly. He immediately summoned the Crimson Dragon Spear and, at the moment when Yuuki retreated but Fried followed closely, he threw the dragon spear like a javelin, whoosh. The Crimson Dragon Spear hurtled forward with a whooshing sound. Fried's confident expression suddenly changed. He forcibly changed his trajectory and directly blocked the attack with the holy sword in his hand. Bang! With a piercing explosion, Fried managed to deflect the Crimson Dragon Spear, but the pursuit that could have laid the foundation for victory vanished in an instant. "Oh dear, you little piece of trash, I forgot about. How dare you get in my way? I'll start by taking you down." Somewhat enraged, Fried headed straight for Black Feather. However, Yuuki cut straight in, interrupting Fried's attack. Seeing Fried's angry glare, Yuuki spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your opponent is me, the demon sword creator." Swish. As Yuuki finished speaking, a whole array of blades appeared all around the road. Telephone poles, walls, various shapes of demonic swords appeared from all directions, completely surrounding Fried. The scene looked incredibly spectacular. Fried showed no fear when he saw the countless demonic swords flying towards him. Instead, he laughed mockingly. Heh. Is this the clown's knife-throwing performance? It's absolutely hilarious. Fried kept swinging his arms, sweeping the demonic sword in front of him, clearly not as effortlessly as he claimed. Chapter 68: The Appearance of the Enemy. The battle between Yuuki and Fried gradually became intense. Due to the speed boost from Yuuki's Knight attribute and the enhancement from Fried's Heavenly Flash Holy Sword, the two moved with extraordinary speed, making it difficult even for Kuroba to join in and help. Unless Riaz appears now and sets this place as the enemy camp, Kuroba could barely get involved through promotion. But clearly Riaz hasn't appeared yet. Sigh, my friend. Shouldn't you at least care about the function of your own artifact? Your right hand is already red and burning hot. Didn't you even notice? Just as Kuroba was considering how to help, he heard the sigh of the Crimson Dragon Emperor in his mind. Upon hearing this, Kuroba finally focused his attention on his right hand and discovered that his Crimson Dragon Emperor gauntlet was indeed burning hot with red light. He hadn't noticed it before. Judging from the Crimson Dragon Emperor's tone, Yu could already imagine how helplessly he sighed and rubbed his forehead in the purgatory space, which made Yu feel a little embarrassed. Red Dragon Emperor, is there anything I can do for you now? Hearing Yu's question, which sounded like that of a complete novice, the Crimson Dragon Emperor was clearly furious with disappointment. I told you not to be obsessed with women all day long. Getting lost in the pleasures of life and forgetting everything else. Didn't I? Didn't I tell you long ago that each wielder's form is different? It's all about materializing your weapon according to your own imagination. I never said you could only manifest the Crimson Dragon Spear. Oh. Kuroha clapped his hands as if he had just realized something. Looking at the dumbfounded Black Feather, the Crimson Dragon Emperor began to doubt whether his choice had been flawed. However, Black Feather had no time to care about the Red Dragon Emperor's contempt. He was mobilizing all the power he could muster and concentrating it all in his right hand. As he imagined, an enormous crossbow appeared in his hand. The crossbow was covered with black and red patterns, which vaguely outlined the figure of a red dragon. The crossbow bolts above the crossbow were not sharp, but looked like dragon claws with their fletchings closed together. There was also a long rope attached to the back of the bolt, connecting it to the crossbow. Once this kind of crossbow bolt entered the body, pulling it out would bring out a lot of flesh and blood, which could effectively control and injure the enemy. With difficulty, Kuroha hoisted the crossbow and aimed it at Fried. Once everything was ready, he let out a roar, Yuki. Get out of the way. Neither of them knew what Kuroha had done. But Yuki trusted Kuroha completely and, without the slightest hesitation, used the force of Fried's attack to bounce away. With Black Feather's roared crossbow bolts, poised to be fired, appeared before Fried in a flash. Fried, seeing the bolts so close to his heart, couldn't help but show a look of horror in his eyes. With his reaction speed, he was no longer able to dodge them. Kiang, the crossbow bolt collided with something, causing its trajectory to deviate and grazed Fried's face. Although it left a bloody mark on Fried's face, it was a minor injury, practically negligible. Fried, are you having fun here? A voice came from not far away. Yu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man dressed as a priest standing there. Oh my god, Uncle Balpa, we're saved, Balpa. Barpa Galileo. Yuheim gritted her teeth and uttered the name that she wished she could tear him to pieces. Well, it's me, Balpa calmly admitted it. Upon receiving the recognition, Yuki's eyes were instantly filled with crimson, and her face was covered with veins due to her resentment. Magical energy surged around her like a madman. In one after another, magical swords were created out of thin air, pointing directly at Balpa. Oh. It's the demon sword creation. That's a really good artifact. Balpa seemed completely oblivious to the danger, dodging the demonic sword while calmly evaluating the demonic sword created by Yuki. Because Yuki's allure was completely captivated by Balpa, Fried, seizing the opportunity, grinned maliciously and leaped out from Yuki's blind spot, intending to launch a sneak attack. Die. Just as Kuroha realized he was about to lunge forward, a swift beam of light passed by him and arrived behind Yuki before he could reach her. Kiang. A familiar greatsword and Fried's holy sword sparked a dazzling display of light. It was Genovia who arrived, Black Feather. Irina appeared beside Kuroha at some point. Seeing Kuroha covered in cold sweat, Irina couldn't help but ask a question, are you okay? Yu shook his head. He hadn't expected that the crossbow bolt would drain most of his power. Even so, Balpa somehow managed to deflect it, which made Black Feather grit his teeth in anger. His power was too restricted, making it impossible for him to fight effectively. Frieder Saren Balpa Galileo, two traitors. I punish you in the name of God. After blocking the sword, Zenovia stared at the two people who had gathered together. Hey. You bitch, don't mention that ridiculous god in front of me. I don't have time for you now, I'll deal with you later. Fried spat and pulled a ball of light from his pocket. Uncle Balpa, let's retreat and report to Boss Cockabill. Fried spat on the ground and looked at the crowd with a mocking expression. Farewell, hypocritical church and scum of demons. After saying that, he threw the ball of light on the ground. With a muffled thud, the ball of light exploded and burst into a blinding white light. Don't even think about running away. Kuroba's vision returned slightly. And Zenobia and Irina had already caught up, Yuki. Her body swaying precariously tried to chase after them. But she collapsed helplessly to the ground, Yuki. Kuroba was startled to see Yuki lying on the ground and quickly ran over to hug her. Fortunately, Yuki did not have any serious injuries. Only various scratches all over her body. Her school uniform was already somewhat tattered. Barely covering her body, Yuki, are you all right? Kuroba looked at Yuki with some concern. Yuki smiled wryly and shook her head at Kuroba, who was concerned about her. Sorry. I'm still too weak. I originally wanted to keep going, but my magic power is almost depleted. Creating the magic sword consumes too much magic power. Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's good that you're all right. I'm the one who held you back. If I had joined the battle from the beginning, you wouldn't have been so passive. Yuki reached out and stroked Kuroba's face. No, that's not true at all. I'm already very happy that you're here with me like this. Kuroba, I'm a little tired, I want to sleep for a while. Seeing Yuki unconscious, Kuroba silently took off his coat and covered her with it. Then carried her away in a princess carry towards their home. Chapter 69, Asia helps you replenish mana. Back home, Kuroba summoned Asia. My god, what happened? Kind-hearted Asiya, seeing Yuki covered in wounds, immediately began to use her divine artifact to heal her without saying a word. Under Asia's treatment, Yuki's external injuries quickly healed. Asia, your divine artifact's power is truly amazing. Kuroba couldn't help but sigh. However, Asia was not happy because of Kuroba's praise. She sullenly buried her face in Kuroba's arms and sobbed. But Asia is of no use whatsoever. She can only watch you get hurt and can't offer any combat assistance. Kuroba paused for a moment, then gently embraced Asia. Who said that? Asia is amazing. Because of you, we can fight without any worries. Besides, I felt pretty pathetic this time. I felt like I didn't do anything. I could only look up to Yuki fighting alone. I think I should be the one blaming myself. No. No, that's not true. Asia looked at Kuroba with a flushed face. Kuroba isn't as useless as you say, I can feel it. The magical energy fluctuations around you are very chaotic. Obviously, you've tried your best. Then Kuroba stared wide-eyed as Asia slowly took off her clothes. Asia, what are you doing? Asia shook herself as she took off her clothes, but quickly continued with her actions. Ria's asked me to be the best remedy if your magical energy becomes disordered. Kuroha, so I should work hard for you too. Kuroba stared blankly as Asia became completely naked. She covered her private parts with a slightly shy expression, looking at Kuroba with the innocent, budding beauty of a young flower. Seeing that Kuroba hadn't made a move, Asia gritted her teeth and pushed Kuroba to the floor. Straddling him, Kuroba, we both need to do our best. Asia murmured softly, her cherry lips gently touching Kuroba's. Her slightly cool lips and the smooth, fragrant tongue that gently slipped in, carrying wisps of magic slid into Kuroba's mouth. The feeling of pleasure made Kuroba let out a soft moan. He could no longer control himself, and tightly embraced Asia, beginning a domineering sucking motion. During this process, sweet, surging saliva flowed into Kuroba's throat like precious spring water. With each swallow, Asia's radiant complexion grew brighter, her entire face becoming rosy and captivating, and her breath gradually began to exude a hot, fragrant aroma when their lips met softly and warmly. Their breaths mingled as if time stood still. Asia's eyes gradually became hazy, her nerve endings as sensitive as silk threads. Asia's tongue gently touched Kuroba's lips, then slipped into his mouth. The delicate touch seeped into her heart. A subtle blend of teasing and savoring. A delicate appreciation of Kuroba's taste. Sweet and intoxicating. Their tongues intertwined and danced gently, weaving a sweet melody that seemed to express endless love. After a long lingering kiss, Asia couldn't help but sit up and gasp for breath. Her eyes were already glistening with tears, and her face was flushed and burning hot. Kuroba, I'm starting to feel unwell. This explicit statement caused Kuroba's blood to surge. He watched as Asia obediently helped him take off his clothes. And when his already erect member was revealed, Asia couldn't help but let out a gasp, so hot. Asia gasped as she grasped the black feather in her small hand. The trembling heat made Asia lose her composure, and her eyes welled up with tears eager to see it again. Kuroba, Asia mumbled something hesitantly, straightened the black feather's handle and pointed it at herself, then swallowed it directly into her pink open vulva. When that swollen presence took over Asia, Asia couldn't help but let out a soft, seductive moan as she tried to adapt to the presence of the black feather. But it wasn't just Asia, even Kuroba was trying to adapt. Because Asia was very petite, and her private parts were also very tight. Even though Asia didn't move, there was a slight sucking sensation coming from the tightly wrapped area from time to time. Only Kuroba himself could understand the sensation. Asia's fair and delicate body was incredibly alluring under the light. As a massive object entered her body trembled slightly, the frequency of which enhanced her charm. Kuroba, I don't have the strength to move. Asia felt as if she were stuck in a scalding body. The intense heat emanating from within completely drained her strength. Despite her embarrassment, Asia had no choice but to reveal her situation. Then I'll do it, Kuroba was slightly taken aback, then reacted and immediately supported Asia with both hands. With his strong waist strength, he straightened up and put Asia on the ground without much effort. Oh no, this feels so exciting, although it was simple. As Kuroba exerted his strength, Asia felt as if she had been stabbed all the way to the bottom, which made her shiver and moan softly. Kuroba gave an awkward self-deprecating laugh. So, shall I begin? Kuroba, are you teasing me? Why are you even asking me that? Asia responded to Kuroba's question with great shyness, as if he were asking her if she wanted it. Seeing this, Kuroba said no more and began to move slowly. With each rise and fall, Kuroba felt as if he were being sucked into a black hole, making every movement extremely difficult. This is way too tight. Kuroba suppressed his inner pleasure and soothed the slightly nervous Asia, his warm hands constantly teasing her little breasts. With the touch of the naked eye, the crimson buds on the snow-white skin quietly rose up. Kuroba mischievously pinched it with his finger. Asia couldn't help but let out a loud moan. Kuroba, don't ruin me. Asia looked at Kuroba with a coquettish expression, but Kuroba seemed not to hear, and even intensified his actions. As Kuroba played his tricks, Asia felt her whole body being attacked. She could no longer tell where the intoxication was coming from. She only felt that her body was light and floating, with a tingling and numb sensation all over her body. No, I can't take it anymore. Ethes is so strange. Please stop him. Asia looked at Kuroba with dreamy eyes, soft, boneless hands unconsciously pushing him away, as if to stop him or perhaps to seduce him. Chapter 70, Making You Stronger. Bonus chapter for donations. With each soft moan from Asia and each spasm throughout her body, magic surged continuously at the point of connection between the two, and Black Feather ruthlessly absorbed the magic power from Asia's body. However, this absorption did not harm Asia at all. In fact, it made her feel quite happy. She felt as if she were floating on air amidst the impact of the black feathers. Asia's little hands involuntarily tightened around Kuroba's arm. Kuroba, stop him, I can't take it anymore. But with the arrow already on the string, there was no turning back. Instead of stopping, Kuroba accelerated. Asia felt as if she were sleeping on a roller coaster, her body constantly jolting as a surge of intense heat, carrying a subtle magic, rushed into her with unstoppable force. What? As Asia shouted, the spray collided directly with the scalding heat. Asia could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, her body convulsing. Looking at Asia, whose mouth was slightly open and who was panting with unfocused eyes, Kuroba did not feel tired at all. In fact, he was even more energetic than when he first came back. At that moment, Kuroba was embraced from behind, and a warm whisper reached her ear. You guys are so annoying, so loud. I can't even pretend to be asleep anymore. It's Yuuki's voice. Kuroba tilted his head slightly and saw Yuki leaning on his shoulder. Looking aroused, she was looking at him with her head turned to the side. Her eyes filled with desire. "Has your body recovered, Yuki?" Kuroba asked with concern. But Yuki shook her head and grabbed Kuroba's hand. "No, it's jumping really hard here." Yuki took Kuroba's hand, stretched it towards her snow-white breasts and pressed it tightly. Kuroba could clearly feel the strong beating of her heart. It's all your fault. I feel like my whole body is on fire right now." Yuki glared at Kuroba with a reproachful look. Her breath hot as she murmured something. Kuroba's hand, which was being held tightly, involuntarily clenched slightly, and Yuki responded with a soft moan, her body trembling in response. I'm very sensitive right now, please don't do anything rash." Kuroba glanced at Asia, who was slumped on the floor and fast asleep. He was a little unsure about what he had just felt. So he looked at Yuki. Perfect timing. "I have an idea I'd like you to confirm for me." To Yuki's astonishment, Kuroba quickly stripped her of her clothes and threw her onto the bed. What the hell? This was the first time Yuki had ever seen Kuroba so proactive. So she didn't react at all for a moment, but immediately she felt her mouth being covered by black feathers. The way that domineering tongue roamed freely in her mouth shattered Yuki's reason. She didn't care about anything else and focused on immersing herself in the pleasure with Kuroba. Kuroba's hands began to work in a very unruly manner. One hand covering her ample snow-white breasts, while the other hand quietly reached down and pried open her secret place. This series of quick attacks left Yuki somewhat overwhelmed. So she simply gave up and let Kuroba manipulate her like a doll. Enjoying the process. Kuroba. "I can't take it anymore." Kuroba licked his lips, feeling the magic power he had just plundered from Yuki, and focused his attention directly on Yuki's equally pink and tender area. Yuki was startled by Kuroba's gaze, and she immediately shrank into a ball as if on guard. "Kuroba, your eyes are terrifying. Like you're about to do something bad. Although I agree to be with you, but you can't do anything weird." Kuroba looked at Yuki with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "What are you talking about? I was just thinking about something. Just now when I was with Asia, I noticed that after Asia's magic circulated in my body, it seemed like another portion of it was transferred back into her body out of thin air. This means that the magic levels of both of us have increased. I'm just wondering if this is true. Is there such a thing?" Yuki gave her a look that said, "You think I'm stupid and trying to fool me. Really, why would I lie to you? Then how did you send it back to Asia?" It's. Kuroba looked awkwardly at the pinkish area. Yuki immediately rolled her eyes at Kuroba. This is the first time I've seen someone who can spout such profound logic while being so frivolous. Despite her feigned disdain, Yuki obediently stretched out her body slowly, her body trembling slightly, revealing everything to Kuroba. Kuroba swallowed hard and moved closer. When that still hot presence gets close, Yuhaim couldn't help but let out a soft moan. This is way too hot. Yuki was already prepared. But seeing Kuroba still rubbing against the side and hesitating, Yuki was furious. She clamped Kuroba down with her legs and thrust in. Yuki let out a seductive moan, and the intense pleasure of that moment sent her flying. She responded to Kuroba with unparalleled enthusiasm, maximizing their experience, watching the black feathers lying in front of her like hungry puppies suckling at her snow-white flesh. Yuki blushed deeply, but she still suppressed her shyness and hugged the black feathers' heads, fully enjoying the pleasure of the scene. After a long and intense battle, Yuki felt like she was going crazy. She could no longer suppress the surging emotions within her, and she couldn't help but speak. "Kuroba, I can't hold on any longer. What's wrong with you? Why did it take so long?" Kuroba remained silent, but with a low growl his movements quickened. As Kuroba charged forward, Yuki felt her body going numb. But the energy that Kuroba had mentioned earlier did begin to slowly appear. But as energy appeared, she felt more pleasure than anything else. Yuki felt her senses were amplified to the maximum at that moment, and the repeated thrusts into her depths almost made her go crazy. "Oh, I can't take it anymore," as Yuki cried out. The two erupted simultaneously like a mountain collapsing. A flood colliding with molten lava, causing Yuki to tremble uncontrollably and lose all strength to struggle. I surrender," Yuki weakly raised her hand, looking at Kuroba with a satisfied expression. "I did feel the feedback you described, Kuroba, and my magical power has increased by about 1/5. But my body is too weak right now to verify it." "That actually works." Kuroba stared blankly at what Yuki had just said. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded in conducting an experiment based solely on an idea in his mind. In this way, his people can become stronger and stronger in the future. Kuroba couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. "I am the strongest transit point." Deep down, the Crimson Dragon sighed helplessly. Although it didn't know what had happened, it had a premonition that it would be tormented by Kuroba sooner or later. Chapter 71, You Have to Wear an Apron When Cooking, bonus chapter for donations. After Kuroba carefully carried Asia to bed, Riaz returned. After she entered Kuroba's room, she gently sniffed with her small nose. Then with a displeased look, he glanced at Kuroba. Kuroba scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled sheepishly. After all, there were still two people sleeping in the bed. And he couldn't really explain it, could he? Kuroba has already prepared himself to bear Riaz's wrath. However, when Riaz approached Kuroba, she didn't blame him at all. She just touched his face with pity. "Did you run into trouble tonight?" Riaz glanced at the tattered clothes lying to the side. "Whom we saw Balpa, Irina and Zenobia went after him. But we don't know what happened yet." Yuki was brought back because she was exhausted. Riaz gently kissed Kuroba. "Think about it too much. You must be hungry, I'll make you something to eat. Kangna already knows about the situation. And she'll let me know if anything happens. The president is involved too." Kuroba was somewhat taken aback. Riaz couldn't help but smile wryly. "After all, from the moment we started working together, it was no small matter. As my good friend, Sona just didn't want to stand idly by." Kuroba knew that he had caused Riaz trouble again. Seeing Kuroba's expression, Riaz smiled gently. "It's okay, I'll go make something to eat. Just wait patiently." It seems that because the two of them were not suppressing their voices, Asia and Yuki slowly woke up. The two of them rubbed their eyes and looked at Riaz in a daze. "We'll help too." Riaz looked at the two of them and laughed. "Okay, go wash your face first." "Yes, got it." Soon only Kuroba was left in the room. He lay on the bed, lost in thought, looking somewhat bewildered. He was pondering how to best utilize his power, as the current restrictions simply prevented him from squandering it. To put it bluntly, it's because my physical endurance is too weak. Kuroba stretched out his hand and clenched his fist in the air. "You need to keep exercising." Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland kitchen. "Hey Asia, what's with your outfit?" Riaz looked at Asia's outfit with a strange expression and couldn't help but ask herself a question. This is what Kuryu taught me." Kuroba seems a bit listless. "And Kuryu said this will definitely cheer him up." "Oh. I see, then I'll wear one too." "And you Yuki, you wear one too." Yuheim gave a polite but reluctant appearance. I guess I'll just pass on it." "No, President. Don't come any closer." "Ah, no." Hearing the commotion downstairs, Kuroba curiously went down as well. "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you making so much noise?" Kuroba covered his nose to suppress the blood from gushing out. Because in the kitchen Yuki was shyly covering her front, while Riaz and Asia were preparing ingredients. The only thing they had in common was that all three of them were wearing aprons. And still the legendary nude apron. What are you guys doing?" Kuroba felt like his eyes were about to give way. Three curvaceous, exquisite figures were clad only in white aprons. Through Asia's profile as she prepared ingredients, Kuroba could clearly see the shadows within complete. Upon learning the truth, Kuroba gazed at the white aprons once more. As if she had gained X-ray vision, their snow-white skin, flat stomachs, long legs, and the secrets hidden within were clearly outlined through their slightest movements. Kuroba, why is your nose bleeding? Seeing the blood trickling from Kuroba's nose, Riaz hurriedly grabbed the vegetables in her hands and rushed over. The running figure swaying white, with a protruding point constantly rubbing against each other. Riaz, does it hurt from being rubbed like that? It would break my heart. Kuroba, are you alright? Why did you suddenly get a nosebleed? Are you feeling unwell? Riaz seemed to have lost her mind at this moment, constantly waving her enormous white breasts in front of Kuroba, completely unaware that the culprit was this very being. Kuroba waved his hands repeatedly. Fine, by the way. Why are you dressed like this while you're cooking? Yuki sighed and walked over, explaining the whole story to Kuroba. Kuryu, that female hooligan is really amazing. Although it corrupted Asia, it also gave Kuroba a feast for the eyes. So although he had complaints, didn't say anything. After carefully wiping the blood from Kuroba's nose, Riaz pulled him into her arms. It'll be ready soon, just wait a little longer. Kuroba casually put his arm around Riaz, feeling her warm, smooth skin as it flowed down. Kuroba couldn't help but feel a little tempted by the thought of Riaz being completely naked. After all, Riaz was currently completely unclothed, and if Kuroba were to pull down even slightly, he would be able to expose her embarrassing parts. Riaz felt Kuroba's breath growing hotter against her chest, which made her a little shy, and she couldn't help but whisper in Kuroba's ear, Kuroba, not now, at least later, the food isn't ready yet. Ugh, such gentle whispers, yet so provocative words, are driving Kuroba to the brink of collapse. However, he managed to suppress his inner impulse and released Riaz. Riaz quickly returned to her seat, while Kuroba sat there blankly, admiring the three beautiful figures bustling in the kitchen. He watched the glimpses of spring in their bodies, their large white breasts swaying wildly, with a tempting glimpse of their bright red nipples, and the glimpses of their private parts and pert buttocks when they bent over. Kuroba's drool flowed like water. Hee, laugh. What are you laughing at? Your laugh is so lewd. Finally, unable to resist her shyness, Yuki came over and gave Kuroba a good beating by stomping her face with her jade feet. Only then did Kuroba reluctantly go to the living room to wait. After Yuki chased Kuroba away, she was able to focus on cooking. The group's efficiency improved dramatically, and soon a table full of fragrant dishes was served. As Kuroba watched the group of people dressed normally bring out the food in the living room, a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Riaz clearly saw this scene, and casually walked over to Kuroba's side and lifted his chin. What, haven't you seen enough? As if she had just thought of something, Riaz's face suddenly turned red. Don't be disappointed. Next time I'll wear it alone for you, okay? Oh. Riaz really is the best to him. Kuroba immediately regained his energy and even ate several extra bowls of rice for dinner, which he thoroughly enjoyed. Chapter 72, Unforgivable. Riaz's face was beaming with satisfaction as she watched Kuroba keep eating. Under the table, her bare feet kept rubbing against Kuroba's thighs. Eat slowly, there's plenty more, don't rush. Cough, 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 feeling Riaz's soft, smooth feet gently rubbing against his trousers. Kuroba felt his blood rushing to his head. A sudden, inexplicable impulse filled his eyes. Seeing Kuroba's strange reaction, Riaz playfully stuck out her tongue and then gracefully withdrew her teasing little foot. This is punishment, you'll have to bear it. Asia and Yuki were puzzled by the strange expressions on the two men's faces, having no idea what had happened. Riaz, you'll get beaten up if you keep doing that, Kuroba, unusually assertive, stared at Riaz with righteous indignation. However, Riaz was not intimidated by Kuroba's threats at all, and instead stood up proudly to show her snow-white skin. Oh, so where do you want to hit, here or the butt, or a more private place? Riaz walked around the table and placed her legs on Kuroba's body, her fingers moving lightly from the instep upwards, looking alluring. The Riaz we see now doesn't seem like a demon. A succubus would be a more fitting description. Kuroba swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he looked at the smooth, tender thighs so close to his own, wanting to touch them. But in that instant an indescribable, immense pressure gripped his heart as if causing it to stop abruptly. Riaz naturally felt the pressure as well. She was more perceptive than the others, and with a serious expression, she lowered her legs to look at Kuroba and the other two. Looks like the fun teasing is over, that aura. Is it a fallen angel, but this oppressive feeling? Could it be? Before she could think any further, the group had already left the house, where a sullen and bizarre-looking man was standing outside, sticking out his disgusting tongue, fried. Kuroba naturally recognized this bastard. Wasn't he Fried, who had been fighting not long ago? Fried watched as Kuroba and his group walked out, letting out a strangery laugh. Heh. 1 man and 3 women, did I interrupt your happy time? If so, I'll be quite troubled too. At this moment, Kuroba noticed the sword on Fried's body. In addition to the original, Heavenly Flash Holy Sword, there was another one, that's Irina's mimetic Holy Sword. You bastard, what did you do to Irina? Kuroba's eyes turned crimson as he looked at the sword at Fried's waist. Irina's sword was now in Fried's hands, so her safety was obviously in grave danger. Haha. Irina, who do you mean, that haughty girl? What happened to her? I'd love to know too. Why don't you guess? Fried drew his mimicry holy sword and, in front of Kuroba, whirled it twice, looking at Kuroba with extreme mockery and teasing. Riaz, who had been silent all along, reached out and stopped Kuroba, because she had been sensing Fried ever since she saw him. And although Fried also had some fluctuations, they were obviously completely different from the extremely oppressive magical fluctuations she had just felt. Therefore, he was definitely not the person in front of her. Riaz suddenly looked up, gazing at the moonlit sky. Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky, hovering in front of the moon with black wings spread out behind him, seemingly obscuring the moonlight completely. Riaz once said that fallen angels are distinguished by the number of their wings. The man in front of them had a full 5 pairs of black wings. The man met Riaz's gaze, his expression calm, but his eyes held a deep loathing. That red hair. You must be the Gremory family's daughter, right? Looking at you reminds me of Sazek's, utterly disgusting. His deep voice carried a strong sense of disdain, and that unwavering hatred was truly conveyed. I'm truly sorry, fallen angel executive. Cockabill, it's an honor for me, Riaz Gremory, to disgust you. If you only contact me when you want to find the Demon Lord, then that's really a pity. Our Gremory family and Lucifer are the least likely to be involved. The Demon Lord has his own judgment. Cockabill, a figure recorded in the Bible, actually appeared alive in front of Kuroba. The immense pressure emanating from between the lines made Kuroba truly feel his power. Cockabill scoffed at this. Then a figure appeared out of nowhere. Kuroba instinctively caught it and discovered it was Irina. Irina, are you alright? Wake up. Looking at Irina and his arms covered in wounds, the blood flowing from her body had stained her white robe red. Her breathing was not only disordered, but also made a constant sound like a bellows. And she looked extremely weak. Asia, hurry. Kuroba quickly put Irina down, and Asia also rushed over and released a healing green light. As the green light shone on her, Irina's breathing gradually stabilized. This relieved Kuroba, but at the same time, his anger continued to rise. He suddenly stood up and glared at Cockabill. You bastard, what did you do to Irina? Cockabill glanced at Kuroba casually, his disdain evident in his expression. Red Dragon Emperor brat, I have no interest in you. I'm not Azazel. I have absolutely no interest in collecting artifacts. All I want is war that gives me a good, satisfying experience. Cockabill looked at Riaz with an excited yet eerie smile. I thought that once I got my hands on the holy sword, Michael would be angry and declare war on me. But I didn't expect him to just send a few lackeys and that would be the end of it. But you're different, Riaz. You're the Demon King's sister. If I torture you to death, then there's no way Serzech could stay any longer, right? Seemingly because he felt superior to everyone else, Cockabill unabashedly revealed his plans. All of this was simply because he was bored. He wanted to start a war. He wanted to enjoy the pleasure of killing. Kuroba lowered his head slightly, his knuckles cracking as he squeezed them. Just for such a trivial reason. You hurt Irina and even dared to try to hurt Rias. Unforgivable, unforgivable. As Blackfeather spoke angrily, one side of his black hair was covered by flames. Amidst the rolling flames, Blackfeather raised his head, revealing half of a ferocious dragon face covering his own, making him look extremely eerie. Chapter 73, Battle of Cockabill. As Blackfeather grew angrier, his aura surged, and without any restraint his strength skyrocketed. Cockabill felt a powerful magical pressure coming at him, which piqued his interest. Oh, this time the Crimson Dragon Kid is actually quite interesting. I hadn't even noticed before. Kid, the magic power you possess is rather complex. Cockabill grinned and laughed mockingly, however. Kuroba ignored Riccardi's joke and focused on communicating with the power hidden within his body. "Wanna risk your life again, buddy?" Red Dragon shook his head with a strange expression as he watched Blackfeather's actions. "Those who hurt my friend and even tried to torture Rias deserve to die." There was no emotion in Kuroba's tone, but as his voice spread, it spread like an invisible wind, causing Cockabill's exquisite robe to flutter. All right, let's play." The Crimson Dragon Emperor compromised. With the Red Dragon Emperor's compromise, a huge phantom of the Red Dragon Emperor appeared behind Yu. He roared to the sky, and the deafening dragon roar made everyone present cover their ears. The appearance of the Red Dragon also caused Cockabill to slightly suppress the mockery in his eyes. Oh, the Crimson Dragon himself has actually appeared. I underestimated you, kid. Blackfeather looked up and stared at Cockabill in midair. Although there was still a huge difference in strength, he still flapped his wings and charged towards Cockabill with all his might. The Crimson Dragon spear appeared in his hand and stabbed fiercely with a sharp edge. There were no dazzling special effects, no fierce roars. Only a sharp edge concealing murderous intent rapidly approaching Cockabill. Blackfeather's figure darted swiftly around Cockabill, each swing of the Crimson Dragon's spear radiating unstoppable power. Its sharp edge pierced Cockabill, its force like a mountain, seemingly intent on shattering him into dust. Cockabill's expression subtly changed, his demeanor becoming slightly more serious. HMPH. You have some strength, but you're being too naive to think you can defeat me with such a meager skill. Cockabill sneered as he parried Blackfeather's attacks, his words still utterly merciless as he spoke. The black aura around him rapidly condensed, transforming into a black cloud that enveloped the entire battlefield. A massive bolt of black lightning flashed, instantly tearing the phantom of the Crimson Dragon Emperor to shreds. Cockabill began his counterattack, his magic instantly condensing into a sharp black blade with a flick of his finger, stabbing towards Blackfeather. Blackfeather gritted his teeth, relentlessly parrying the incoming black blades. He swung his Crimson Dragon spear incessantly, unleashing bursts of light as he dodged and blocked amidst the encirclement of blades. Each dodge was a dance on the brink of death. He seemed to have entered a state of self-forgetfulness, his reactions and agility greatly enhanced, always managing to evade fatal attacks at the last second. During the battle, Blackfeather's power gradually erupted, and he began to familiarize himself with the power within his body. The energy of the Crimson Dragon spear also grew stronger. He was engulfed in flames, merging with the phantom of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, which made his aura even more imposing. He subtly rivaled Cockabill's magical fluctuations, and Blackfeather directly pressured Cockabill with overwhelming force. For a moment, Cockabill was forced to take 2 steps back by Blackfeather. "You still dare to try and deal with me? How laughable." Cockabill roared. He activated his magic once more, and black blades pierced towards Blackfeather. However, Kuroba showed no panic whatsoever. He seemed to have perfectly merged with his own power, tracing mysterious paths in the air as he dodged the black blades and approached Cockabill. Finally, Kuroba saw a golden opportunity. He took advantage of the gap and circled around behind Cockabill, then suddenly slashed down with his Crimson Dragon spear. Roaring as he did so, "Die to me," Cockabill reacted quickly, slightly shifting his body to the side to avoid the deadly threat posed by the Blackfeather Dragon spear. However, even so, all 5 pairs of jet black wings on his body were cut off by the black feathers, turning into feathers that scattered everywhere. They actually won. Riaz looked at this scene in surprise, appearing somewhat astonished after all. That was a figure recorded in the Bible. Kuroba gripped the crimson dragon spear in his hand, his expression somewhat grave. Although he had delivered a fierce blow to Crocodile, the feel of it was too strange. It felt completely unreal because there was no blood. Even if he is a fallen angel with so many wings cut off, there must be some blood flowing outright. This isn't the first time Kuroba has encountered a fallen angel. He has experience with this. At this moment, Crocodile, who had lost his wings, burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Red Dragon brat, you really made me happy for quite a while. You actually managed to destroy almost my clone. I underestimated you, doppelganger. That's what I thought. The Crimson Dragon Emperor sighed inwardly, as if he had confirmed something. Fortunately, he had already sensed something and directly controlled the magic power in the body of that silly boy. Black Feather. Otherwise it would have been wasted on nothing. As Crocodile laughed maniacally, an extremely dazzling light burst forth in the distance. Seeing this, Crocodile's smile became even more arrogant and uncontrollable. Finally finished, little Gremory girl. I'll be waiting for you at Kyo Academy. I hope you can keep me entertained if you don't hurry. I'll destroy the whole town with the holy sword. Come on. Stop me, Heohoha. After saying that, Crocodile's clone could no longer be maintained and burst open, scattering into countless black feathers. Seeing this, Kuroba flew back to Ria's side, and the flames on his body and his dragon face quietly dissipated. Riaz breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Kuroba's face was only slightly pale. I'm fine. But what's this about the holy sword he mentioned? Where is Fried? It was only then that Kuroba and the others realized that Fried had disappeared sometime during the night. So everything Crocodile said is true. Kuroba, are you still capable? Seeing Kuroba nod, Riaz looked seriously in the direction of the white light. Let's go then to school. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland, in a small park not far from the school. Key, who belonged to Sona's command, was reporting the situation to Riaz. Senp. The academy is now enclosed by a large barrier. As long as the barrier is not destroyed, the area outside will not be harmed. In addition, the disturbance caused by the sudden incident has been dealt with by our student council members, and the memories of those who witnessed it have been erased. At this moment, Kana also walked over, his expression very serious. That's true, but it's just a drop in the ocean. If Crocodile really gets serious, the entire city will be destroyed. My people have already observed them. They're on the playground, and that shining white light looks like the light of a holy sword. It seems like they're merging. We need to hurry. We'll try our best to maintain the stability of the barrier. Everything depends on you, Riaz. Although everything was arranged, Riaz had absolutely no idea what to expect after all. Their opponent was a 5-winged fallen angel. Chapter 74, One Day. Anything is possible. Bonus chapter for donations. Seeing Riaz's troubled expression, Kuroba raised his hand. Have you notified Sazek? Before Riaz could answer, Aquino spoke first. We've notified them, but it will take them about an hour to get here, Aquino. Riaz looked at Aquino in surprise, who had taken it upon herself to do so. Riaz glaring at me won't help. After all, this involves a fallen angel executive. Even if the Gremory family and Lord Surzech keep their distance, they still have to rely on his power. When faced with matters of principle, Aquino now addresses Riaz by her full name, unlike her previous gentle way of referring to her as President. This made Kuroba see the relationship between the two even more clearly. They were incredibly close. Well, it's too late for me to be stubborn now. After all, if it really comes down to fighting Kakabile, only Kuroba might be able to match him. I can't bear to see my lovely Kuroba risk her life again. Rias gently stroked Kuroba's breast. Her eyes filled with affection. She hadn't been able to stop him when they were at home. But now she had to speak up beforehand to prevent Kuroba from getting carried away again. But Rias, I'm embarrassed by how you pamper me like this in public. Akino held a different attitude towards Ria's statement. She quietly came to Kuroba's side, her loose shrine maiden clothes clinging directly to Kuroba's body. Her round snow-white breasts comparable to Ria's effectively held Kuroba hostage, really. But I feel like Kuroba is doing great. He's much stronger than he was at the beginning. I think he just lacks a bit of motivation. Akin licked her lips seductively, then left a lip print on Kuroba's face, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. How about this, Kuroba? If you can still put on a dazzling performance tonight, I'll give you a day. During that day, you can do whatever you want to me, okay? As she spoke, Zhu Nai deliberately rubbed against Kuroba, whose amazing elasticity bounced back against his arm. The feel of it was amazing. Kuroba took a deep breath, his nostrils filled with the captivating fragrance emanating from Akino. Does you can do whatever you want. You can do this or that mean. Kuroba couldn't help but feel a little restless. Rias couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw Kuroba in this state. She grabbed Kuroba by the ear and dragged him toward the school. The order was given amidst Zhu Neijiao's charming laughter. Let's go on the way to school. Rias glared at Kuroba resentfully, and after thinking for a long time-ish whispered in his ear. Are you that happy I'm your fiancé? If you want to do something, just do it to me, huh? Something's not right, huh? What is this, an invitation from the king? Kuroba suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through his body. The king and queen had jointly invited him. He was ready to risk his life. The Crimson Dragon Emperor watched this scene unfold, merely shaking its head with a sneer. I'm just worried you won't have a chance to show yourself. That feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Is tonight the time for you two to meet, White Dragon? Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. When Rias and the others arrived at the playground, they immediately saw Kakabile floating in midair. Hey, you guys finally arrived. Upon seeing Rias and the others, Kakabile's lips curled into a sinister smile. Especially when he saw Kuroba, though he tried to hide it. The anger in his eyes still made him somewhat unsettled. Huh, Kakabir? Why are 2 pairs of bird feathers missing from your back? Oh, I just cut them off, didn't I? I thought your clones were so powerful. But it turns out your main body can still be damaged. Looking at Kakabile in midair, Kuroba was surprised to find that his original 5 wings had become 3. Kuroba immediately thought of how Kakabile had cut off all of his clones' wings earlier. And he immediately looked at Kakabile with a sarcastic laugh. Red Dragon brat, don't get too cocky. You're just a small appetizer. If I really wanted to deal with you, do you think you'd still be standing here talking like that? Kuroba picked at his ear, looking at Kakabile with an indifferent expression. Hey, really, I just don't believe it. If you're so tough, come and have a go with me. Although Rias Kuroba found her unusual behavior strange, she didn't say much. Little did he know that Kuroba was also inwardly smiling bitterly. After all, it was Red Dragon who instigated him to provoke Kakabile. Hey buddy. As long as you provoke Kakabile to make him take action, today's matter can be resolved. These are Red Dragon's original words. Kakabile was indeed enraged by Kuroba's provocation. But at this moment, the white light he was protecting began to disappear completely. Balpa's figure appeared as the white light disappeared. Balpa, when Yuham saw her enemy, her eyes immediately turned crimson. But Balpa completely ignored Yuki. A strangely shaped but awe-inspiring holy sword also floated in front of him. Balpa, is it finally finished? Balpa nodded. We have successfully fused the 4 holy swords together. Now we can let Fried test the power of this holy sword. I underestimated you. It seems that bringing you into the team was an unexpected surprise. After this interruption, Cockabill calmed down. He casually waved his hand. And Fried appeared out of nowhere. Hey, I knew I didn't follow the wrong boss. With such immense magical power and might. This must be the most powerful holy sword in the world. Friedel chuckled as he grabbed the holy sword. Wow. What a delightful power. It makes me want to chop down a few demons to add to the fun. With that, Fried rushed toward Yuuki. As expected, you're still the one I most want to kill. Prepare to die, I'll take care of this bastard. Seeing this, Yuuki also left the camp. Yuuki and Fried quickly engaged in battle. And with the blessing of the synthesized holy sword, Fried directly suppressed Yuuki. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. And Yuuki was not fighting alone. Zenobia suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wielding the king's holy sword, and took advantage of the moment when Yuuki and Fried were entangled to slash at Fried's back. Die, you traitor! Although the sneak attack failed, thanks to Zenovia's help, the two managed to hold their own against Fried. Kuroba glanced at Yuuki and, realizing he didn't need to pay too much attention to her, turned his focus back to Cockabill. Hey, bald chicken, wanna have a fight? Kuroba shouted at Cockabill. As a high-ranking member of the fallen angels and a legendary figure recorded in the Bible, when had Cockabill ever suffered such humiliation? He could no longer bear looking at Kuroba as if he were a dead man. Red Dragon brat, you're asking for death. Instead of showing any fear, Kuroba chuckled slyly. I'm tough, but I'm afraid you can't handle it. Chapter 75, The Kitten Offers a Kiss. Despite saying that, Cockabill showed no intention of stepping forward. He simply snapped his fingers, and a huge magic circle appeared in midair. You guys should play with my pet first. Otherwise it'll be too boring. In response, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the magic circle. A monster that looked exactly like the 3-headed hellhound Rock that Riaz had brought during her training with Kuroba appeared out of the shadows. If there is any difference, it is that in front of this 3-headed dog, Locke is like a little puppy, and the dog is more than 3 times stronger than Locke. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed. Sharp teeth bared in a menacing bite, and a low, guttural growl. These fangs were arranged in an orderly fashion, like a ferocious trap in a forest. At the same time, a chilling aura slowly emanated from its mouth. Ouch. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dog simultaneously raised their heads to the sky and howled, emitting a dizzying roar. That sounds awful. If Locke had called out like that back then, Black Feather would have punched it instead of letting it press down on him and lick him with its barbed tongue. Riaz reached out and stopped Kuroba. Let us handle this 3-headed dog. You should rest first, although I don't want to. We might need your help in the future. Seeing Riaz's unsuspecting expression, Kuroba slowly extinguished the flames on his body and nodded. Junai, it's time to go, Riaz gave a shout. And she and Akino spread their wings and flew into the air. The 3-headed dog saw the 2 ants approaching it and immediately spat out a fireball without hesitation. Riaz remained completely calm in the face of the incoming fireball, trusting her companions implicitly, and focused intently on concentrating her magic. Akino appeared from the side and stood in front of Riaz. She pointed to the sky, her cold voice radiating boundless killing intent. Thunder, thunder, let it resound through the heavens. Boom. As Junai finished speaking, silver snakes danced in the sky, and a bolt of purple lightning as thick as an arm struck directly at the fireball, instantly shattering it and continuing its trajectory towards the 3-headed dog with undiminished power. Upon seeing this, the 3-headed dog simultaneously emitted flames from the mouths of its 3 heads, spitting out blazing fireballs towards Akin. Seeing this, Junai held her face with one hand, a strange look of excitement appearing on her face, a blush of intense pleasure spreading across her cheeks. Akak, let me play a little longer. Don't get killed by my magic little puppy. The silver serpents that had been gathering power in the night sky obeyed Zhu Nai's command and began to slash down one after another. The first merciless strike pierced through the three fireballs, causing them to dissipate into the air. The second strike landed on Cerberus, causing it to howl in pain. The third blow knocked it to the ground, where it barely managed to stay afloat on all fours. But as the fourth, fifth, countless bolts of purple lightning rained down like spears, Cerberus could no longer hold on, and its desperate roar echoed throughout the entire playground. Blackfeather could even smell the burnt smell emanating from it. Kuroba shuddered as he watched Akino chop away with increasing vigor. Her face flushed and her eyes filled with growing intoxication. Wow! I'd always heard that Akino-senpai was a complete sadist. But seeing it with my own eyes is truly terrifying. She was truly indulging in the pleasure of torturing the three-headed dog. Her breath seemed warm, as if she were about to reach the peak of pleasure. Ouch. In the darkness, a second hellhound was lurking, unable to bear seeing its companion being tortured any longer. It leaped out seeing this. Yuuma used the power of the black feather chess piece to directly transform into the queen and attacked the other three-headed hound, unleashing countless jet-black spears as if they were worthless. We must not allow it to affect any aspect of the battle. Its dazzling performance is in no way inferior to Zhu Nai's. Rather, it is a different kind of violent beauty. At that moment, Kuroba felt his clothes being tugged. Kuroba turned around and saw it was Kitten. "What's wrong, Kitten?" The kitten's face was flushed, and she looked at Blackfeather and stammered as she spoke. "Senior Kuroba, the power of my castle can't be properly used here. So I'm begging you." Just as Kuroba was wondering, he felt a huge force suddenly pull him, causing him to stumble in his astonished gaze. He found himself close to the kitten's lips, feeling a slightly cool sensation. The kitten nervously closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering adorably. She tentatively probed into Kuroba's mouth, finding his tongue end after a few hesitant glances. Her tongue intertwined with his, as their tongues intertwined, and Kuroba couldn't help but begin to suck gently. She felt herself absorbing the kitten's power, and the saliva she swallowed slowly flowed out of her body. After transforming into queen, and with the addition of the castle power from the kitten, Kuroba felt a long-lost pain that was almost tearing his body apart. The pain made Kuroba hug the kitten tighter, and with a soft whimper, the kitten nestled obediently in Kuroba's arms. Blackfeather's throat churned incessantly, and wave after wave of surging power was fiercely plundered by the sweet saliva produced by the kitten. The kitten's face was getting hotter and hotter, and her eyes, which she opened unintentionally, were already covered with a layer of mist. This is the kitten's first kiss. The person he kissed was Kuroba. Looking at the man before her, feeling her lips being wantonly invaded by Kuroba, she couldn't help but feel a little tempted. She then became increasingly proactive in responding to Kuroba, until her body began to feel a little weak. Only then did she struggle slightly to leave Kuroba's embrace. Panting heavily, she clutched her chest, suppressing the violent beating of her heart, and looked up at Kuroba and the silver strands left on his lips from their interaction. "You idiot, senior. If you don't behave yourself, I'll make you regret it." Kuroba suppressed the power surging within him that seemed ready to erupt at any moment, and nodded as he looked at the unusually alluring kitten. "Oh, I feel like my body is about to explode. I'll do my best." "With your share." After saying that, seeing the kitten and Asia standing together, Kuroba loudly told Yuuma that they had been entrusted with something. Then without further hesitation, Kuroba took a quick look around and spread his half-dragon, half-demon wings wide, then rushed towards Yuuki and Zenobia with a strong wind. "Let's take care of this damn priest first. Then we'll deal with Cockabill." Chapter 76, Yuuki's Battle. Black Feather, leaving a dazzling afterimage of black and red, rapidly approached Fried during the flight. The crimson dragon spear appeared in his hand, radiating an unusually dazzling red light as it thrust towards Fried. Fried, who was entangled with Zenobia and Yuuki, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger coming from behind him. He immediately risked being severely slashed to break free from their grasp. Whoosh swoosh. Yuki's demonic sword slashed a gash in Fried's body. But at the same time, Fried narrowly dodged Kuroba's sneak attack. Wow, 3 against 1. Demons and the church are truly a shameless bunch. Fried let out a strange laugh, completely ignoring the thick black mist emanating from the wounds on his body inflicted by Yuki. Uncle Balpa, we can't beat him, we're going to die. Fried shouted at the top of his lungs. You still don't know how to use the factor I gave you, Fried. How could the combined power of the 4 holy swords only be so little? As Fried shouted, Balpa appeared out of nowhere. Looking at Balpa, Yuki also gripped the demon's sword in her hand tightly. Gritting her teeth and roaring angrily, Balpa. You cruel executioner. I've clung to life from the Holy Sword Project until now. All for the sake of personally killing you and avenging my comrades. Oh, so you're a survivor of that project. What a coincidence to meet you here. But thanks to you, my research was able to succeed. Balpa showed no remorse whatsoever instead. His face was filled with fervor for his research. What success, you clearly killed us all as failures. I watched my comrades fall one by one in the poison gas. You were so cruel, Balpa sneered at Yuki. Those who participate in the Holy Sword Project all carry factors. But they are unable to control the Holy Sword due to insufficient activity. I simply collected all the factors from them, so. What's injected into the body when a holy swordsman receives a blessing is. As if she had just realized something. Genovia gritted her teeth in disbelief and hatred. Hahaha, that's right. How can we achieve results without sacrifice? Balpa pulled out a sphere that was emitting a dazzling light from his pocket. This is the result of my research. It's the crystallization of factors extracted from the body. Possessing it grants the power to wield the holy sword. And since a holy swordsman like you has been born, I suppose even after the church expelled me, some people will continue the research. Truly worthy of being called the hypocritical Michael. I suppose not killing them after extracting the factors is the last act of mercy you can show. You killed my companions just to extract their holy sword aptitude factor. Yuki looked at Balpa as if he were an animal. Her eyes filled with disbelief that so many vibrant lives had been sacrificed for such absurd reasons. That's right, this is the finished product from back then. If you want it, you can have it anyway. I've already obtained the means to mass produce it. After Cockabille and I destroy this town, we'll plunder the holy swords everywhere. Then mass produce holy swordsmen. And use that power to launch a direct war against Michael and the Vatican. I want to show them that I'm the real genius inventor, hahaha. Balpa casually tossed the sphere. And the ball of light rolled down to Yuki's feet. Yuki stared blankly at the sphere beneath her feet. Then reached out to stop Kuroba, who was about to make his move. She turned around and looked at Kuroba. Please, this is my war, I want revenge for my comrades. Upon hearing this, Kuroba had no choice but to silently put away the crimson dragon spear and take 2 steps back, joining Amano Yuuma and the others who had just dealt with the Cerberus. Kuroba looked back at the 2 3-headed dogs. One was charred blackened, the other had its head blown off. It must be Akino and Ria's masterpiece. Cockabille showed no intention of attacking, as if he wanted to see Ria's and the others gradually fall into despair, finding pleasure in it, so he simply sat quietly in midair, leisurely watching this side. Yuki trembled as she crouched down and picked up the orb of light. The warmth in her palm brought tears to Yuki's eyes. The sphere of light also began to glow, and individual figures emerged from it and gradually took on human shapes. One after another young faces appeared around Yuki, all of them with smiles on their faces, looking at the people embracing her. Yuki couldn't help but tremble and choke up. Everyone. I'm the only one alive, I'm sorry. The boys and girls smiled and shook their heads, pretending to wipe away Yuki's tears. Their smiles grew wider, as if they were comforting Yuki. Even if it's just you, you must live well. Although there was no sound from the field, however, Kuroba sensed that this was what they wanted to say. With such beautiful wishes, the bodies of the boys and girls began to shimmer with light. Yuki felt a warm glow around her, as if she were truly being embraced by them, which made her feel safe and secure. They began to revert to their spherical form, surging one after another towards the demonic sword in Yuuki's hand. With the surge of white magic, Yuuki's demonic power began to erupt involuntarily, and the surrounding aura was as dazzling as the sun. The black and white magic began to merge and devour each other. As the fusion occurred, the demonic sword in Yuuki's hand began to change. White patterns appeared on the dark blade, and the sword itself began to grow larger. A dense magical energy wave slowly emanated from her, causing even Fried, who was wielding the four holy swords, to become solemn. Yuuki's expression was solemn. She had sworn an oath as a human to exact revenge. When she transformed into a demon, she concealed the resentment in her heart. Based on this premise, Ash made many friends among demons. And it was with the support of Rias and the others that Yuuki was able to persevere until now. But now it's time to understand. In order not to disappoint his childhood friends, he risked his life to secure a slim chance of survival for them. And also so that my current friends won't be sad again. I am Rias Gremory's knight. And I swear in the name of knighthood that I will send you Balpagililioto hell, so that no more innocent lives will be implicated by you. The sword in Yuuki's hand finally took shape as the immense wind pressure and momentum surged forth. Forbidden hand, twin supreme demon swords. Let your filthy blood Balpa sharpen it. Unable to contain her rage any longer, Yuuki looked at Balpa and announced his death sentence. Word by word after Yuki made her declaration, she didn't waste any more words and fired directly at Balpa. But how could Fried watch Balpa be attacked? He directly blocked Yuuki's path and confronted her. Kiang! The holy demon sword and the synthetic holy sword clashed violently, producing a piercing sword cry. Upon first contact, Fried panicked with just one strike. The holy sword, which should have been incomparably powerful, developed a nick. How is that possible? You are an incomparably powerful holy sword. How could you possibly lose to such a trash sword? Fried stared in disbelief at the nick in the sword. Fried. I am your opponent. Genovia stepped forward, holding the holy sword in her left hand and raising her right hand high towards the sky. Saint Peter, Saint Basil, Saint Denis, and the Virgin Mary, listen to my voice. As Zenobia spoke, space distorted in her raised hand. Zenobia reached an hand as if grasping something. With a deafening hum, pulled out a great sword radiating divine aura. In the name of the saint who resides in this sword, I hereby liberate Durandot. Durandal is arguably the sharpest legendary sword. Genovia is actually the owner of the Durando. You. Aren't you the wielder of the king's holy sword? Balpa was also somewhat taken aback upon hearing Thisna. Even Cockabile showed a hint of surprise on his face. Zenobia held Durando and the holy sword in both hands, creating two dazzling sword flourishes. I am a born holy swordsman. The king's sword is just a side job. It's just that this child is a bit disobedient. It will smash everything it touches. So I had no choice but to lock it in another dimension. Luckily there is you, Fried. I can feel Durando trembling with excitement. Because of you it can cut everything to its heart's content. Don't die too easily, Fried. With the addition of Durando wielded by Zenobia, Fried was already overwhelmed without Yuuki even needing to lift a finger. Every time his synthetic holy sword touched Durando, it would shatter into fragments and fall to the ground. After all, it's just a fragment of the holy sword. How could it possibly be compared to Durando? Zenobia charged toward Fried with murderous intent. Seeing this, Yuki also walked towards Balpa. Balpa looked at the holy demon sword in Yuki's hand and exclaimed in disbelief as if he had suddenly realized something. No, what holy demon sword? How could a holy and a demon possibly fuse together? This is impossible. Ignoring Balpa's mutterings, Yuuki raised the holy demon sword ready to strike. Balpa, go to hell and repent for the wronged souls you caused. Just as the sword was about to strike, Balpa's pupils suddenly dilated. And then he burst into maniacal laughter. Saint, demon. Ha ha ha, no wonder they can merge. Not just the demon king, it turns out even the gods can. Before Balpa could finish speaking, his head had already been split apart. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. The sharpness of the holy demon sword allowed him to end his life without pain. Only after Balpa fell did the gushing blood slowly seep from the wound and then merge into the earth. However, Balpa's last words also caught Genovia's attention. She flicked the blood off Tyrandot's sword, paying no further attention to Fried, who was on the verge of death. What does this mean? What happened to gods? But no one answered Genovia's question. Only the maniacal laughter belonging to Cockabill began to spread. Hahaha, Balpu actually managed to deduce this far. That's quite impressive, but it doesn't matter. Even without you, I can destroy this town myself and then have a good fight with Sazex. Hahaha, Tianlei. Junai unleashed a bolt of lightning while Cockabill was laughing. But the purple lightning, as thick as an arm, was easily dispelled by Cockabill with a wave of his hand. Cockabill looked at Riaz and laughed disdainfully. The guy with the power of Balakurth, Red Dragon Emperor. A survivor of the Holy Sword Project, Riaz. It seems you have quite the collecting obsession, don't you? Upon hearing this, Junai's originally high fighting spirit instantly weakened considerably. Barakil, isn't that also a cadre of fallen angels? Junai possesses the power of Balakile. Doesn't that mean? Kuroba couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. But he didn't care about anything else at that moment, and just gave Junai a comforting hug. Junai trembled violently as Hayu embraced her, then gave Hayu a forced, bitter smile to show that she was all right. Insulting my beloved family is a crime deserving of death. Riaz glared at Cockabill, her eyes gradually hardening with murderous intent. Cockabill was not afraid at all. Is that so? Then come and defeat me. I'm not afraid to tell you. In 10 minutes, the white light behind me will explode, and the entire town will be destroyed. Defeat me and you will be out of danger. At the same time, my longtime nemesis will also disappear. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? In order to provoke a war, Cockabeer kept provoking Riaz. Hateful, Genovia could no longer bear either feet cracked, and she charged toward Cockabill with lightning speed. Kitten and Yuuki followed closely behind, rushing towards Cockabeer in a triangular formation. Cockabill remained unfazed, a lightsaber appearing in his hand. He effortlessly deflected Durando's attack and slashed a deep, bone-revealing wound into her body. As Zenovia was sent flying, Yuuki followed up with a cunning attack, but to no avail. She only managed to leave a shallow wound on Cockabill before being repelled. Even when the kitten sneaked up behind and was about to launch a powerful attack, Cockabill seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and kicked the kitten away with a back kick. Asia immediately became busy, gathering the three of them together to begin treatment. On the field, Yuuma and Aquino also suffered defeats, faced with the overwhelming power of Cockabill. They are as weak as ants, utterly vulnerable. Cockabill looked at the despairing crowd with disdain. I really don't understand what you're thinking. You've already lost your master, yet you're still fighting here. What kind of believers in God are you? What kind of demons are you? How ridiculous. What's the meaning, Riaz? Who was the only one on the field besides Kuroba who still had fighting power? Was surprised. Cockabill burst into laughter as if he had discovered something hilarious. Ha ha ha, I see. It seems the higher-ups kept it a secret quite thoroughly. In that case, I'll mercifully tell you. In the previous three-way war, not only the 4 demon kings, but even the gods died. It's normal that you didn't know. After all, who would dare to say that the gods are dead? Right now, Michael is just maintaining it with the system left behind by the gods. What divine protection, ridiculous ahaha. Chapter 78, The Encounter of Red and White bonus chapter for donations. Seeing the distraught expressions on everyone's faces, Cockabill felt extremely pleased. He wanted to use this opportunity to further trample on people's hearts. After the Great War, all 3 sides were severely weakened. Apart from the fallen angels who could increase their numbers by relying on the fall of angels, the pure-blooded demons were becoming fewer and fewer. Not to mention angels, without faith in God. Angels could not possibly increase their numbers. Naive holy swordsman, what exactly are you fighting for? Ha ha ha, with Cockabill's maniacal laughter. Although Zenovia's injuries had healed considerably, she looked listless and exhausted, appearing quite disheveled. Everyone present was disheartened by Cockabill's outrageous remarks. Only Kuroba's anger grew stronger. A tangible flame has quietly ignited within him. Hey. Kuroba's deep voice rang out, though not loud. It still interrupted Cockabill's speech. What right do you fussy jerk have to spout nonsense here? So what if gods are dead, demon kings are dead, indeed? For Kurobaho had just been promoted to a demon. His faith in the demon king was not very strong. The demon king is no longer here. What's the point of your struggle? Cockabill scoffed. Blackfeather's face was now half covered by a dragon head, making it look incredibly ferocious. Its wings were fully extended, giving it a poised and ready-to-go appearance. Struggle. The demon king is dead, so he's dead. It has nothing to do with me. My faith isn't in the demon king. What you're trampling on is my faith. Only Ria's is the power I believe in, and you're making her sad. You deserve to die. The flames on Kuroba's body blazed brightly, many times stronger than when he was back home. It seems that this time, the Crimson Dragon truly unleashed its full power to cooperate with the Black Feather, whose heart was filled with raging order to kill Cockabile. Dragons are also proud, even if he was just residing in Kuroba's body. However, the dragon's pride cannot be trampled upon. Before he was sealed away, he had already crushed countless so-called cadre-level combatants like Cockabille. So when Kuroba charged towards him with all his might, Cockabille's eyes met with a hint of seriousness for the first time. The power of a divine artifact is determined by the host's will. And at this moment, Kuroba's desire to protect his faith, Ria's, was incredibly strong, which caused dragon scales to spread across his body, forming a set of extremely ferocious armor. An unprecedented form was born from Kuroba's conviction at this moment. Black Feather crashed into Cockabile like a meteorite. The dragon's spear in his hand and the lightsaber in his hand collided violently. The immense power caused Cockabile to retreat for the first time. After just one move, Cockabile's hand trembled slightly. This sent a shiver down Cockabile's spine. This red dragon brat must not be allowed to live, or he will bring great disaster in the future. With this thought in mind, Cockabille stared at the black feathers that were once again clashing with the gale force winds. In an instant, the buzzing sound resounded throughout the entire playground, and even began to spread outwards without diminishing. Under the furious barrage of attacks from Kuroba, Cockabile was unable to fight back and was forced to retreat step by step. How is that possible? He's just a greenhorn who's only just mastered power. How could I possibly lose to him? Cockabille could no longer hide his inner panic, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. With a powerful downward strike from Black Feather, Cockabille's lightsaber shattered. Unable to withstand the immense force, he was lifted out of the air for the first time and slammed into the ground, creating a deep cracked hole, just as Kuroba was about to press his advantage. A beautiful yet melodious voice echoed from the void. Ah. Wait a minute, as the sound emanated. An invisible sense of oppression arose, even stronger than that of Cockabile. A white flash streaked across the sky, its trail of flame as dazzling as a shooting star, and it plummeted straight toward the ground. Boom. With a loud bang, a white figure appeared on Cockabille's body. Her foot planted on Cockabille's head. Appearing somewhat indifferent, she was clad in white, body-hugging armor, her entire body covered by spheres that emitted a ghostly green light like luminous pearls. Her head was also covered by armor, revealing only a pair of deep, captivating blue eyes. On her back were 4 pairs of dazzling and exaggerated wings of light, making her appear extremely sacred, although she was covered in full armor. Judging from the lines and curves of the armor and the voice she just heard, she was a girl, white dragon. Cockabille was the first to speak, angrily glaring at the newcomer and stating her name, SHH. The white dragon stepped on Cockabille's head and mercilessly tore off all 3 of his remaining wings. Ah, you bastard, how dare you tear off my wings? Bai Long's beautiful voice contained an infinite chill. The wings of a filthy raven are not as dark and deep as the wings of Azazel. You bastard white dragon. Cockabille struggled to get up, however. He was brutally trampled underfoot by the white dragon. If Azazel hadn't demanded that I capture you alive, I wouldn't have bothered talking to you and would have just stomped you to death. The coldness in her eyes made her words seem even more real. And the intense killing intent she exuded was unmistakable. Bai Long no longer wanted to waste words with Kakabile. So he stomped hard on Kakabile's lower abdomen. The intense pain caused Kakabile to bend over like a shrimp. Just like an ordinary person, the White Dragon's ability is plundering. And Kakabile is now practically just like an ordinary person. Red Dragon sighed softly and began to explain to Black Feather in a low voice. Seeing that Kakabile was powerless to resist, the White Dragon disdainfully picked him up and spread out its wings of light, intending to fly into the air. "Old friends, do you ignore me, White?" The Crimson Dragon Emperor spoke softly, his voice emanating from within his body for the first time. The White Dragon also stopped and stared at the Black Feather in midair. "You're awake, Red, it's been so long. Your hostility seems to have subsided quite a bit. Aren't you the same way?" The Crimson Dragon Emperor burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha. It seems we've both found something interesting outside of fighting. That's it, let me enjoy this moment first, Red." Conversation ends. Bai Long looked at Hai Yu, his cool voice revealing a hint of unspeakable emotion. "Crimson Dragon's host, you are not strong enough. At the very least, you cannot defeat me, become stronger. One day I will be waiting for you." With those inexplicable words, the White Dragon transformed into a beam of white light and vanished before everyone's eyes. With Kakabile's departure, the threatening white light began to slowly dissipate, and the crisis, though inexplicable, was finally over. Chapter 79, The Art of Restraint bonus chapter for donations. How should I put it? Although the crisis has been resolved, however, Kuroba felt that he was falling into another crisis. In Kuroba's room, there was another person besides Kuroba standing. Her silver hair swayed gently in the breeze blowing in from the window, and her beautiful and charming body radiated a light in the night that made Hai Yu almost unable to open his eyes. It all seems wonderful, but it also feels quite unusual. Because Griffia had bound herself with a tortoise shell, and she was holding a leather whip. She was standing apologetically next to Black Feather. "I'm so sorry, Lord Kuroba. I went back to the underworld when you were in danger and wasn't by your side. I deserve to die, please punish me, Gloria." What kind of samurai are you, logically speaking? Even samurai would commit seppuku, ritual suicide, by disembowelment. I've never heard of someone binding themselves in a tortoise shell. Have I? Kuroba covered his nose to stop the blood from flowing down his nostrils, and said to Griffia with a wry smile, "Hasn't the matter been resolved? Besides, your return to the underworld was all for work-related issues. You've always been in charge of the reports for Q Academy, so there's nothing wrong with Thaddeus there." But Griffith stubbornly handed the whip in her hand to Black Feather. "That's different as your personal maid. I was not there to help you when you were in deep crisis. This is a major dereliction of duty on my part. Gloria Luciforgus, if you don't punish me, I will never be able to eat or sleep properly." Looking at the whip that had been forcibly shoved into his hand, and then at Griffiths, who had obediently stuck out her bottom waiting to be beat. For the first time, Kuroba felt lost and confused. My God. What is this forced SM? But Griffith is really charming like this, in particular. Where did she learn her turtle shell binding technique? It perfectly showcased her stunning figure and curvaceous body. It's so astringent, Kuroba couldn't help but swallow. Just once, Lord Kuroba, please enjoy yourself. I will take it all in, Gulu." Kuroba looked at Griffia's perch-on buttocks, and the faint pink hue that peeked out from them. "I just can't bring myself to do it. Can I drop this whip? Can I use my hands?" Seeing that Black Feather hadn't lowered the whip yet, Griffia shook her hips. Lord Kuroba, seeing that Kuroba could only lightly lash out with his whip in order to satisfy Griffia's strange desires. Kuroba swore that he hit very lightly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was just a tickle. But Griffithia let out an incredibly passionate cry. The intensity was so great that it felt like the room was about to be shaken apart. That voice that captivated to the very core. If Kuroba hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected that he hadn't spanked her buttocks, but rather stuffed something inside her. Startled, Kuroba quickly dropped the whip and looked at Griffia with a surprised expression. What happened? Riaz appeared at the most inopportune time. She barged in, staring at the naked and bound Griffia, and at Black Feather standing to the side with a strange expression. Out of the corner of her eye, she could still see a leather whip lying on the ground, which clearly wasn't anything good. Kuroba. Riaz smiled, but Kuroba was scared. Riaz, your smile is terrifying. Shouldn't you explain what happened? Riaz's tone was filled with jealousy and accusation. But while Kuroba was still stammering and unsure how to start, Griffia stepped forward. That's not how it is, Lady Riaz. Kuroba was immediately moved. In this crucial moment, Griffith was truly reliable. He told her, this is a way to put your mind at ease. Not because of me. Lord Kuroba is merely punishing me with love. He says only in this way can he forgive my dereliction of duty. Greta, give me back the gratitude I felt. When did I say that? Gryffindor swayed coquettishly and stuck out her tongue playfully at Kuroba. Out of Ria's sight, good heavens. Why would a mature older sister make such a playful gesture? Wrong, Griffith, you framed me as. Riaz drew closer. Kuroba's legs trembled involuntarily. It's not that I'm afraid of anything else. But Ria's smile is too gentle. It's not that I'm afraid of her, absolutely not. However, as a fiancé, Kuroba owes a lot. Kuroba. Can we talk? As Riaz approached Kuroba, the restraints on Griffia's body quietly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye she was wearing a maid outfit. She even thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Thank you so much, Griffith. Once the door closed, Riaz's anger vanished. But she still looked at Kuroba with a resentful expression and pressed herself against Kuroba's chest. I know it's probably one of Griffia's pranks. It's so touching, I didn't know you understood. That's wonderful. Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had escaped a disaster. Riaz gave Kuroba a charming glare, and as if she couldn't hold back her anger, she pinched the tender flesh on his waist hard. Even so, I'm still furious. How many of them have already overtaken me? I'm clearly your fiancé. What's with them all getting ahead of me? Kuroba, am I not charming enough? No, that's not true. Riaz is the most special person in my heart. Even when I was dying, all I could see was your beautiful red hair. Then why don't you want me anymore? Although Riaz was shy, she still muttered her thoughts to herself. Kuroba froze on the spot. That's really shocking. Riaz asked herself shyly why she didn't want her anymore. How should I answer right now immediately? Answer me, Kuroba. Riaz looked at Kuroba with a pitiful expression, and even directly guided Kuroba's hand to place it on her incredibly full and snow-white breasts. The satisfyingly full feel of it made Kuroba feel incredibly comfortable. Riaz, I love you, me too. Just as the two were deeply in love and about to do something that children shouldn't see, there was a knock on the door. Riaz's face immediately broke into tears. She mustered up a lot of courage and even conspired with Griffith to create this scene. What a bastard. Kuroba couldn't help but chuckle at Riaz's almost tearful expression. He stroked Riaz's soft, flowing hair and smiled gently. Riaz, as long as you don't mind, May will be mine for life. There's no rush. Thump. Riaz felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. This is the first time I've heard Kuroba confess so directly. She felt like she was about to die. Chapter 80, still calling me senior. Outside the door, a soft cough from Griffiths could be heard. I'm so sorry to bother you, but the kittens are all here and waiting for you too. I was thinking that the time was too short. It probably won't be enough, right? Upon hearing Gryffindor's words, Riaz's face turned bright red. Kuroba looked at the door, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Thank you, Gloria. Are you complimenting me? I'll take it as a compliment. Kuroba took Riaz's hand directly. Let's go. Since everyone's waiting, let's go downstairs. After all, today is our celebration. That's true. Riaz gave Kuroba a very sweet smile. Let's go, Kuroba Tilda. As Kuroba and Riaz walked downstairs, they could already hear Kuroba's mother's joyful laughter. When did our good-for-nothing child become so popular? Surrounded by a large group of girls, Kuroba's mother felt dizzy from the sight. One by one, the incredibly well-behaved children were trying to please him. Parents will definitely understand this feeling. That's why Kuroba's mother couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what are you saying? It's not nice of you to belittle me like that, is it?" Kuroba walked into the living room with a wry smile and sighed softly as he looked at his mother, who was surrounded by people. "You brat, what do you mean by belittling me? I'm just stating the facts. I've never seen you bring a girl home before. I even suspected you might have a problem with your orientation and discussed it with your husband for a long time." Mom, at this moment Akin, dressed in a well-fitting dark blue evening gown, came out and gently massaged Kuroba's mother's shoulders. "And to not worry, Kuroba is actually very outstanding. Everyone in our club likes him very much." Kuroba's mother also placed her hand on Akino's hand. "My child is not good enough and I am grateful for your care. I hope you will continue to be tolerant of him in the future." "Not at all, it's Kuroba who takes care of us more." When Junai said this, everyone present nodded in agreement. After all, Kuroba has indeed helped them a lot recently. In various ways. Okay. I feel a little more at ease now. Kuroba hadn't seen his mother laugh so happily in a long time. Although they were usually a harmonious family, it was rare to see her laugh so heartily. Even so, Kuroba was already very grateful that the club members had come to his house today. Riaz nudged Kuroba with her shoulder, satisfied. "The harem is very harmonious, isn't it?" Regarding the question about the hidden meaning in Riaz's words, Kuroba immediately pretended to be stupid and responded with a silly smile. "Just kidding, I won't object to any of this. As long as it's consensual, then it's fine. But if you ever dare to treat me badly, I'll..." Riaz made a snapping motion with her hand, looking both cute and fierce. Kuroba immediately covered his precious thing in a panic. Seeing Kuroba's appearance, Riaz gave a satisfied hum and then joined the army of people trying to please Kuroba's mother. Meanwhile, Kuroba's father, who had been watching from the sidelines, walked over to Kuroba's side, patted Kuroba's shoulder meaningfully, and then gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. "Dad, what are you doing? You've completely given me the look that says you've fulfilled my childhood dream." Gloria was also busy carrying in all sorts of snacks. Kuroba explained to his parents that Griffith was a pretty good friend. After all, he was afraid his parents might have heart problems if he told them they were his personal maids. Although serving Kuroba is Greffia's responsibility. However, Kuroba found it strange to look at Greffia at this moment. It's so abnormal. Why is she working so hard to bring snacks to everyone? And what's with that weird smile she can't help but have on her face? Kuroba sensed something was wrong and immediately stepped forward to take away the chocolates that Griffith had just handed out to them. But one of them had already been eaten by Junai. After Kuroba took the chocolate, he thought he heard a sound coming from Griffith's mouth, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Tusk. Kuroba watched Akino's condition warily. But fortunately everything was normal. So Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief and temporarily put the chocolate matter out of his mind. After all that commotion, Kuroba, who was already feeling somewhat exhausted from using his power, felt even more tired after greeting Riaz. He returned to his room to rest for a while. Out of the corner of her eye, Akino saw Kuroba leave and then chat with everyone as usual until a while later when she suggested leaving to go to the restroom. After leaving the living room, Junai did not go to the bathroom, but went straight upstairs. As if she could smell Kuroba's scent, she stopped precisely in front of Kuroba's house. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Still half asleep, Kuroba thought it was Riaz or Griffith, so he mumbled something without thinking much about it. "Come in." With a soft sound, the door was pushed open. The newcomer didn't speak, and Kuroba didn't pay any attention, until I felt warm breath blowing against my ear. "Are you tired, Kuroba?" Kuroba's eyes widened instantly, and he was startled when he saw Akino's beautiful face so close to his. "Akino-san, Alala, don't panic. I just saw you looked very tired, so I came up to check on you." Junai covered her mouth and giggled, finding Kuroba's panicked appearance utterly adorable. I'm okay, but I'm feeling a little sleepy. Why aren't you chatting with everyone downstairs?" Senior Junai. Upon hearing this, Junai knelt on the bed. With the movement, her dark blue dress slipped slightly off her shoulders, revealing half of her round snow-white breasts. What? Kuroba, you're being so polite with me now. You didn't add senpai to your name, Rias, did you? Kuroba gave an awkward laugh upon hearing this. Ah. Is that so? Okay. Junai emitted a seductive nasal tone and approached step by step. Their noses almost touching. Kuroba couldn't help but swallow hardinger where to look. Akino, tilde, that's more like it. Junai nodded in satisfaction and moved slightly away from Hayu. She patted the bed and said, come and lie down. Ah. No, that's fine. Kuroba shook his head and refused. Aren't you tired? My massage technique is top-notch. Even Rias said it felt good. Come on, let me help you relax. Junai didn't waste any words with Kuroba and simply pulled him over and made him lie face down on the bed. Kuroba felt extremely uncomfortable. Isn't this my room? It feels like I'm the one who's here as a guest. Chapter 81, a special massage for no apparent reason. Kuroba was already lying on the bed, and Akino's gentle hand was already pressing on his back. Feeling the comfortable kneading from behind, Kuroba felt his mind relax. Is this pressure okay, Kuroba? Junai's voice was very gentle, and the combination of her hand movements was like a lullaby, making Kuroba feel drowsy. Okay. But wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Akino? It felt very comfortable. But Kuroba was a little embarrassed after all. Akino was the vice president, so it seemed a bit unreasonable to ask her to give him a massage. Why are you being so polite with me now? You weren't polite at all when I kissed you back then. Junai's tone carried a hint of mockery, as if she were teasing Kuroba. That. Kuroba suddenly recalled the brief kiss he shared with Akino during the first ranking game. Akino's reminder made him even remember the soft, sweet touch of her lips and her smooth, delicate tongue. Which one? As if aware of Kuroba's predicament, Akino's teasing attitude intensified, as if she found Kuroba's state quite amusing. PFFT. Okay, I'm just teasing you. It's alright, Kuroba. I just wanted to thank the lovely Kuroba who helped me. Did I help Junai? Kuroba turned his head slightly to look at Akino. He noticed that Junai's expression was very tender, her starry eyes sparkling with a hint of something inexplicable. Junai and Kuroba's eyes met, and the corners of her eyes curved slightly in a beautiful smile. Yes, that's right. It was because you encouraged me that I was able to cheer up so quickly. Cheer up, Kuroba remembered. Is it just the little comfort I received at school not long ago? By the way, Junai's father seems to be. As if reading minds, Akin guessed through Kuroba's thoughts. Just as you thought, I am a hybrid of human and fallen angel. Half of the blood in my veins comes from fallen angels. Junai's tone was very calm. She tried her best to appear nonchalant, but Kuroba could feel that her hands were trembling slightly. Kuroba felt it was best not to look at her at this time. Every girl has a vulnerable side she doesn't want others to see. So Kuroba turned back and spoke softly as Akin's eyes dimmed. So what, no matter what in my heart? Akino is a gentle and considerate older sister. What blood flows in her veins doesn't determine her character. Right. Just like Yuuma, aren't we all getting along well now? This unexpected answer delighted Akino, who had thought that Kuroba had rejected her. So you don't dislike Kuroba? Why would I think that? Has Junai done anything that I dislike? After Kuroba asked that question, he felt a weight on his back. So that means Kuroba likes me. Warm breath creating a captivating fragrance wafted from Kuroba's ear to his nostrils, inhaling the scent emanating from Akino's proximity. Kuroba felt a strange stirring within him. I like it. I like everyone in the club very much. Alright, Kuroba is quite greedy, isn't he? It turns out he doesn't intend to let anyone in the club go. Kuroba sensed that Akino's emotions had returned to normal, and she had once again become that gently intellectual, yet slightly cunning older sister. Because everyone in the club is so nice to me. Akino did not answer again, but Kuroba felt his clothes being lifted up. Just as Kuroba was about to get up, Akino pressed him down. Don't move, I'm just changing the way I massage you. Hearing Akino say that, Kuroba could only lie down helplessly. But after waiting for a long time, Junai did not make any move. And all that could be heard was a rustling sound behind him. Junai, what are you doing? Kuroba sensed something was wrong. And just as he was about to turn his head, he felt a soft touch on his back, that smooth supple skin. Those perfectly rounded points. And those 2 points that occasionally stand proudly and gently rub against it. Kuroba froze instantly. What is this? Kuroba asked stiffly. Phew, what do you think? Junai whispered a breath of orchid air into Haiyu's ear and asked in an extremely charming tone. It's a chest, it definitely is. But Kuroba couldn't possibly say it out loud. He could already imagine it. Because Akino was wearing a dress today. But now the skin from my back down to my thighs feels so smooth and soft. With no clothing blocking it at all. Only then did Kuroba realize that the rustling sound he had just heard was the sound of clothes being taken off. Relax. This is a special massage I'm giving to my lovely Kuroba. As the coquettish tone rang out, Kuroba felt those 2 round and large objects begin to slowly move against his back. Kuroba felt ashamed, as if his current feelings had been magnified countless times. Black Feather clearly felt the sensation of those 2 bright red dots gently gliding across his skin. In addition, since it was already summer, Akino was sweating a little. The sweat made the friction between the 2 more sensitive and intimate. Kuroba had already felt himself unconsciously starting to stand at attention. Such a sensual and alluring massage was simply too much, giving Kuroba absolutely no room to struggle. Unfortunately, Haiyu couldn't struggle at this moment. Otherwise, if she struggled and turned around, things would get even worse. Kuroba. Is this comfortable? Unfortunately. Junai's questioning tone was tinged with a coquettish moan, and her seductive voice sent a chill down Kuroba's spine. Comfortable, uncomfortable. What is the correct way to answer this? Comfortable. In the end, Kuroba followed his heart and answered honestly. After all, this kind of pleasurable massage is not something that can be easily experienced. It was something Akino had paid a great price for. If Kuroba went against his conscience, he would feel he was letting Akino down. Kuroba felt Akino stop moving. Her round breasts pressed tightly against his back. At the same time, a slender, jade-like hand reached out and hooked Haiyu's chin, making him turn his head slightly to the side. I also want to relax a bit. Before the words were even finished, Akin's lips were already close to hers. After a brief moment of adjustment, Akin took the initiative. Her soft, warm tongue gently pried open Kuroba's teeth and slipped nimbly into his mouth through the gap. Well, with a soft pleasurable moan, Akin lifted Kuroba's tongue and pulled it out. Her cherry-like mouth directly capturing Kuroba's tongue and beginning to suck on it with a rather astringent taste. Chapter 82. Shall we do it? Bonus chapter for donations. Junai's lips gently and languidly sucked, and she involuntarily let out a captivating moan. A sound that spread like magic. Her body seemed to no longer belong to her, and began to tremble slightly as the sucking intensified. Kuroba could clearly feel Akino's breathing become hot and heavy. Her face, which usually carried a gentle smile, gradually flushed red, spreading like flames to her neck. It wasn't until Akin felt like she was about to suffocate that she reluctantly ended her long and passionate kiss with Kuroba. Their noses brushed against each other, their eyes locked in a silent and wavering gaze. Kuroba. Eyes. Akino's expression at that moment was simply too captivating. Her shy yet proactive charm made Kuroba unable to resist. He could no longer hold back, and with Akino's startled cry, he rolled over and pressed down on her, kneeling on the bed and pinning her down firmly. Ah! Kuroba. When Akin came to her senses, she found herself inexplicably beneath Kuroba, her hands pinned to the bed by him, leaving her no room to resist. Kuroba's burning, piercing gaze only made Akin feel more embarrassed, causing her to unconsciously avert her eyes and turn her head slightly away. Unable to meet his gaze, Akino was the one who initiated the attack. But when Kuroba began to respond, Akino became shy. Could it be that Akino is only good at taking the initiative and gets flustered when she is on the defensive? Akino. Kuroba called out Akino's name in a low voice. Upon hearing this voice, Junai's body visibly trembled slightly. And then she turned her head slightly to meet his gaze with a gentle smile. Alara Kuroba, your eyes are so burning. Do you want to eat me up, normally? Kuroba would blush and try to avoid such teasing. And Akino wanted to use the same situation to avoid her embarrassment. But this time Kuroba didn't run away, with a soft hem. Akino watched as Kuroba's head lowered slightly. And a warm tongue began to lick her delicate neck. The sudden stimulation caused Junai's pupils to dilate sharply. And the tingling, electric-like sensation made her shiver violently, Her sweet voice, as alluring as orchids, fueled the flames. This soft moan immediately stirred up Kuroba's emotions. Akino felt Kuroba's hand gripping his neck. And a strong sucking sensation came over him. Fortunately, Kuroba quickly released his grip. He raised his head and looked at the conspicuous red mark on his neck. I accidentally used too much force. Upon hearing this, Junai's beautiful eyes curved slightly, concealing the tears welling up within them. Kuroba, you really hurt me. You must have left a mark, right? What am I going to do now? It's all because Junai, you keep flirting with me. I'm a man too. If a stunning beauty keeps flirting with me, it would be disrespectful to myself and to you. Alright, so I'm considered an absolute beauty by Kuroba. Well, that makes me happy, Tilda. Hearing Kuroba's praise, Akino was clearly very happy. At this moment Kuroba had freed his hands from binding her. And she couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck and pull him down slightly. Kuroba's chest quickly pressed tightly against Akino's round, full snow-white breasts. What was even more terrifying was that although full, they were full of elasticity, like two spheres pressing against Kuroba's body. This amazing touch left Kuroba speechless. Kuroba, Tilda, today is that day, you know. I promised you you can do whatever you want today. You, who was already somewhat restless, suddenly felt his whole body burning with heat. And an unnamed evil fire was surging through his body. A scorching heat blew onto Junai's collarbone, causing her to tremble slightly. Doing whatever you want. That's practically the meaning of being unrestrained and reckless. Kuroba watched as a faint pink hue slowly crept onto Akino's fair and delicate skin. And the tears welling in her eyes were now impossible to conceal. Black Feather didn't stand on ceremony and placed his warm, large hand directly on the snow-white skin he had been longing for. Ah, Kuroba, with a soft moan from Akin. Kuroba felt himself being enveloped by a rich, sensual sensation, with just a slight exertion the round snow-white flesh flowed directly from between Kuroba's fingers, even exhibiting an astonishing elasticity that resisted Kuroba's grip. Kuroba, do you want some? Junai placed her hands on either side of her snow-white skin, making her already stunning whiteness even more pronounced. Her eye-catching presence made Kuroba swallow hard. Hehe, sure, as long as Kuroba wants to. As it was her first time being intimate with a man, Akino was naturally very shy. She could only use giggles to cover up her embarrassment. But things had already progressed this far, and she didn't want to give up halfway because of her shyness. Giving herself to Kuroba was Akino's destiny, and she was willing to do it. Black Feather, naturally unable to resist the irresistible temptation, buried his head and began to suckle. Ah, Kuroba, you used too much force. The powerful sucking made Junai tremble violently, and the tingling electric sensation made her moan and try to stop it. But instead of calming down, the shouting only further aroused Kuroba. Kuroba immediately took the proud crimson bud into his mouth and began to suckle intensely, each suck stronger than the last, causing Junai to unconsciously rub her legs together. She felt like she was going crazy, just being sucked by Kuroba like that. She actually felt herself getting wet, becoming dizzy, and experiencing some inexplicable sensations. The taste was sweet from the first bite, and Kuroba felt as if he were eating an incredibly delicious delicacy. The unique fragrance of Akin in his nostrils and the ever-growing dogwood in his mouth made Kuroba unable to stop eating. With Akino's coy and inviting attitude, Kuroba attacked from both sides, and Akino was favored by both of them. Under such intense attention, Akino quickly became breathless. Kuroba, you're going to break me, I feel so uncomfortable. As she spoke, Junai's small hand began to quietly reach down, precisely grasping Kuroba's weakness. Feeling the heat and immense size, Junai's eyes narrowed slightly. All right. It seems Kuroba has been holding back for quite a while now. Hasn't he? Feeling the slight coolness at the handle, Kuroba couldn't help but shiver. That's impossible to resist. Junai chuckled as she looked at the honest Kuroba. Her breath sweet as orchids and her eyes alluring as she gazed at him. Uttering a fatal question, so shall we do it? Chapter 83 Junasian knows how to have fun. Bonus chapter for donations. Shall we do it? Kuroba felt that his second brother had taken over his reason. And he really wanted Kuku to shout do it. Junai's long, beautiful legs had even wrapped around his waist, as if inviting him into a trap. Gulu. Kuroba swallowed hard, and his hand began to reach towards Akino's lower body. Junai chuckled and loosened her legs from the restraints on Haiyu. Looks like Kuroba still has feelings for me, but not today. Kuroba froze on the spot, remaining silent and expressionless. Seeing this, Junai's face also showed a hint of apology and self-blame. I'm sorry, Kuroba. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I still have to be careful. If I win you over before Rias does, Rias will make things difficult for me later. Yes, I know. Kuroba remained calm. Although he was indeed somewhat disappointed, he also felt relieved. After all, his progress with Akino was a bit too fast, even a bit ahead of its time, which made Kuroba feel strange. At this moment, Akin moved closer to Kuroba in a fawning manner, her small hand reaching into the handle of the standing at attention stance. Although I can't give it to you, I won't just stand by and watch my lovely Kuroba suffer. I'll help you sort it out. No need. Kuroba wanted to refuse when he saw Akino's alluring appearance. Upon hearing this, Junai immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Kuroba, are you going to reject me? Upon seeing Akino's expression, Kuroba immediately raised his hands in surrender. Junai usually has the demeanor of an intellectual older sister. When has she ever shown such a vulnerable expression? As if she could see right through Kuroba. Junai pushed Kuroba down onto the bed and gently helped her remove her complicated clothes. When Akino saw Kuroba's scalding, enormous member with her own eyes, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. All right. Kuroba, hurry up and finish off Rias. I can't wait to try it out myself. After saying that, she even licked her lips in a cooperative manner, looking as if she was really craving it. Junai grasped the black feather with her hand, quite unusually, as if very curious about its structure. It would occasionally fiddle with it, prying it open and closing it again. It's like a child getting a new toy and figuring out how to play with it. However, Kuroba couldn't resist such stimulation, and a muffled groan involuntarily escaped his lips. Upon hearing the muffled groan, Junai was taken aback for a moment, then gave Haiyu a charming glare. The little guy is quite anxious. These words made Kuroba clench his fist secretly. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. One day I'll strip you bare like this for you to enjoy. Fortunately, Akino didn't continue teasing Kuroba. Kuroba watched as Akino slowly bent down, and soon he felt a wet sensation brush against his skin. It's salty. Why does Akino have to express her thoughts like she's tasting a dish? Junai smiled charmingly. But I don't dislike my older sister. I actually like her a lot. As the words were spoken in a declarative manner, Kuroba felt himself being enveloped by warm mouths, with a warm fragrant tongue circling around in the middle, even playfully venturing into the deep groove in the middle to try and pull out something strange. This shock sent a chill down Kuroba's spine. He really didn't expect Junai to be so good at playing games. Little did they know, Junai's heart was beating extremely fast at that moment. Her mouth was filled with the salty, fishy taste of black feathers. The swollen substance completely covered her lips. Although Akino usually seems to love joking and making dirty jokes, everything she did with Kuroba was actually a first for her. She was just exploring and learning based on instinct. Every slight tremor of Kuroba made Akino's heart pound like a deer's. Filled with extreme shyness, Akin began to move slowly. And out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Kuroba's gaze was fixed on her snow-white skin, which was bouncing with each movement. After muttering little pervert to himself, Junai did something that astonished Yu. With the food in her mouth, Junai held on tightly, her hands supporting her full, snow-white breasts as she forcefully clamped them between Yu's hilt. Yu immediately felt as if he were caught between ice and fire. The contrast between the warmth of the mouth and the icy coldness of the snow-white flesh created a powerful stimulus. This intense, tangy feeling almost made Kuroba the man that Akino would laugh at. Fortunately, Kuroba managed to hold back, to experience this rare service more fully. Kuroba stared intently at Akino. Stared at by Kuroba's intense gaze, Akino rolled her eyes at him without any politeness, and then began to suckle vigorously, sucking, moving up and down, plus the floating sensation of snow-white fingers. After enduring 3 blows, Kuroba, who had been holding back for almost half an hour, finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Akino's head and, to Akino's astonishment, ejaculated directly into her mouth. Well, Junai was stunned, feeling as if her mouth was filled to the brim, and the contents were even flowing down her throat. That's way too much, although she muttered. Akino kept her mouth tightly shut until she had finished venting on Kuroba. After Akino cleaned herself up by sucking on her, she spat out Kuroba's hand. Then Junai quietly watched Kuroban with a gulp. She swallowed everything in her mouth. She even used her fingers to pick up the essence that had overflowed from the corners of her mouth and sucked it clean in a very alluring way. I heard that you guys really enjoy seeing this. After swallowing it all, Junai giggled and teased Kuroba. At this point, Kuroba had also let loose, and things that should and shouldn't have happened had already occurred. So what was there to hesitate about? He immediately began to fight back. Actually, there are many more things I like, but I just can't do them right now. Junai looked at Kuroba, who was talking back with surprise for a moment, and then giggled. Really? Then Kuroba, good luck. I'll play with you however you want. But you have to win Ria's over first. Compared to Ria's, Akino was far more proactive and daring, which made Kuroba laugh. Then you just wait, by then I'll make you beg for mercy. Hehe, I'm waiting but it's about time to go down now. I've been gone for so long. Just as Akino was about to get up and put on her clothes, Kuroba pulled her into his arms. What's wrong? Kuroba, aren't you satisfied yet? Although Junai was somewhat surprised, she did not resist and obediently lay in his arms, reaching out to stroke Kuroba's face and asking softly. Kuroba shook his head and gently kissed Akino. No. It's just that I feel I should tell you that I will protect Junai from now on. Puff. Junai felt her heart almost skip a beat, and she hid her emotion by giggling. Then Kuroba, you still need to work hard. I hope that in the future you won't fight every battle with your life on the line. You need to know that you are not alone anymore. We will all worry about you and feel sad. Yeah, I promise. Junai smiled, her eyes crinkling into a captivating smile. Chapter 84, The Devil's Service. After Akino and Kuroba came down, Rias didn't say anything, but just chatted with everyone as usual. It wasn't until midnight that Kuroba realized what painful torment truly meant. That night, Rias and Rebel attacked him from both sides with their weapons, making Kuroba feel suffocated. He'd rather have a mistress than his fiancée. Is this the punishment? How wonderful. The next day, after torturing each other until they were standing in the mud, they reluctantly went to school. When Kuroba arrived at the club after school, he was startled. Hey, my foot. Kuroba stared in astonishment as Zenobia, dressed in Q Academy's uniform, casually sat down on the sofa, her mind still reeling. What are you doing here? Didn't Irina go back to the church to report? Yes, we went back, and what about you? A pair of dark wings stretched out from behind Zenobia. Demon wings. Seeing Kuroba's bewildered expression, Zenobia scratched her head in annoyance. Knowing that God is no longer here was a huge blow to me. So I don't know why I went to Ria's and wanted to become a demon. Now I'm her night pawn. Fortunately, Durandal and I are 2 separate individuals, so Ria's can still accept me. Yeah, that's it. From now on we're partners. I'm also a second-year student here. Kuroba looked at Zenobia with a hesitant expression. Hey, just say what you want to say, vent your frustrations. Zenobia felt very distressed by Kuroba's expression. I'm happy you've become my comrade. But is it really okay for you to be so casual? Kuroba's words hit Zenovia's sore spot. She immediately squatted down on the ground, frantically grabbing her hair. Her tendency to hesitate after acting impulsively had resurfaced. I've been thinking about this too. Even though God is gone, was it really the right thing for me to side with my former enemy? Even if she's the Demon King's sister. It doesn't seem quite right, does it, Lord? My head. Looking at Zenobia clutching her head and crying out in pain, Kuroba felt as if he were seeing Asia. Sure enough, Asia moved closer. It's all right, Zenobia. Even though we've become demons, the Lord will forgive us. My head, it hurts so much. Chinese symbol, Chinese letter 5, Chinese letter 5 Z00. Kuroba looked at the two people squatting on the ground. Clutching their heads in, couldn't help but sigh. Two idiots, no matter how many times you remind them. They will still make this mistake. After the commotion subsided, Riaz clapped her hands with a light laugh, clearly delighted to have recruited Zenobia to form a dual knight duo. Okay, time to get down to business. Riaz glanced around and, finding that everyone's attention was on her, slowly spoke. Because of the matter of Kakabil and Balpa, the church also contacted our demon king. They acknowledged that Balpa's death was due to their mistakes and expressed their deepest apologies. Meanwhile, Azazel, the fallen angel governor, whose movements had always been elusive, also appeared and explained that everything was Kakabil's unauthorized action, aimed at disrupting the balance of power and instigating war. Kakabil has now been imprisoned in the abyss to be eternally frozen. Before anyone could even gasp in surprise, Riaz wore a bewildered expression. Soon, the three parties will hold a meeting, which I heard was requested by Azazel, and we are forced to participate. We Karami are going to attend the meeting of the three leaders. Why? Kuroba asked, puzzled, because that's how the city that held the whistleblower talks is. And we are also a participant in this event. Riaz gave a helpless, bitter smile. That's a really hard to refuse reason. Kuroba immediately understood and stopped talking. Alright, that's all in the past, it's all over now. And our daily activities need to continue as normal. Asia, would you be in charge of guiding Zenobia through the basics? Upon hearing this, Asia patted her chest cutely. Put it on me, Genovia laughed when she saw this. Please take good care of Asia in the future. Yes, you too, please take care of me. Asia responded with a sweet smile. Soon, everyone was assigned tasks and began to take action. Because he wanted to train his body, Kuroba refused Akino's teleportation and picked up his bicycle again, which made a creaking sound as soon as it was put on. He sped along the deserted road, sparks flying towards the location of the wisher. Is it here? I glanced at the marked red dot, then looked up at the towering building. Yoshi, let's charge. Kuroba started climbing the stairs until he arrived at the door of an apartment. Knock knock. The door opened shortly after Kuroba knocked. The room's owner was a woman with short black hair and fair, smooth skin like jade. She wore an exaggerated earring in her right ear, and her delicate oval face had a pair of beautiful willow leaf eyebrows that were slightly furrowed. Her deep, dark eyes looked at Yu with a hint of doubt and wariness, combined with her small, delicate nose and slightly pursed thin lips. She exuded a cool and aloof demeanor. Kuroba could see a few beads of sweat on her forehead, and the sporty tube top and super short athletic shorts she was wearing showcased her hot and sexy figure. This is someone exercising at home. Have you seen enough? Who are you and what do you want? Seemingly sensing Kuroba's scrutiny, the woman spoke slowly, her voice melodious and pleasant. But just like Kuroba's first impression, it carried a hint of coldness. Kuroba snapped out of his daze and realized that his scrutiny was indeed very impolite. Sorry, I was stunned for a moment. May I ask if this is the demon you summoned? Kuroba's sincerity made the short-haired woman relax a little. Yes, it's me, you're the demon. Yes, that's me. Is there a wish you need me to fulfill? Seeing this, the woman stopped blocking the door and instead walked straight inside. Come in. The woman was about the same height as Kuroba, which was considered tall for a girl. When she walked in, front blocked most of Kuroba's view, so Kuroba couldn't see what was inside the room. The woman spoke as she walked inside. "Can I wish for anything?" "Yes, but there will be a corresponding price to pay." Kuroba answered the questions dutifully after all. This was the devil's job at this moment. The woman's bare feet stopped, and she turned around to look at Kuroba, then, "Help me clean the rooms." Kuroba was taken aback upon hearing this, then turned his head slightly, his lips began to twitch. Only then did he see it: chaos, unprecedented chaos. All sorts of items were scattered haphazardly on the ground, and even many conspicuous personal clothes were strewn everywhere. Kuroba could guess the general situation with just a glance. It really is Chapter 85. I really like you. Although Kuroba had anticipated that being summoned would involve trivial matters, he hadn't expected the workload to be so enormous. After signing the contract with the woman, Kuroba tied a headscarf around his neck and prepared to start working. The woman then casually sat down on the sofa, holding a doll in her arms and staring intently at Hayu. He didn't speak or give any instructions. He just stared intently. Although Kuroba was a little embarrassed, he had become increasingly accustomed to the devil's services and had developed a thicker skin. He put aside his inner thoughts and began to clean. Kuroba, who was using this as a form of exercise, was very quick and efficient soon. Most of the clutter in the room had been put away and tidied up, except for a pile of personal and rather provocative-looking clothes that hadn't been organized yet. Kuroba looked up at the woman who had been staring at him and asked for her opinion on how to handle the situation. "Oh, just do whatever you want. I'm not good at housework, so I just leave things lying around like this." The woman said something casually and then fell silent. Upon hearing this, Kuroba could only turn his gaze back to the pile of clothes, and he involuntarily swallowed, because most of these clothes were based on alluring colors like purple and black, and Kuroba only picked one up casually before discovering it was a thong. Having never seen anything like this before, Kuroba hurriedly gathered it up and threw it into the washing machine. When the washing machine started, Kuroba couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I never would have guessed she's dressed so daringly." Kuroba recalled the t-shirt from earlier and then put it on the woman's hot figure. Paired with the allure of purple, this is a bit hard to bear. Who can stand this? The contract ended once the clothes were washed and all of them were hung up to dry by Kuroba. Before leaving, the woman asked Kuroba if he wanted another flyer. "I'll look for you again next time." With those words, the door closed, leaving Kuroba standing outside with a bewildered, wry smile. Fortunately, the client seems fairly satisfied. As long as the devil's work goes smoothly, it doesn't matter what he does. In reality, from that day on, the woman would summon demons almost every night, specifically referring to Black Feather. The things that require his help or the wishes he wants to fulfill are also very complex. From accompanying her for a night run to buying her late-night snacks and even buying her underwear. All sorts of things happened. However, from that day on, Kuroba never entered the room again, and the contract was always made at the door. After spending a few days together, the woman's guardedness lessened considerably, and she even started calling Kuroba Little Devil. Hayu had no objection to this. Although the woman only did trivial things, she was very generous in her rewards, usually exchanging them for 10 or even 100 times the amount. Moreover, she gave Hayu very good reviews, which allowed Hayu to rack up one achievement after another. Today, Kuroba appeared at the woman's door as usual. The door was opened quickly after I knocked. "Little devil, you're here, come in." Kuroba was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to be allowed into the room today. Did he have to clean again? To Hayu's surprise, the room was spotless when he entered, just as it had been when he had cleaned it. Before Hayu could think further, the woman muttered a question. "Little devil, can you cook?" "Cook meeting, then tonight's contract is to cook. Make 2 portions and you'll eat with me." "Hurry up, I'm starving, I haven't eaten all day." Well, although Kuroba was puzzled, he still obediently began to fulfill the contract. But when Kuroba opened the refrigerator and saw the few remaining eggs inside, His eyebrows involuntarily twitched, helpless. Kuroba could only peek out and look in the direction of the woman. There are only eggs left in the fridge. How about omelet rice? If not, I'll have to go out and buy groceries. But once I looked at Kuroba, I felt my adrenaline surge. The woman, oblivious to everyone else, took off her shorts on the sofa, revealing. Holy crap, that purple thong. Kuroba's eyesight was excellent. He could even see the playful black fur that peeked out and the pinkish hue that was slightly revealed due to the movement. Kuroba felt like his nose was about to bleed, so he immediately covered his nose. The woman, however, acted as if nothing had happened. It's so hot, no problem, the omelet rice is ready. Hurry up, I'm so hungry. Upon hearing the reply, Kuroba didn't bother to reply anymore and rushed back to the kitchen. The fleeting glimpse he'd just seen kept replaying in his mind. Was it because she was several years older than Kuroba? She seemed much more alluring. Kuroba finally managed to calm his restless little brother down before starting the fire and cooking. Kuroba prepared 2 servings of omelet rice and brought them out. Dinner is ready, seeing the woman's condition. Kuroba stumbled and almost spilled the food in his hand. At this point, the woman was no longer just naked from the waist down. Her upper body was also only covered by her underwear. It's a matching set, purpley openwork. I didn't want to look, but I could see it clearly, that bright red dot. Perfectly round, Kuroba felt like he was about to die. Ugh. Why is Japan so hot? The woman muttered as she approached the dining table and looked at Kuroba, who had turned his head to the side with a puzzled expression. Little devil, what do you mean by looking at the wall? And your ears are very red, to be honest. The woman was indeed a foreigner, but her Japanese was excellent. No. It might be because of her improved spoken Japanese after becoming a demon that Kuroba found it so natural. Do you need to put on some clothes? This is too revealing. Upon hearing this, the woman looked at herself, then looked at Kuroba with a mocking expression as he placed his hands on the table. How are you shy? It's okay, I don't care. Or are you still a virgin and can't handle this kind of stimulation? When it came to a man's dignity, Kuroba immediately stood up and turned his head back to look directly at the woman. The woman sensed Kuroba's gaze and, as if in defiance, struck a seductive pose. Did it make any difference whether she was wearing clothes or not? It was crystal clear. Kuroba felt like he was about to have his fill of watching. But the woman just chuckled and sat down to eat the omelet rice that Kuroba had made. Oh, it tastes quite good, Crimson Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Kuroba froze, and his little brother, who was about to react, was almost scared out of his wits. The Crimson Dragon Emperor. Kuroba immediately looked at the woman warily. Ah. Didn't I introduce myself? Sorry. The woman gracefully swallowed the food in her mouth, watching as a beautiful smile curved the corners of Kuroba's lips. Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, please guide me, Luo. The Crimson Dragon Emperor Black Feather. As she spoke, 6 pairs of wings appeared behind the woman. Only at this moment did Kuroba realize why Hakuryu had thought Kakabi's wings looked like crow wings. Even the Black Feathers found these dark, deep-colored wings beautiful. I heard Bai Long mention you. You really are a very interesting guy, I like you a lot. Azazel showed no hostility, simply resting his chin on his hands on the table, watching Kuroba's expression with great interest. Chapter 86, a non-stop blessing of love bonus chapter for donations. Azazel also folded his wings and smiled at Blackfeather's wary expression. Relax, you little devil, I don't mean you any harm. On the contrary, your eyes have already taken advantage of me quite a bit. I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, right? Kuroba's breath hitched. Azazel, what do you want with me? He looked at Azazel with some confusion in his mind. Azazel was a character from the Bibli, at least a man. If not an old man, but in front of him was a hot, older woman. It was too incongruous. Azazel narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly, his dark pupils seeming to see right through the black feathers. What are you thinking, that I've created an illusion, and the image appearing in front of you isn't real? Kuroba felt somewhat embarrassed that his thoughts had been completely seen through. You can touch it, okay? You've been staring at things for quite a while now. Haven't you? Are you tempted? Azazel seduced Kuroba with a very alluring tone. She slowly propped herself up and leaned forward towards Kuroba. The deep cliff in front of her making Kuroba feel dizzy. It's not necessary, Kuroba staggered backward. And with a thud he in his chair crashed to the ground. It hurts, Kuroba stood up clutching his head. Seeing such a comical scene, Azazel chuckled. Coward, I am the real me here. Your suspicions make me sad, but it's normal after all. I have only recently assumed the identity of Azazel. So it's understandable that you don't know, taking over. It seems a lot has happened within the fallen angels' ranks. Hey, really, aren't you going to touch it? Seeing Kuroba deep in thought, Azazel approached again. The distance between them now reduced to a mere slit, where he could be pressed against her perfectly rounded form at any moment. I'm full, goodbye, Kuroba immediately fled in panic. Although Azazel did not show any hostility, Kuroba was still somewhat uneasy after learning that the person opposite him was the leader of the fallen angels. After all, they were sworn enemies. Azazel watched as Black Feather stormed out of the door without stopping him, simply resting his chin on his hand and a smug smile playing on his lips. Kuroba, he's certainly an interesting fellow. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet him in the future. No rush. After saying this, Azazel appeared in a black robe that completely covered him, and then quietly disappeared from the room. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Back at the club, Ria saw that Kuroba had returned with a very bad expression. So she walked over from her desk. She took Hayu's hand and led him to the sofa. What's wrong, Kuroba? What happened? You look terrible. Riaz hugged Kuroba tightly, gently stroking his hair to try and comfort him. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Riaz, Kuroba felt a sense of peace settle down within him. He told Riaz everything about Azazel's existence. After hearing this, Riaz also exuded a violent magical energy fluctuation. But she quickly suppressed her fear and hugged Hayu tightly. I really didn't expect Azazel to suddenly appear here before the trilateral talks. It's so good that you're all right. Kuroba's body stiffened as well. Nothing serious. It's just that I might have had a bit too much nosebleed. Recalling the incredibly alluring thongs she had seen, and the faintly visible pinkness, Kuroba suddenly felt a surge of desire. Riaz also sensed this impulse. She thought it was because she was hugging him too tightly, her chest pressing hard against Kuroba's face, that he reacted like that. She panicked and loosened her grip on Kuroba a little. Seeing the shy look on Ria's face, Kuroba slapped himself twice. Bah. Wildflowers can't compare to the fragrance of cultivated flowers. Damn it. Riaz was stunned as she watched Kuroba slap herself twice. Kuroba, what are you doing? It's okay, let me calm down. Riaz looked at Kuroba and sighed. Azazel is a woman. I had no idea. What will I do if my lovely Kuroba gets seduced? How can it be? Kuroba answered somewhat guiltily. This trembling sound also made Ria's eyes look somewhat dangerous. She looked at Kuroba with a smile, her eyes flashing with an eerie light. Really? Kuroba, are you holding back something you just said? Kuroba was shocked. Of course she'd kept it a secret. What did she mean? She was wearing a purple t-shirt and extending a grand invitation to me. Did she even want to live anymore? Ria sighed helplessly at Kuroba's expression, not wanting to argue with him anymore, and simply leaned into his arms, her voice tinged with grievance. Kuroba, am I not pretty enough? No, that's not true. Riaz is beautiful. I love Riaz the most. At this moment, Kuroba's will to survive was at its peak. Between heaven and hell, he chose the most comfortable way to die. Then kiss me. Riaz tilted her head slightly up to look at Kuroba, her eyes sparkling, her thin lips slightly parted, looking at Kuroba with a hopeful expression. How could Kuroba resist such a charming invitation? He unconsciously tightened his grip on Riaz's arms, And with a soft moan from Rias, their lips met, fortunately. Only Lias was present in the club at that moment. The others were busy with their own tasks thanks to this. Kuroba became increasingly unrestrained. Getting used to it after a few tries. Kuroba skillfully pried open Ria's teeth, forcefully thrusting his penis into her through the gap, and wantonly plundering her saliva. As Kuroba's forceful actions continued, Ria's eyes gradually became hazy. She felt her body begin to weaken and a burning. Fiery aura quietly erupted from within her, unconsciously. With just a simple kiss, Ria's was already aroused. Ria's reached out and stopped Kuroba's mischievous hand. And under Kuroba's puzzled gaze, she shyly exhaled a delicate breath. No. Not here, I'm afraid they'll come back. Ria's pointed to the room behind her. Can we go in? Is that okay? Of course. Kuroba picked Ria's up in a princess carry. Seeing Kuroba's eagerness, Ria's just gave him a coquettish glare, then buried her head in Kuroba's chest, even excitedly anticipating what might happen next. Kuroba was familiar with this room. He had previously recuperated here. So Kuroba easily led Ria's to the bed. Ria's was gently placed on the bed, and she blinked her eyes as she looked at Kuroba. Kuroba. I'm ready today too, crying from the pain. Bonus chapter for donations. Ria's lay quietly on the bed, her beautiful face displaying a shy expression. Her cheeks were rosy like peach blossoms, shimmering softly in the dim light of the night. Her snow-white skin revealed a hint of blissful joy, as if wheat flour had been gently applied to her face, adding to her tenderness and delicacy. She looked at Kuroba with anticipation. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Could it finally come true today? Although it sounds like she's being rushed into this situation, Ria's is actually quite anxious, seeing everyone around her falling for Kuroba. While she was the first to have a physical intimacy with him, there's always been a thin veil separating them, which makes Ria's feel uneasy. Kuroba remained silent, but began to gently remove Ria's school uniform. Ria's cooperated fully, raising her long legs high and helping Kuroba pull down her short skirt. When those legs as white as moonlight were fully revealed, Kuroba couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing Kuroba's expression, Ria's shyness faded slightly, replaced by a sense of satisfaction and happiness. Is it beautiful, Kuroba? Ria's is definitely beautiful. After responding to Ria's, Kuroba slowly lifted her leg, examining it carefully as if admiring a work of art. Kuroba, you're acting so strange. Don't look at me like that. Ria's would naturally find it strange to see her thighs being lifted up by a man who stared at her without blinking. But when Kuroba's warm hand gently touched her, Ria's immediately shivered. The itchy feeling struck her as very strange. And as Kuroba caressed Ria's, flames erupted within her body. It was like dry wood meeting a raging fire, ready to ignite at the slightest touch. Ria's couldn't hold back for long. She deftly broke free from Kuroba's care, sat up, and pounced on him onto the bed. Her face was flushed and her breath was sweet. She stared at Black Feather. Is it fun? Without waiting for Kuroba's response, he lowered his head and covered Kuroba's lips with his own. Ria's was incredibly proactive. After prying open Kuroba's mouth, she skillfully found Kuroba's tongue and they became entangled. With her hands busy, she removed the few remaining clothes from the two of them, and then pressed them directly against Hayu's body. Her plump, snow-white breasts were squeezed and turned into oval shapes, and the elastic touch was very refreshing. Besides the amazing touch, Kuroba also noticed that Ria's body temperature was extremely high, as if a faint pink mist was emanating from her and surrounding the two of them. Kuroba, I feel so bad. Simple kissing was no longer enough for Ria's. She felt herself burning with desire and desperately needed something to cool her down. Meanwhile, Kurobaho could help her cool down. Remained silent right in front of her, unable to contain her embarrassment. Ria's had no choice but to speak first. Her eyes began to glaze over with overwhelming emotion, and the sheer volume of tears made her close her legs tightly. Ria's, you look especially beautiful tonight. Kuroba finally spoke, looking at Ria's with a smile and sincerely praising her. Ria's gave Kuroha a charmingly disdainful look. Who needs your praise now? Come on, take the initiative. Do you expect me to do it all by myself? Kuroba was certainly not that stupid. His momentary daze was merely a reflection of emotion. It all started because of Riaz. If it weren't for Riaz, he might have already passed away. And he wouldn't be able to make so many friends like he does now. He initially felt admiration and gratitude towards Riaz. But as she showed him affection, this admiration gradually transformed into love. He had always carefully protected Riaz, trying not to let her be hurt by him, but unexpectedly, this protection seemed to have become a burden. Long before Kuroba became a mid-level demon, the obstacles between her and Riaz's contract were no longer a problem. The reason Kuroba hadn't taken action yet was simply because of this mindset. But nosing Riaz lying so charmingly in front of him, Kuroba could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. Riaz is his. He gently held Riaz's shoulders and slowly lowered her down, his eyes filled with tenderness that he could no longer hide. Riaz, thank you for giving me a second life. Riaz was taken aback by what she heard, and her expression softened. She gently stroked Kuroba's face and smiled sweetly. What are you saying? I'm so glad I saved you back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have another person I love now. Kuroba lowered his head and shared a passionate, wet kiss with Riaz. Riaz felt a hot, hard object approach her already wet area. This made Riaz tremble slightly as she entered. Riaz felt an irresistible pain, which made her beautiful eyebrows furrow slightly, and her hand switch were wrapped around Kuroba's back, tightened suddenly as the membrane broke through. The intense tearing sensation caused Riaz to let out a soft moan. The painful groan pained Kuroba, and he felt a pang of panic as he looked at the tears welling up in Riaz's eyes. Kuroba quickly licked away her tears and spoke softly to Riaz. Does it hurt? Riaz glared at Kuroba, enduring the pain. You know perfectly well why you're asking. But I'm only crying because I'm happy. I've finally become Kuroba's woman. Riaz, you're a little silly. After Riaz had adjusted to the fullness inside, Kuroba also began to move slowly. The soft bed began to creak and groan as the two moved. On the white sheets, the vibrant red rose shone brilliantly under the moonlight. That night, the room was filled with Riaz's seductive moans and Kuroba's surprised groans. The next morning, Riaz opened her eyes slightly tired, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips when she realized she was still in Kuroba's arms. She snuggled closer to Kuroba, looking for a more comfortable position. But this movement caused her to groan in pain from her lower body. Ah, the soft exclamation startled Kuroba. He first looked around warily before turning his gaze to Riaz. And then he understood the source of the sound. This kind of thing can be treated with a little medicine. But I don't want to. So don't do anything today, and I'll take care of you, okay? Riaz glanced at Kuroba with amusement, but still nodded obediently. Yeah, okay, that day. Kuroba was being led around by Riaz, but he didn't utter a single complaint and always had a smile on his face. The kitten sat on the sofa, silently shaking its head as it watched the grinning Kuroba. That senior is such an idiot. Chapter 88, My Poor Brother-in-Law. Just as Riaz was happily directing Kuroba to do his work, a familiar voice came from behind her. Oh dear, my poor brother-in-law. Upon hearing this voice, Riaz froze on the spot. Everyone in the club except for Kuroba and a bewildered Zenovia immediately knelt down. Zenovia, kneel down now, this is the Demon King. Asia carefully tugged at Genovia's sleeve, signaling her to hurry up and bow. Zenovia was startled upon hearing this. The red-haired man with the hearty laugh in front of her was the Demon King. Upon learning the truth, she was so frightened that she immediately knelt down and bowed in respect. Get up, I am here today in my personal capacity. There is no need to be so concerned with such tedious formalities. With a warm smile on his face, Sazek's used his magic to lift everyone up. Riaz was somewhat taken aback by Serzech's appearance. Brother, what brings you here? I heard that Azazel has arrived here and made contact with Kuroba. So I came to check it out and also. Sazek pulled a flyer out of somewhere. The school's information day is just around the corner. So I had to come and see my lovely little sister's exciting school life. Riaz immediately covered her forehead in embarrassment. How did you know about this? Haha. Of course, it's because of the report uploaded by your Q Academy. Although I'm busy, I care a lot about my little sister. And my father will be coming that day too. Sazek said with a proud look on his face. Hey bro, as the Demon King, this is dereliction of duty. Riaz looked at Sazek with a headache. You're right, okay, it's decided. Let's set the venue for the three-way talks at Kamo Academy. What? Riaz looked at Sazek in surprise. Although she was already very familiar with her brother's unpredictable nature, this decision still greatly shocked her. Why? Sazek laughed heartily. Don't you think this school is very interesting? Ever since Kuroba joined your family, this school has never been quiet, isn't that fate? Upon hearing this, both Kuroba and Riaz were speechless. Sazek never seemed to let the rhythm fall flat. He walked straight to Kuroba's side and put his arm around his neck. Riaz, can I chat with my brother-in-law for a bit? After saying that, he and Kuroba walked to a corner. Blackfeather, I heard Azazel contacted you. Yes. She pretended to be my contract partner for a few days. And I only found out her true identity today. Upon hearing this, Sazek rubbed his chin. It seems the rumors are true. Azazel's personality has changed drastically since the Great War of the Three Realms. He is no longer warlike and war-loving, but instead has devoted himself to the research of divine artifacts. It turns out that it was all just a smokescreen. In reality, it's because Azazel's identity has changed. Then Sazek stared at Kuroba meaningfully and smiled sinisterly. You better not get seduced by Azazel, or Riaz will be heartbroken, I can tell. Your relationship has finally taken a step forward. Kuroba scratched his head awkwardly, feeling caught red-handed and unsure of what to say. Sazek patted Kuroba on the shoulder. I hope you will take good care of Riaz from now on. This is my request as an older brother. Yes, please don't worry, I won't make Riaz sad. Haha, okay Riaz, I'm off now, see you in a few days. Without giving Riaz a chance to speak, Sazek vanished from the room, leaving no trace of the magic circle. Is the Demon King's power really that strong? After Sazek left, Riaz walked slowly to Kuroba's side with a suspicious look on her face. Kuroba, what did my brother say to you? Kuroba gave Riaz a mischievous smile. Your brother sold you to me, telling me to be careful when I bully you. Are you asking for a beating? Riaz pretended to pinch Kuroba's ear, but Kuroba laughed and dodged it. Riaz was too physically able to do much exercise, so she could only watch angrily as Kuroba escaped. Junai, who was standing to the side, had been observing everything. She only spoke to Kuroba in a low voice when he passed by. Alara, it seems like Kuroba's progress is going well. Will I be able to taste the sweetness soon too? Kuroba turned his head slightly and saw Akino secretly making a seductive lip-licking gesture, which made Kuroba smile wryly. It feels like everyone in the club is eyeing me covetously. Kitten is so much better, all she does is eat snacks. The kitten, who was sitting on the sofa eating yakin, sweet bean jelly, suddenly had its tuft of hair stand up, malicious intent. The kitten immediately swallowed the yogurt in its mouth and cautiously scanned its surroundings. Finally, they focused their attention directly on Kuroba. Idiot Senior, are you talking badly about me? You know this too. Kuroba walked over to the kitten and stroked her hair. Little cat, you can't wrong me. Why would I say bad things about you? The kitten shook its head symbolically, but since it couldn't break free from Blackfeather's hand, and even felt a little comfortable being petted by Blackfeather, it simply gave up struggling. Because you're an idiot senior, and all you think about is dirty Jokeso, it's you. Kuroba looked at the kitten, who was enjoying itself with amusement, and increased the pressure of stroking its fur a little. That slander, I'm telling you, don't forget. The yakin you're eating right now was bought by me. Believe me, I won't buy it for you again. The kit, who loved trying snacks like her own life, immediately changed her mind upon hearing this. She looked at Blackfeather expectantly and asked, Did I just say something? This left Kuroba somewhat bewildered, both amused and exasperated. No, you didn't say anything. I know a really good cake shop. I'll bring some back for you later. The kitten nodded in satisfaction. The idiot senior can be quite reliable sometimes, can't he? At that moment, Riaz walked over and asked everyone, By the way, have you all prepared your swimsuits? Swimsuit, why do we need to prepare that? Kuroba looked at Ria strangely. Feeling somewhat confused, Ria stared speechlessly at Kuroba. It's our Shenyan club's turn to clean the pool the day after tomorrow. So we definitely have to take this opportunity to have some fun. Don't you know that? How would I know? Kuroba shook his head blankly. Rias glared at Kuroba with annoyance. Then come with me to the mall after school tomorrow. I need to buy a new one too, and I also want. I don't think I have any. As soon as Rias made the suggestion, almost everyone in the club raised their hands to indicate that they needed it too. Rias sighed helplessly and made a decision directly. Then let's go shopping tomorrow, swimsuits. Kuroba imagined what everyone would look like in their swimsuits and couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 89, It Would Be Better to Die. The next day after school arrived quickly. After gathering at the club, everyone changed into casual clothes and headed to the mall. When Kuroba arrived at the swimsuit shop in the mall with Rias and the others, he was also taken aback by the sheer number of people inside. Looking at the dazzling array of swimsuits in the store and the stares of the girls there, Kuroba felt a chill run down her spine. He immediately chuckled and said, You guys choose. My stomach suddenly hurts a little after saying that. She slipped away without waiting for Ria's and the others' opinions. Seeing that Ria's Kuroba was running fast, she pouted for once. Why is that? I was hoping he could help me choose which swimsuit looked good. Junai also wore a kind and understanding smile. Rias, you have to be understanding of Kuroba. Ever since he came in, a lot of eyes have been on him, after all. This is a women's swimsuit shop, and there are no other men besides him. It's normal that he can't stand those stares. Rias looked around the store upon hearing this and found that it was indeed full of girls. Kuroba would feel uncomfortable staying there. So she stopped worrying and started picking out swimsuits with them. Which one will Kuroba like? Rias nodded, looking at the dazzling array of swimsuits, and couldn't help but hesitate. At that moment, Yuuma handed a set to Rias. You want that idiot to like you? Absolutely no problem. How really? Rias looked up in surprise, then her eyes widened in shock. Because Yuuma was wearing a bright red swimsuit. It was called a swimsuit, but in reality, it was probably just a few strips of cloth, let alone covering her private parts. It was questionable whether it could even cover her two conspicuous points on her snow-white skin. That was not all, the design was also cut out. And the cutouts made Rias feel that there was no difference between wearing it and not wearing it at all. Yuuma, are you serious? Why don't you dress yourself? Yuuma casually touched her chest, then gestured with her eyes towards Rias. I'd love to wear it, but alas, I don't have the means to do so. Coupled with the smile on Yuma's face, Rias could only feel a strong sense of teasing. How could I possibly wear this? Rias blushed and immediately retorted, Oh really? But I can assure you Kuroba will love it, what a shame. Yuuma casually hung the clothes back on the hanger and walked away. Rias watched Yuuma walk away, then guiltily kept glancing sideways at the swimsuit. In the end, I secretly took it and had the waiter wrap it up first. This little action naturally didn't escape Yuuma's notice. But she just chuckled and continued to pick out a cute swimsuit that suited Asia. You're getting a bargain, you idiot, after escaping. Kuroba leaned against the railing in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, I thought I was going to be killed by their glares. Tilda, it seems the little devil is quite the ladies' man. No wonder he's indifferent to me. Is that the Demon King's sister? A teasing voice came from beside Kuroba, startling him. Azazel chuckled and waved her hand. Don't be so nervous. I just bumped into you by chance and was just saying hello. Kuroba looked at Azazel with suspicion. Why are you, a fallen angel governor, getting so close to me? Have you got your eye on my divine artifact? Let me make this clear, no matter what, I will never betray Rias. Azazel was taken aback by Blackfeather's resolute attitude. After chuckling a few times, her expression suddenly turned extremely cold and terrifying. Aren't you afraid that by openly rejecting me, I'll just kill you and take the divine artifact from your body? As soon as Azazel finished speaking, Kuroba felt an immense pressure envelop him. and the tight pressure made his body tremble involuntarily as he tried to hold on. However, Kuroba noticed that the people around him were not acting strangely. They just looked at Kuroba was trembling slightly. With confusion, Kuroba immediately realized that this was Azazel's magic targeting him. So Kuroba gritted his teeth and persevered, constantly releasing the magic power within his body to counteract the magic power of Azazel that was enveloping him. Azazel paid no attention to this, only watching the struggling Kuroba with a look of pleasure, like a pervert who had obtained his favorite toy. Just as Kuroba felt his magic power was about to run out and his back was soaked with cold sweat, he felt the oppressive feeling on his body instantly dissipate. Released. Kuroba collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He didn't even have the strength to stand up and could only stare intently at Azazel. As expected of a new generation demon favored by the Demon King. Little devil, you truly have unlimited potential. I find myself liking you more and more. What nonsense. What kind of bullshit is this? You like me and then use magic to oppress me. Are you kidding me? Kuroba retorted breathlessly, his tone full of indignation. If you can't even handle this, you might as well die. Don't worry, I have excellent control over my magic. Even if I crush you into a pulp, not a single drop of blood will splatter out. Humans won't be able to detect it. Azazel spoke chilling words with a smiling gaze, which sent a shiver down Kuroba's spine. This crazy woman is telling the truth. He could feel the sinister, murderous intent in her words. Azazel, out of the corner of his eye, noticed that Riaz and the others had seen Kuroba's situation and were rushing over. She simply smiled slightly, squatted down, hooked her arm around Kuroba's chin and kissed him. Okay, this is a little compensation for you. Don't be angry anymore, you little devil, I'm leaving now. If you ever change your mind and want to come back to me, you're welcome anytime. Then. Azazel simply blended into the crowd and disappeared. Riaz arrived at Kuroba's side and hugged him tightly. Kuroba, are you alright? Was that Azazel just now? Already exhausted, Kuroba was nearly suffocated by Riaz's incredibly broad embrace. He patted Riaz in pain and pointed to himself before Riaz belatedly loosened her grip on him. Well, I almost died. Kuroba took 2 deep breaths before answering Riaz's question. That was Azazel. What she said was completely nonsensical. I have no idea what she's trying to do. She's probably trying to recruit me to her side. Riaz gripped Kuroba's hand tightly, still shaken, and looked at him with concern. I just saw her kiss you. You didn't say yes, did you? Seeing Riaz's adorable appearance, Kuroba couldn't help but pinch her plump cheeks. What are you saying? I am Riaz's strongest soldier. No one can take me away from me. Riaz gave Kuroba a reproachful look before smiling sweetly. Loquacious, Chapter 90. You bumped into me on Sunday. Although it was a holiday, Kuroba and the others arrived at school early, since it was already summer and swimming lessons at school were about to begin. Riaz agreed to let the Shinken Club clean the pool in exchange for priority use of the pool. Kuroba had changed his clothes first, went down into the pool to wash off the moss. As the only boy in the entire club, he had to put in extra effort during the washing process. Kuroba looked up and saw a barrier being set up around the swimming pool. Just as Kuroba was wondering what was going on, Riaz and the others started to come out one by one. When they appeared, Kuroba immediately understood the function of the barrier. Riaz walked out with a slightly unsteady gait, appearing somewhat unnatural. Kuroba, do you think this swimsuit looks good? She looked at Kuroba with some uncertainty and asked. At this moment, Riaz was wearing the swimsuit that Yuuma had recommended that day. Just from the appearance, it was already quite revealing. When Riaz wore it, Kuroba felt his blood start to surge uncontrollably with just one glance. The fiery red swimsuit was simply made of a few strips of fabric, binding Riaz's overflowing snow-white breasts like a rope. 2 thin strips of fabric draped diagonally above her chest, boldly exposing her rounded breasts to the air and forming eye-catching curves. The lace cutout design made the slightly protruding crimson nipples faintly visible, adding even more allure. Adding to this, The inverted triangle swim trunks tied with two thin strings barely covered Ria's private parts. Kuroba could even clearly see the outline of the fabric, which sagged slightly, looking at her whole body. Her slender waist-long thin legs and half-perky buttocks were so white in the sunlight that Kuroba felt somewhat dizzy. Alara president asking Kuroba like that won't do any good. Didn't you see he's completely stunned? Rias didn't receive a reply from Kuroba, but instead received teasing from Aquino behind her. As the voice rang out, Aquino emerged from behind Rias and stood beside her. As if to show off, she crossed her legs slightly and winked at Kuroba. Compared to Ria's swimsuit, Aquino's swimsuit might have a little more fabric, but only a little more. Her all-white underwear seemed to blend seamlessly with her fair skin, making it appear as if she wasn't wearing anything at all if you weren't paying close attention. Like Ria's, she was naturally a woman with a beautiful and alluring figure. Her appearance made her and Rias stand together like a stunning sight, leaving Kuroba unsure of where to look. He was quite busy for a while, not to mention the later characters like Zenovia Yuuma and Yuoki. Each swimsuit seemed to be designed specifically for Kuroba. A dazzling array of styles that made Kuroba feel like he was about to explode with blood. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Just as Kuroba felt he was about to be burned to death by the evil fire within him, a stream of icy water was poured over his head. Kuroba shuddered and looked behind him, only to find that it was the kitten holding a water pipe and spraying him with water. While Asia and Rebel stood beside him, the children's group is about to have a meeting. That's not quite right either, after all. Rebel's pair of snow-white breasts are quite impressive. So she was also wearing a bikini, which created a stark contrast with Asia and the kitten next to her. It was just a coincidence that they were standing together. Kitten and Asia are known for their cute style, so even in just a one-piece swimsuit, they look incredibly stylish. Idiot Senior. Your tent is almost big enough to block out the sun. The kitten began to complain in a tone devoid of emotion. Kuroba quickly covered his groin bent over slightly and began to laugh awkwardly. Of course, with so many beautiful girls around me, I have to show them respect. But the way they looked at me was so pure, I felt insulted. The kitten muttered to itself, sounding somewhat mournful. Asia naturally heard the kitten's complaints and could only laugh awkwardly, unsure of how to respond in the end. The kitten turned its resentment into power, and Ku diligently cleaned the pool, doing even more work than Kuroba. After cleaning, fill the container with water. Looking at the crystal-clear pool water, the group felt a refreshing coolness as they cleaned the area. One by one, they plunged into the water. Just as Kuroba was about to jump in, she saw Kitten standing by the pool hesitating. "Kitten, why don't you go down and play?" Upon hearing this, the kitten trembled slightly, then began to wriggle and squirm involuntarily. After wandering around for most of the day, she finally stammered out her answer, I can't swim." Can't swim. Kuroba had heard that cats were afraid of water. But were the cat clan also afraid of water? "Hey, what's the big deal? I'll teach you," Kuroba laughed, then dove straight into the water and reached out his hand to the kitten on the shore. But the kitten shook its head. "No need to trouble you, you idiot senior. You have fun, I'll just sit by the pool for a while." "No way, why are you being so polite with me? Learning to swim is very simple otherwise. When we go to the beach during our holidays, are you just going to watch and play? That would be so lonely." "Come on." Kuroba didn't see the kitten as a burden at all. Instead, she comforted her, seeing the hand reaching out to it. The kitten finally took it and, guided by the black feather, entered the water because the pool was quite deep. The kitten couldn't reach the bottom at all, and she also had an instinctive fear of water. The moment it entered the water, the kitten reacted as if by instinct, clinging to black feather. Kuroba couldn't help but smile wryly as he felt the soft, delicate body pressed tightly against him. He patted the kitten's back and said, "Relax, it's okay, I'll hold you." But the kitten seemed not to hear, and when it realized that Kuroba wanted to let go of her, it hugged her even tighter. Her not so large but still well-proportioned white breasts pressed tightly against Kuroba's chest, and her two delicate legs were wrapped around Kuroba's body. just like a koala, feeling the breath so close to his body. Kuroba couldn't help but react, and his lower body quietly began to stand at attention. In her panic, the kitten felt a foreign object, hot even in the water, pressing hard against her bottom, causing her pretty face to flush red instantly. Idiot Senior, you bumped into me. Chapter 91, Even Hooligans Have Their Limits. Blackfeather naturally heard the kitten scolding, but instead of feeling ashamed, he slapped the kitten's bottom. Hey. The kitten let out a strange whimper after its sensitive area was attacked, and then glared at Kuroba with resentment. Idiot Senior. There's a limit to how much you can harass people. Kuroba rolled her eyes at the kitten, looking at her flustered appearance. Then get down. You're standing right on me, and you're blaming me for supporting you. How unfair is that? I'm just afraid of water. The kitten grumbled pitifully, but immediately a large hand was placed on her head and gently stroked it. It's okay, trust me, I won't let anything happen to you. I'll teach you. Seeing Kuroba's gentle appearance, the kitten timidly tried to reach underwater, but its hands still clung tightly to Kuroba, as if afraid that it would drown if it let go. Blackfeather was very patient, without the slightest impatience, and guided the kitten little by little to overcome its fear of water. Seeing that the kitten was finally able to float on the water with the help of his hands, Kuroba praised the kitten with a smile without reservation. Wow, that's amazing, little cat. You've already taken the first step. Now I'll teach you how to tread water. Under Blackfeather's guidance, the kitten learned how to tread water, change its breathing patterns, and learn the correct swimming posture. Right now, Kuroba is standing at one end of the pool, watching the kitten on the other end and cheering it on. Come on, little kitten, you can definitely do it. You've learned it completely, now put it into practice. Seeing Kuroba cheering her on from the other end, Kyoko took a deep breath, looking at the rippling pool water. She tried to control her fear, then pushed off with her legs and started swimming towards Kuroba. Ha-hoo-ha-hoo. The kitten kept in mind the breathing method taught by Blackfeather, and swam in one direction with her hands and feet. With each rise and fall, she found herself getting closer and closer to Blackfeather. This direction made her heart beat faster and faster, and she became more and more excited. Wow. Well done, kitten, you did it, you've learned it. But the kitten showed no sign of stopping. Instead, she kept going forward until her hand touched the Blackfeather. Only then did she pop her head out of the water and suddenly kiss the excited Blackfeather. Well, the kitten hugged Kuroba's neck tightly, its clumsy tongue sneaking in and intertwining with Kuroba's, exchanging saliva. The sweet taste made Kuroba a little dizzy. The kiss was long and passionate. The kitten only released Blackfeather when she felt she was about to suffocate. Her face flushed with excitement. I did it. I overcame my fear of water. Kuroba patted her head with a hint of affection on his face. Yes, kitten, you did a great job. At this moment, the kitten lost its initial reserve, its legs underwater tightly gripping Blackfeather's waist, a silly grin on its face. Hey, at this moment, the kitten no longer complained about the idiot senior bumping into her. In fact, she even rubbed her butt against him in a small way. A brief teaching session quickly warmed up their relationship. After a brief period of playful frolicking, the kitten swam a few more laps to reinforce its skills. As it became more proficient, the kitten swam better and better, becoming more and more skilled. But the kitten was also tired, so she decided to go ashore to rest for a while. Halfway up the water ladder, the kitten turned back with a smile, its silvery hair rippling with the water droplets. Thank you, you idiot senior, I had a lot of fun. Seeing the bright smile on the kitten's face, Kuroba felt that this time had not been wasted. Just as Kuroba was watching the kitten gradually move away, a red bat flew over. Kuroba knew that it was Ria's familiar. So he looked back and found that Ria's had come ashore at some point and was lying on a beach chair that had been prepared from somewhere, shaking a small bottle in her hand, which looked like sunscreen lotion. Kuroba looked at Ria's with a puzzled expression. After their eyes met, Ria's beckoned him seductively with her finger. Come over. After Kuroba walked over, Ria's placed the bottle in her hand into Kuroba's hand. The sun is so strong, can you help me apply sunscreen? Kuroba glanced up at the barrier that covered the entire swimming pool without making a sound. But said nothing. He took the sunscreen and opened the cap. No problem at all, with Kuroba's permission. Riaz lay down on the beach chair, gathered her crimson hair, and leisurely stretched out a hand behind her back, gently pulling away the thin strip of cloth that looked like it could break at any moment. As the thin rope was untied, Riaz' already bound snow-white breasts were directly liberated, bouncing elastically twice. Especially the pinkish-red blush made Kuroba look somewhat envious. But he was quickly pressed down under Riaz. Kuroba calmed himself down and looked at his target. Before his eyes was Riaz' flawless white back, like a delicate work of art, as smooth and pure as a snow scene in the morning. Her skin radiated an alluring glow, as if meticulously polished without a single blemish. Every inch of her skin was exquisitely detailed, without a single imperfection. Kuroba couldn't resist reaching out and gently touching it. This touch felt like bathing in soft clouds, giving him a sense of purity and warmth. Riaz couldn't help but let out a soft moan of pleasure as Kuroba caressed her, turning her head slightly to look at him with seductive eyes. "You're making me very itchy." Kuroba gave an awkward laugh. "I can't help it, Riaz, your back is just too beautiful." "I was mesmerized," Riaz chuckled upon hearing this. "Thank you for the compliment. Now it's time to get down to business." After saying that, Riaz turned her head back and then closed her eyes slightly, pretending to be asleep. Seeing that Riaz was adopting a submissive attitude, Kuroba didn't hold back. He squeezed out the sunscreen, rubbed it evenly on his hands, and then applied it to Riaz' fair back. One patch, one application. The cool sunscreen made Riaz' delicate body tremble slightly. Her tightly pursed lips and flushed face showed her unease. But she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound, letting Kuroba play with her back at will. This feeling was driving Riaz almost crazy. The large, free-roaming hand with its mixture of cool and warm touches clearly made her somewhat unable to resist. Chapter 92. Yours is nowhere near as fun as mine. As Kuroba covered more and more of the sunscreen, Riaz felt an itch all over her back. The sensation, both hot and cold, overwhelmed her senses, and she clenched her fists, resisting the pleasure brought on by Kuroba's touch. Just when Riaz felt she could resist the sensation slightly, she was completely unaware that her back had already been wiped clean. Blackfeather's large hand had already quietly moved towards the base of his thigh. As soon as he put his hand down, Chinese letter, Riaz could no longer hold back and let out a shameful moan. The position where Kuroba placed it was simply too sensitive. It was as if a slight movement of the finger would touch the spot that had unknowingly reacted. "Kuroba." Riaz suppressed her overflowing shyness and called out to Kuroba. However, no feedback was received. Instead, his hand pressure gradually increased, and the sunscreen applied to her thighs felt like a thorough massage, making Riaz feel very comfortable. She felt her body gradually being dominated by Kuroba. As Kuroba's large hands moved, Riaz felt a tingling sensation throughout her body as he moved. The sensation of the touch spreading throughout her body sent chills down Riaz' spine. Until Kuroba stopped, Riaz felt as if she had just quietly descended from the clouds and been liberated. "Phew, is the rest finished, Kuroba?" Riaz let out a long sigh and asked, So. Did you also ask for help with the previous part?" Riaz bit her lip lightly, her face flushed, and uttered words that made her feel incredibly shy. As Riaz rolled over, her two soft yet elastic white mounds were completely exposed to Kuroba. Although these two words are contradictory, they are quite appropriate to describe Riaz. Kuroba swallowed hard and then placed his hands, which were covered in sunscreen, in his hands. "What?" Riaz closed her eyes slightly and opened her small mouth slightly, uttering a captivating and seductive sound. She felt as if Hayu was gripping her tightly. Those strong, powerful hands weren't just applying the product, they were even kneading it. She felt herself being arbitrarily changed shape in Kuroba's hands, and the intense squeezing sensation drained all of Ria's strength. She squeezed her legs together tightly to prevent the mud inside from overflowing. But the increasingly intense tingling sensation was driving her crazy, almost insane. Kuroba's massage became increasingly excessive, Rias round. Snow-white breasts were being squeezed so tightly that they resembled a slime. The snow-white flesh which could not be held in one hand overflowed from between Kuroba's fingers. The extremely shocking scene almost made Kuroba lose control. Ria's breathing became increasingly rapid, and her breath became scorching hot. The dazed look in her eyes and the unconscious soft moans revealed her arousal. In this atmosphere, Kuroba finally finished applying sunscreen to Rias. Just as Rias was gazing at Kuroba with a dazed expression, Kuroba felt two large cold lumps press against his back. Alara, Kuroba can't be biased and only favor Arya's okay. I want to get smeared too, as Junai spoke. She consciously rubbed her large, round breasts against Hayu's back. Judging from the touch and her proud stance, Kuroba knew without turning around that Akino was in a very smooth state. And her swimsuit must have disappeared. Hey Akino. I'm not done yet. Seeing her good time interrupted, Rias angrily sat up. Her swaying body displayed its elasticity even more brazenly as she stood up, causing Kuroba's eyes to move up and down with her movements. Alara, Rias, you're so mean. I only wanted to join after you finished applying it. Don't be so greedy, Tilda, as Junai spoke. She pressed herself closer, wrapping her arms around Kuroba's neck and pressing her warm lips to his ear. Breathing softly into his ear. Hey Kuroba, could you apply some for me too? If it feels good, I can give you a reward, Tilda. As the last few words were spoken, a warm breath traveled through his cochlea into Kuroba's senses, causing him to shiver involuntarily. That's terrifying, Akino. You not only show your estate to the enemy, but you also want to do the same to me, Akin. You've gone too far, Kuroba, is my time now. Ria's eyes already held a hint of anger. Whether it was due to Akino's initiative or because she had ruined the possible aftermath. However, Akino was not afraid of Ria's imposing presence at all, and instead giggled, Ria's, this isn't work time. I won't let you have your way with Kuroba. Shouldn't you fight for whoever can gain more of Kuroba's favor? Or are you planning to use your master's authority to force me to stop? Although Kuroba couldn't see Akino's face, he could already imagine that Akino's expression was definitely smiling. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when Akino was smiling, the consequences could be quite serious at this moment. Kuroba could see the magical energy surging around Ria's, and the crackling of lightning behind her. Kuroba sensed something was wrong. He shuddered and, with a burst of strength he didn't know he had, grabbed Akino from behind and put her on another beach chair. At the same time, he pushed Ria's back to her original position. Stop arguing, let's all get together, as he spoke, his hand, as if possessed, directly grasped the two women's incredibly proud, snow-white breasts. Ria's and Akino were taken aback for a moment. Then Akino giggled, I also like Kuroba's strong personality, Tilda. Ria's blushed with embarrassment and ultimately chose to compromise. Since it's Kuroba's decision, then forget it. After Kuroba made this move, his brain had essentially shut down. He didn't know where he got the courage to make such a move. But what he didn't expect was, agreed. Kuroba clenched his hands slightly, seemingly in disbelief. Tilda, what? Immediately, two distinct yet equally alluring soft moans emanated from their mouths. Hey. Do you want to play around to your heart's content before applying the ointment? I have no objection, okay. Zhu Nejiao smiled at Hayu and even gave him a flirtatious wink to indicate her acceptance. Ria's immediately puffed out her snow-white breasts and let out a cold snort. Yours is nowhere near as fun as mine. Kuroba will definitely prefer mine. Alara, it's up to Kuroba to decide this. Akino didn't argue with Ria's, as if this was the result she had originally expected. Now that her goal had been achieved, she naturally wouldn't argue with Ria's, and so, with a grateful heart, Kuroba began to toy with them wantonly, until the two were exhausted and looked like they were about to break. Chapter 93, Black Feather, shall we do it? Seeing that the two had finally given up, Kuroba covered them with blankets and ran towards the changing room. Staying in this place any longer will cause your blood to rush to your head and you'll be finished. Sitting on the bench in the locker room, Kuroba couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after all. Kuroba really didn't expect that the two oldest and most mature women in the club would be so terrifying when they were jealous of each other. If it weren't for Kuroba's quick thinking, the two of them would probably have started fighting. Black Feather. Just as Kuroba was resting, a sudden shout startled him. He turned around abruptly and saw Genovia standing behind him in a bikini. Genovia, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Genovia unconsciously rotated her ankle, watching her hands fidgeting aimlessly. Kuroba. Can I ask you for a favor? Kuroba laughed when he heard that Genovia wanted to ask him for a favor. Of course, what is it? Can you do it with me? Ha. Kuroba stared in astonishment at the serious-looking Genovia. Genovia thought Kuroba hadn't heard her clearly. So she repeated herself. I said, can you do it with me? Upon hearing this, Kuroba shook his head repeatedly. No, Genovia, it's not that I didn't understand. It's just that it's so strange. You suddenly appeared behind me and said this. What is this? Who would suddenly make such a request? Genovia immediately understood. That's right. Since I've lived according to God's instructions since I was a child. But now that God is gone, my faith has disappeared. As a reincarnation of a demon, I feel like I've lost my purpose in life. So I want to experience the joy that the woman I gave up in serving God could feel. He understood the reasoning. But Kuroba still looked at Genovia with a completely bewildered expression. Why me? Seeing Kuroba's expression, Genovia looked at him with a hint of displeasure. What? Is there something you're unhappy with about me? My figure is completely free of excess fat thanks to long-term exercise. Although my chest can't compare to Ria's and the others, I'm still very confident. Are you looking down on me? Kuroba shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. How could that be? It's not like that, but this is too sudden and there's nothing more to it. Genovia sat directly on Kuroba's lap, one hand on his shoulder, the other ripping off her bra. Her full, pink and rosy breasts were immediately revealed in front of Kuroba, swaying back and forth making him feel dizzy. She looked at Hayu with a flushed face, her breathing slightly rapid. I don't have much experience, so please be lenient with me if I do anything wrong. Kuroba. No, before Kuroba could say anything, Genovia pressed her round breasts against Kuroba's face, the soft touch rubbing haphazardly against his skin. Even the fleeting glimpse of pink flesh from before unintentionally ended up in his mouth during the caress. Kuroba unconsciously opened and closed his mouth. Genovia let out a soft moan. What? The shout startled Kuroba. He tried to spit out what was in his mouth, and his tongue kept pushing outwards, however, because it was blocked by Zenovia's full breasts. This back-and-forth motion brought Genovia extreme stimulation. Kuroba, is it that exciting? Not to mention that Genovia was shivering uncontrollably. Even Kuroba couldn't help but tremble when he heard Zenovia's soft moan. Oh my God, so alluring. This is hardly about rediscovering the joy of womanhood that was once forgotten. This is clearly the seal being broken. Kuroba felt his waist being tightly gripped by Zenovia's strong, long thighs, with only two thin layers of fabric separating their private parts. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he could feel the mud and moisture seeping out between them. Fiha, Zenovia, can you get down first? Hold on. Kuroba was finally freed and was able to speak, withstand. Zenovia looked at Kuroba with confusion. Although she had been feeling a hard object pressing against her, she had no idea what it meant to do it or what a boy's penis looked like. Following Kuroba's instructions, she directly reached her hand inside Kuroba's swim trunks. Then grab it tightly. Is this the thing holding it in place? Genovia blinked, her eyes filled with a childlike clarity, though a hint of bewilderment lingered in them. Kuroba grimaced as he gripped the handle, and looking at Zenovia's expression, he had no idea how to explain himself. It. Kuroba, it's moving. Feeling the tremor inside Kuroba's pants, Zenovia shared it with Kuroba with the curiosity of someone who had discovered a new continent. Kuroba felt the grip suddenly tighten, and the surge of pleasure sent a chill down his spine. Kuroba had seen through it all. Genovia knew nothing, she was like a complete novice. Zenobia, take your hands out first. That's not how it's done, hey. Upon hearing this, Zenobia withdrew her hand and looked at Kuroba with a blank expression. Kuroba looked at Zenobia with a very serious expression. Zenobia, let me tell you, sex is a sacred thing. But it is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It must be something that arises naturally under the right circumstances and with the cultivation of feelings. What you are doing is a defilement of sex, fortunately. Zenobia had received church education since childhood and did not doubt Kuroba's deception. They were even taken aback by Kuroba's intimidation. Is this like it, of course? Kuroba gave him an expression that said, "How could I possibly lie to you? Oh. Then how do we cultivate feelings?" Genovia asked Kuroba with a silly humble and inquisitive expression. Kuroba's expression froze, and he looked at the innocent Zenobia with a twitching smile. I guess it'll be like what my close friends do. Just imitating them should be fine, right? Oh. I see, Genovia nodded, seemingly puzzled. As if she had just realized something. Yes, that's right. Go back and play with them and try to imitate them. After Kuroba coaxed Zenobia off him and out of the room, he breathed a sigh of relief. This life is really exciting. But soon after, Kuroba regretted it and slapped himself hard several times. Why the hell did I make her imitate that? Chapter 94, Eating Junai. Kuroba peeked out of the changing room and saw Zenobia asking Riaz and the others for advice. Though he couldn't hear what they were saying, however, judging from the astonished expressions of Riaz and the others, Kuroba helplessly covered his forehead. Realizing it wasn't a good thing, oh no. I forgot that Zenobia is so stubborn. She actually believed it. Yes, you've attracted both bees and butterflies again. A suppressed laugh came from behind Kuroba. Hearing this voice, Kuroba couldn't help but shudder. Junai, please stop scaring me, okay? I feel like my heart is beating at a rate that's lasted a lifetime. Kuroba turned around with a wry smile, only to see Akin standing behind him, looking relaxed and with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Junai straightened up and leaned against Yu. Hey. Kuroba, can you handle this? When are you going to eat me up? I can't wait any longer. Junai's hand moved down precisely, gently teasing Kuroba's still erect penis. This is really a case of one problem after another. Kuroba felt that his little brother hadn't had a moment's peace all day. Hovering on the verge of exploding, looking at the incredibly alluring Akino, Kuroba also let out a heavy breath. Akin was exceptionally good at reading people, and she naturally noticed Kuroba's restlessness. So she chuckled and pulled Kuroba to the warehouse not far from the swimming pool, where she closed and locked the door. In the dim light, Junai gently stroked Kuroba's face. Kuroba, I don't need to endure anything with you, okay? I've been ready for this for a long time, and I'm ready to give myself to you anytime. Can you let me experience happiness? Junai's hand moved down, gently sliding to Kuroba's chest, tracing circles on his skin. Her alluring posture and provocative expression made it impossible for Kuroba to resist any longer. He immediately grabbed Junai's head and kissed her fiercely, forcefully prying open her teeth and probing with his tongue. Well, Junai let out a soft moan of pleasure, perfectly cooperating with Yu as they intertwined their tongues, saliva flowing between them. She stretched her arms behind her back end with a soft snap. The swimsuit that bound her round, snow-white breasts fell directly to the ground. She pressed herself against Kuroba, and the coolness of Akino's body melted away from the heat of Kuroba's body. As the passionate kiss continued, Junai felt her body begin to heat up, and her flawless white skin slowly turned a light pink. The breath exhaled from his nostrils began to become hot. Kuroba, you can torment me however you want. I don't mind switching roles today. Junai bit her lip, her eyes brimming with moisture as she looked at Yu, uttering words that could drive any man mad. Seeing Akino's obedience, Kuroba naturally didn't hold back. He casually pulled down the straps of Akino's swim trunks, and Akino giggled as she helped Kuroba remove the restraints. As the restraints were removed, the heat pressed directly against Junai's lower abdomen. Junai felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, she rubbed her flat stomach against the heat. He kept uttering faint murmurs, watching Akino sway her body, Kuroba's gaze focused on the constantly swaying snow-white flesh. He grabbed it tightly with one hand and, amidst Junai's soft moans, put his lips to it. Ah. Kuroba, bite gently, it hurts a little. Junai affectionately stroked Kuroba's hair, not minding Kuroba's actions at all. She reached one of her hands directly towards Kuroba's genitals and began to warm them up. Soon under Akino's temptation, Kuroba became bolder and bolder. Akino's neck, her snow-white skin, and even her body were covered with red marks. The warehouse was filled with the heavy breathing of the two, their torment reaching its peak. Junai's eyes were brimming with tears, while Kuroba's eyes were tinged with a crimson hue. Akin lay down on the mat in the warehouse and opened her arms to Kuroba. Kuroba, make me happy. Kuroba placed his hands on either side of Akino's head, and Akino couldn't help but tremble all over. She felt a burning heat close to her muddy area. The slight trembling and shaking made Junai somewhat confused and infatuated. Kuroba. Junai tightened her grip on Hayu's waist slightly, and she felt something being forced into her body, which was already full and swollen. An unbearable pain surged through her, causing Junai's delicate eyebrows to furrow slightly. She bit her lip, looking like she was enduring it. But this appearance only made Junai look more alluring and charming, making people want to cherish her. Kuroba covered Akino's mouth to try to distract her while slowly penetrating her. Finally, amidst Junai's painful groans, she felt herself being swelled up to the point of bursting, completely transforming into the shape of black feathers. Kuroba waited patiently for Akino to adjust, gently smoothing her furrowed brows and caressing her body tenderly. Kuroba, I'm getting a little used to it. Junai's slightly coquettish voice rang out, signaling the start of the great battle for those few hours. Seductive music kept emanating from the warehouse, and Kuroba saw that Akino didn't want to make a fuss for that long at first. But who knew that Junai had amazing stamina? Her slender waist twisted gently like a water snake, and her long legs kept wrapping around Kuroba and demanding more. She kept her word completely. She wanted a truly exhilarating experience. She had been waiting for it for a long time. In this unrestrained and decadent battle, Akino lost count of how many times she reached her climax. Completely powerless and convulsing, she finally surrendered after being absorbed into Kuroba's molten lava-like torrent. Black feathers, they're all leaking out. Lying on the mat, Junai felt something overflowing from her muddy spot. She reached out her finger, wiped it away, and then took all the overflowing essence into her mouth. It still tastes familiar, Junai blinked charmingly, looking at Hayu with a teasing expression. Kuroba looked at Akino helplessly, never expecting that even when she was exhausted, Akino would still tease him. It seems that's not enough. Kuroba looked at Akino with a wicked grin. Junai, it seems you still have energy. As Kuroba drew ever closer, Akino finally showed a hint of panic. No, Kuroba is coming again. Junai took the tactic of feigning reluctance to the extreme. Although she was gently pushing him with her hands, her body was completely obedient. Soon, seductive moans echoed from the warehouse once again. This time Junai was truly thoroughly impressed. Under the nourishment of black feathers, it completely transformed into the shape of black feathers and no longer had the strength to tease them. Chapter 95: The Appearance of Volley. After settling Junai in, Kuroba had no intention of going back to the swimming pool. Hearing the cheerful sounds coming from the pool, Kuroba just grinned and left the changing room after changing his clothes. Wanting to train himself, when he reached the school gate, he involuntarily stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him near the doorway stood a girl dressed in a uniform and knee-high boots. She had flowing silver hair, but unlike Griffia's bright silver, this girl's silver hair was somewhat dull, leaning more towards gray. Because the girl was looking up at the sky, he could only see her barely visible profile. However, from her long eyelashes and perfectly shaped nose to her rosy and charming lips, coupled with her flawless white skin, this combination of exquisite elements clearly created the perfect image of a beautiful girl. As the sun set, its orange-yellow light fell upon the girl, and a gentle breeze softly ruffled her silver hair. The girl then tried to smooth it back to prevent it from looking messy. The girl seemed to sense that someone was watching her and quietly turned her head. What she saw was a deep, dark blue eye when she saw Kuroba. A beautiful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Every smile, every glance was as beautiful as a scene from a painting. Captivating and mesmerizing, leaving Kuroba somewhat mesmerized. Seeing the somewhat dazed Kuroba, the girl spoke first. Nice to meet you. Hello, hello. Are you interested in visiting the school for a pre-departure tour? Kuroba judged the girl as a foreigner, since there were quite a few students studying at this school. To everyone's surprise, the girl chuckled and shook her head. No. I came here specifically to see you, Crimson Dragon Emperor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vali Lucifer. They usually call me the White Dragon Emperor. Although Vali did not release any aura upon hearing this, Kuroba's heart was in turmoil. Clearly because the Crimson Dragon was causing trouble. From that moment on, Kuroba no longer doubted the identity of the girl before him. She was indeed Hakurio. See me, is it that simple? Kuroba looked at Vali with some caution. After all, he still vividly remembered how the White Dragon had easily suppressed Cockatiel last time. Seeing Kuroba's expression, Vali didn't care at all and didn't put up any defense. She just looked Kuroba up and down with her blue eyes. Weak. You're still too weak. But thinking about it, it makes sense. You can't even handle someone like Cockatiel. So how strong can you be? Vali shook her head as if talking to herself, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Kuroba watched Vali muttering to herself and criticizing herself, and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What are you up to by suddenly showing up and attacking me like this? If you're so capable, let's have a proper fight. Vali was unimpressed and slowly walked towards Black Feather. Her graceful steps and slight sway of her waist exuded elegance. She reached out and placed her hand on Kuroba's shoulder. And Kuroba immediately felt his body begin to weaken. Look. With just a light touch, you've already been plundered by the White Dragon's power. You're completely powerless to resist. And you still want to have a proper fight with me, SHH. In the blink of an eye, two swords appeared with a whooshing sound on each side, and were placed directly at Vale's neck. It's the Holy Sword and Turandot. The sword arrives and the man appears. Yuuki and Zenovia were still wearing their swimsuits, clearly sensing the power of the White Dragon and using their knightly abilities to arrive quickly. Release Kuroba. Yuki looked at Vali and gave a cold shout. The Holy Demon Sword and Durando trembled, constantly emitting an aura that sent chills down one's spine. The two stared at Vali with extreme vigilance. Their intent unmistakable. Vali didn't take it seriously. With a flick of her fingers, Yuuki and Zenovia were knocked back 2 stepsward and all, and brought to Kuroba's side. This simple move made Kuroba clearly aware of the difference in strength between the two. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to break free so easily. Kuroba. Right. Where do you think your current strength ranks in this vast world? Seemingly finding no answer from Kuroba, Vali began to ponder to herself. Given your current physical strength, you clearly cannot fully absorb the power of the Crimson Dragon. Counting from the top down, it would probably be in the 4 digits or higher. Around 1,000 to 1,500, of course. It could be higher, because I sensed more than one stream of magic power from you. So you obviously still have your trump cards. But it's far from enough. Vali looked at Kuroba with great interest. Just like your master's brother Serzech Lucifer. He couldn't even make the top 10. Vali's words shocked Kuroba. He had witnessed Sazex's strength firsthand. Such immense magical power and unfathomable strength. Yet he couldn't even rank in the top 10 in this world. What kind of monsters are in the top 10, and what about you? Where are you in line? Kuroba voiced the question that had been on his mind. However, Vali did not answer Kuroba's thoughts, but instead focused her gaze on what was behind Kuroba. Ria's Gremory, the Red Dragon's strength is more than this. Don't let his power go to waste, or I will be disappointed. Don't worry about that. I'll naturally let Black Feather grow properly, but you, White Dragon Emperor, you are Azazel's person, right? To be honest, I'm really angry with her right now. Are you here to start a fight? Hearing the voice behind him, Kuroba realized that everyone had arrived. Rias looked displeased, while Aquino and the others were on high alert, as if they were about to start a fight at any moment. Vali merely chuckled dismissively upon hearing this. The White Dragon and the Red Dragon, known as the two heavenly dragons, have a history of bad end for anyone associated with them. So are you ready? Rias's aura froze upon hearing this, and she looked unsure how to respond. Kuroba could tell from Ria's appearance that there were many things he didn't understand. But Vali clearly knew much more than he did. Kuroba, there will eventually be a battle between us. Before that day comes, you need to become stronger. You are still far from that point. After stretching lazily, Vali turned and walked towards the door. I just came to see the Crimson Dragon to kill some time. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Vali's appearance and disappearance were both very mysterious. But Vali's appearance made Kuroba's recently somewhat lax heart tense up again. Strength is everything. Chapter 96. What Witch? Back home, Kuroba lay on the floor staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind still replaying Vali's words. Kuroba raised one hand holding up a lamp, still too weak. At that moment, a delicate face appeared on Kuroba's raised hand. It was Rias. Rias stared intently at Kuroba, still thinking about the White Dragon. Seeing this, Kuroba got up and pulled Rias into his arms. Sitting on the bed, seeing her makes me realize I'm still too weak. If we really had to fight, I probably wouldn't last long. Rias knew perfectly well what Kuroba was hesitating about, and she smiled, gently stroking Kuroba's face. After all, you haven't had the power of the Crimson Dragon for very long. Unlike the White Dragon, her appearance and experience are definitely much longer than yours. At your speed, it won't be long before you catch up with her. Rias tapped Kuroba's chest. Moreover, don't forget that your power is not just the Crimson Dragon. Although they are wary of your identity as the Crimson Dragon Emperor, the Crimson Dragon is actually only a part of your power. Your potential is far more than that. Relieved by Rias, Kuroba felt much more at ease. However, he was still aware of his own limitations. If he didn't keep up in terms of strength, not only would he embarrass himself, but his master and fiancé Rias, as well as Rebel and others, would also be embarrassed. Hey Kuroba, don't think too much about it. No matter what, I'll always believe in you. It's very likely that the White Dragon will just be a small challenge for you in the future. Seeing that Kuroba's expression was still somewhat gloomy, Rias simply started to act cute and playful, throwing herself into Kuroba's arms. After Rias' outburst, Kuroba didn't want to think about it anymore and looked at Rias with amusement. You're still my master, how can you behave like this? Rias, however, didn't care at all, snuggling in Kuroba's arms. Before this I was your fiancé. What's wrong with being a little affectionate with your husband? Husband? Whether Rias said it casually or had planned it for a long time, when Kuroba said those words, he felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Rias had obviously thought of this as well, and her face immediately flushed. Ugh. Go to sleep already, tomorrow's the school open day. I have so much to do. Without waiting for Kuroba to struggle, she pounced on him on the bed and pretended to be asleep. Kuroba lay on the bed, looking at Rias' buried face and her red ears, and naturally knew that this was her shyness. So he didn't say much, just held Rias and fell asleep peacefully. That night Kuroba slept exceptionally well. The next day, Kuroba woke up to the smell of milk. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Rias' clothes had been lifted up at some point, and her large round, snow-white breasts were pressed against his face. Kuroba tried to move but found himself pinned down. Turning around, he saw Rebel sleeping on his right side, with Asia lying on top of her. The three men pinned him down in a triangular formation. This overwhelming sense of happiness made Kuroba unable to resist opening his mouth and sucking on Ria's crimson lips. Kuroba, stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. Rias let out a charming moan, reached out and tugged at Kuroba, mumbling incoherently. But this soft murmur also woke up Rebel and Asia. They were displeased to see Kuroba diligently working amidst Ria's milky aroma. Kuroba, if Rias doesn't want to, I do, hear mine. Rebel pushed Riaz away and offered herself to Riaz. This push also brought Riaz back to her senses. A three-way brawl ensued as everyone scrambled to force-feed High-U milk. It almost suffocated Kuroba after a long commotion. Yuma finally lost her temper, opened the door, and picked them up one by one. President, didn't you tell me today was open day and that we should prepare early? Why are you guys messing around like this now? We're almost late for school. Yuma covered her head, feeling a bit of a headache. It wasn't that she didn't like being intimate with Kuroba. It was just the current situation. There is absolutely no room for nonsense. Now she's the one acting like the older sister. And she's the one taking care of them. Riaz was now fully awake. She scratched her head sheepishly and stuck her tongue out at Yuma. Okay, we'll get up right away. Yuma's resentment deepened. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Open Day is a traditional event at Como Academy. It's not only to showcase the students' lives at school to their parents, but also to open the school to the junior high students, letting them know what a colorful life awaits them. Riaz neither dislikes nor rejects open days, but she always feels listless after learning that her brother and father will be there. How to say, Kuroba seems to understand. Although Riaz doesn't know much about her father, her brother-in-law, aside from being the Demon King, is quite a conspicuous figure, but to Kuroba's surprise, the real star was someone else entirely. And Sazek's paled in comparison. Kuroba's parents also came to the open day, but their attention was not on Kuroba at all. Instead, they were all focused on Asia, who was in the same class as Kuroba. Oh my, Asia is so cute. Yes, honey, look how cute Asia is in the picture I took. For the entire class period, Kuroba could hear similar statements. Yes, they are definitely their biological parents. As expected, it has nothing to do with me, the son. Fortunately, the open class ended quickly. And then it was time for free exploration. Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief and led Asia out of the classroom. In the corridor, Kuroba saw Riaz and Akina, who had come specifically to find him. Kuroba's complexion doesn't look too good either. She's practically a carbon copy of Riaz. Junejo teased High-U with a smile. Kuroba glanced at Riaz, noticing her frustrated face and somewhat displeased expression. I understand, Riaz, you've worked hard. Riaz must have suffered a lot because of Sazek's right. Yuki heard our voices and came out of her classroom. Hey, you're all here. I heard there's a really cute witch up ahead. And a lot of people are gathered around her. Wanna go check it out, witch? The group exchanged puzzled glances, then decided to go and take a look. Chapter 97, The Frivolous Demon King. The so-called witch was not far from Kuroba and the others. After walking for a short while, they saw a bustling crowd in the passageway. However, to Kuroba and the others' surprise, the crowd that was packed with people was all girls. Kuroba finally managed to squeeze through the crowd and found a cute and charming girl standing in the center of the crowd. She had her hair tied in pigtails and was wearing a cosplay outfit that did look quite like a witch. She kept striking cute poses for the group of girls to take pictures. With each change of movement, the girls could be heard screaming wildly. As the girl waved her magic wand, the girls were so excited they looked like they were about to faint. But the more Kuroba looked at it, the stranger it seemed. This girl looks so familiar at that moment. Riaz also squeezed in, and her body trembled when she saw the girl in the center. How come? Kuroba looked at Riaz's reaction with some confusion. What's wrong, you still know me? Before Kuroba could even ask a question, the crowd was dispersed by the student council members. Student council president Sona walked over with her group, while the sharp-eyed Kuroba noticed that Ki was also in the group with Riaz's father and brother. It's obvious that Sona was acting as a guide and stepped in to stop the commotion. Why did they all leave? The girl with pigtails was unaware of what had happened and was still disheartened by the disappearance of the crowd. But immediately, her eyes lit up when she saw someone in the crowd, Zio Kang. I've missed you so much. The girl with twin ponytails ran towards President Sona, opening her arms as she ran as if she wanted to give Sona a hug. Seeing this, Kuroba clapped his hands as if he had just realized something. I was wondering why she looked so familiar, but I couldn't quite place her. Turns out it's because her breasts are a bit different from her sisters. The older sisters are more elastic and fuller. Kuroba spoke without thinking, causing Sona, who was holding back her sister's embrace, to glare at him with a murderous look. Kuroba shivered. Covered his mouth hand began shaking his head vigorously. At this point Seizex also laughed. Oh, it's Serafru. You've come too. Riaz looked at Kuroba with amusement. This is Her Majesty Serafru Leviathan, one of the 4 great demon lords, and also Sona's older sister. Kuroba gasped in shock. The devil! Was he considered to have spoken rudely just now? He won't die, will he? Serafru looked over when she heard Riaz's voice. Riaz greeted them upon seeing this. It's been a long time, Your Majesty Serafru. Oh, it's Riaz tilde, it's been so long. Seraph always spoke in a coquettish tone, which made it impossible for Kuroba to associate her with the fact that she was the Demon King. Clearly, Riaz was also struggling to keep up. Yes. Yes, Your Majesty, are you here to see Kangni as well? Serafru looked at Sanaho, was resisting her. With a mixture of reproach and doting eyes, that's right. Kangna actually kept the news of the open day from me. I almost attacked the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Kuroba's lips twitched. He recalled how Sona had refused to ask her sister for help when he was in Kakabile. So it turns out, it wasn't discord. It was excessive pampering. At that moment Riaz tugged at Kuroba's hand. Kuroba, come and greet His Majesty. Kuroba had just woken up and quickly bowed his head slightly to greet him. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty Seraph. I am Riaz's fiancé and also one of her soldiers. Miyamoto Kuroha, oh, you're Riaz's fiancé. Upon hearing Kuroba's introduction, Seraph immediately abandoned her entanglement with Sona and came directly towards Kuroba, offering him a baptism of her magnanimity. Oh dear, that's wonderful, Riaz has found her partner. But my poor little Kang is still nowhere in sight. By the way, little Seizex, is this the red dragon they've been talking about? Seizex smiled and nodded unfazed. Yes, he is the holder of the Crimson Dragon, Pooh. Kuroba finally managed to catch his breath. But then he noticed that Serafru's face was pressed tightly against his. How wonderful. He's actually the owner of the Crimson Dragon. And this little guy doesn't seem like he's anything but simple. Seraphless pulled Kuroba down so he was half bent over, then put her jade-like arm around his neck and breathed into his ear as she asked, Little one, how about taking my silly little sister in too? And if you're interested in me, I'm available too, you know. Neither of us has a partner yet. Whether it was the hot breath blowing into her ear or what Seraph said, Kuroba felt his legs go weak and he almost sat down on the ground. Kangna seemed unable to stand her sister's reckless behavior and, unusually blushing, came over and pulled her away. That's enough, I'm the student council president here. Even if you're my older sister, you're going a bit too far. Seraph did not resist Sona's pulling, but simply waved at Kuroba. I'm serious, I'll think about it, tilde. Riaz sighed beside Kuroba. Kuroba also looked at Riaz in astonishment. Riaz. I can't believe my eyes, can I? This His Majesty's frivolity is ridiculously outrageous. Riaz sighed and rubbed her forehead. Actually, I've been reluctant to tell you. The current 4 demon kings are all incredibly frivolous in private. As if they're just venting work-related stress. Kuroba stared at Seraph in disbelief. Sis, hurry up and change your clothes, this is way too much. How could that be? I've always wanted to become a magical girl. Now that I'm finally in Japan, I have to fulfill my wish. This is just casual wear, isn't it? No. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding that shouldn't exist. When Kuroba first saw Ao, he displayed a hysterical resistance. This left Kuroba speechless. My sister is really powerful. At that moment, Serafru and Sona whispered something to each other. Kuroba only felt that Sona glanced at him with a blush on her face before turning away. I'm really fed up with you, sister. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Seeing this, Seraflu quickly followed. Hey Tilda Zio-Kang, don't go, what's there to be shy about? Isn't this a choice every demon faces? Kuroba watched the two gradually leave, his eyes twitching. He understood the content of the whispered conversation. Serafru is serious. Chapter 98, another bishop after Sona left. Seraflu kept chasing after her, calling out Little Sona. Little Sona repeatedly, Sona, who had become the center of attention along the way. Finally couldn't help but stop, she turned around angrily. Her face flushed and looked at Serafru, don't call me that. Seraph looked at Sona strangely, huh, why? I think Zio-Kang is really cute. Sona looked at Seraph with a face full of despair, no way. And why did you say such things to Kuroba? How am I supposed to show up in front of Riaz and the others later? Huh, Seraph looked at Sona meaningfully. Taking advantage of Kangna's shyness, he grabbed her and hugged her tightly. Tell me the truth, are you really interested? If you are, I can help you snatch it away. Seraph laughed without a care in the world, to be honest. That kid has quite a bit of potential. And he's pretty good looking, Taurite. He's more than qualified to be a purebred partner. Sona glared angrily at Serafru and left without looking back. Hey Zio-Kang. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Even after Seraph left, Kuroba was still deeply shocked. Because all the demon kings he had seen so far had an unserious appearance. He couldn't help but feel worried about the future of the underworld. He watched Riaz and Surzech bickering silently, unsure of what to say. Junai seemed to understand Kuroba's confusion and giggled. You'll get used to it eventually. The four demon kings are all very interesting beings. And their family members have become quite serious and proper. Probably because of the demon kings. This is a common problem among these families. Kuroba looked at Riaz with a pang of sympathy. Having a demon king brother like that must be exhausting. Sazex also stopped arguing with Riaz and turned to look at the key. Could you please show my father around? I need to talk to Riaz about something. Seeing the smiling face of Sazex, Key stood at attention nervously. Yes, no problem. Surzech smiled slightly, then trouble you. After saying that, Sazex beckoned to Aquino to come over. Then hesitated for a moment and looked at Kuroba. Kuroba, you should come too, you should know that. Kuroba followed them back to the club with a puzzled expression. When no one else was around, Sazex became even more unrestrained. He put his arm around Kuroba's shoulder and sat down on the sofa, muttering to himself. This club is all girls except for Kuroba. Kuroba, you're quite the ladies' man. Kuroba could only chuckle awkwardly, completely at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. Sazex patted him hard on the shoulder. It's all right. Polygamy is very normal in the underworld. So don't feel uncomfortable. Riaz reluctantly walked over, pulled Kuroba away, and brought him to her side. Brother, didn't we say we had something important to talk about? Sazex looked at Riaz with a mocking expression. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Riaz stopped arguing and turned to leave the club. But Riaz stopped in her tracks after Surzech said just one sentence. Your other bishop has granted permission to lift the ban. Really? Riaz turned her head and looked at Sazex with surprise on her face. Kuroba was completely bewildered. What bishop? Do I have companions in places I don't know about? Since they called Kuroba over, it proves that Kuroba can know about this kind of thing. So Riaz patiently explained it to Kuroba. I had already formed a contract with this bishop before I met you, Kuroba. But the higher-ups of the underworld believed that my familiar's abilities were too terrifying, and that I couldn't control her with my original powers. So they sealed her away, but now. Riaz looked at Surzech with a puzzled expression. Hoping for an answer as well, Sazek laughed heartily. After the Phoenix match and the Cockabill incident, our underworld leadership has evaluated Riaz's performance with unanimous praise. They believe that Riaz is now capable enough to control that bishop. So I've come to issue the order. Riaz Gremari's bishop is to be unsealed. Kuroha could sense Riaz's excitement and at the same time. He couldn't help but feel curious. She was so powerful that she needed to be sealed away and not allowed to move. And she hadn't even appeared in 2 major events. Just how terrifying is that ability? I carried this question with me until the end of the next day after school. All members of the club gathered in front of a closed classroom. Not only Kuroha, but all the later joined members of the Familia looked at the room with great curiosity. The doorway was covered with seals and densely packed curse marks, making it look like a place not to be trifled with. This is the sealed place, but actually it's not really. She just can't control her abilities, in fact. The seal here will automatically unseal at midnight. And she can come out and move around. But she just doesn't want to do it. Riaz looked at the seal on the door with a helpless sigh. Kuroha was taken aback. You're unwilling to move around freely, are you a shut-in? Riaz answered Kuroha's questions while directing Yuuki and Akino to remove the seals. You could say that she's rather shy. But don't let that fool you. Her ability to sign contracts is the best among my family members. How can we sign a contract without leaving home? There are still quite a few people on the internet who don't like the existence of demons. Based on this premise, the internet has become the place where they make contracts. There are quite a few such people. And she made her contracts in this way. Kuroha couldn't help but grin. This really fits the way this persona is constructed. As they spoke, the seal on the door was lifted. And the feeling of being unable to open it had completely disappeared. It seemed that the door had returned to normal after the curse was removed. Well then, I'm going in now. Riaz shouted as if she were speaking to the people inside before pushing the door open. No, as soon as the door was opened, a scream like a pig being slaughtered came from inside. Riaz wasn't startled by the scream and walked in as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. You look great, thank goodness. Kuroha followed them inside and found that it was completely dark. With no lights at all, is there something you need? A question came from somewhere. Her voice sounded delicate and sweet, making it impossible for Kuroha to compare it to the shout she had just given. Chapter 99 got you, bonus chapter for donations. Junai looked at a certain spot, as if she were being tested by magic. A gentle smile on her face. Your seal is broken. It's time for you to come live with us outside. Junai's tone was very gentle, as if she were coaxing a child with patience and tenderness. But it seems this trick doesn't work. No. I like it here, I want to stay here. I don't want to go out, I don't want to see anyone. After a brief adjustment period, Kuroha was finally able to see things inside more clearly. At this moment, Kuroha unexpectedly discovered that the room had obviously been decorated, with the interior decorations all themed around cuteness, and several dolls placed on the bedside table. But this bed gave Kuroha a fright, because under the head of the bed was a coffin, the kind used in foreign funerals. At this moment, sitting on the coffin was a girl wearing the uniform of Cute Academy. She had shoulder-length blonde hair and red eyes that were very conspicuous even in the dark night. Her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. But what was a little strange was that Kuroha saw that her mouth seemed to have faint fangs. The girl's body trembled uncontrollably as she sat helplessly on the ground, trying to back away and keep her distance from Riaz and the others who were getting closer and closer. The girl clearly noticed Kuroha's gaze. She met Kuroha's eyes in alarm, her body trembling even more violently. Kuroha gave an awkward smile. Hello, my name is Kuroha. I'm a soldier from Riaz's familiar. May I get to know you? The girl looked at Riaz with a puzzled expression, seemingly very confused by Kuroha's appearance. Yes, he is my newly acquired member of the family. Riaz didn't offer much explanation. probably intending to let them familiarize themselves with the girl's surroundings on their own, thereby lowering her guard. Looking at Kuroba's smiling face, the girl took a deep breath and said timidly, I am Gaspar Frati, and I am Riaz's familiar bishop. Ah, Gaspar, that's a lovely name, it's nice to meet you. When Kuroba saw that Gaspar had finally given her name, he decided to go up and shake her hand. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, Kuroba felt a strange sense of stagnation. When he came to his sensei, found that Gaspar, who was right in front of him, had disappeared and was now curled up in a far corner. Kuroba stared in shock at the scene, certain that he had just walked up to Gaspar, but why did it suddenly disappear? No, don't come near me. I'm scared, no. Gaspar screamed while clutching her head as if she had encountered something terrifying. She curled up in the corner as if trying to squeeze herself inside. That's the power of her artifact. As long as her emotions fluctuate, everything she can see will freeze in time. Riaz looked at Gaspar, who was huddled in the distance, with pity, and explained softly, it's because of this ability that she couldn't control it properly, which is why she was sealed away. This child was a half-human, half-vampire before her reincarnation, and she's basically been confined to this room ever since. She's quite pitiful. Blonde beauty vampire time-stopping ability. Kuroba felt as if his worldview was being shattered one by one. He had imagined many ridiculously powerful abilities, but he never expected Gaspar's ability to be an exaggerated time stop. If this ability could be used freely, it would be practically invincible. This piqued Kuroba's interest, and he unconsciously activated the Crimson Dragon power within his body. Slowly approaching Gaspar, do not come. Gaspar looked at the approaching black feather, his pupils revealing his complete panic. It seems she's really afraid of people. But precisely because of this, Kuroba felt that stagnation returned once again, however, because his body was covered by the power of the Crimson Dragon. Although he was frozen, he was surprisingly able to move around. Seeing Gaspar trying to slip away, Kuroba suddenly reached out, grabbed Gaspar, and pulled him into his arms. Gaspar lost sight of himself and the time stop ended. Everyone watched in astonishment as Gaspar appeared in Kuroba's arms. Gaspar began to struggle in panic, but Kuroba showed no sign of letting go. He simply kept comforting Gaspar, and Gaspar's unique fragrance wafted from his nose from time to time. Got you, that's a really interesting ability, Gaspar. You're pretty amazing. Upon hearing Blackfeather's words, Gaspar, who was filled with jealousy and fear of humans, trembled violently, and her struggles lessened considerably. She made a muffled sound from within Kuroba's embrace. I'm not that great. I always cause trouble for Riaz Nichin. Seeing that Gaspar was willing to communicate, Kuroba smiled. Well, I've caused Riaz a lot of trouble too. But isn't that part of Riaz's gentleness? She always protects us without hesitation and allows us to make naive mistakes. So you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. I haven't fully mastered my artifact yet. So why don't we try working together? Gaspar finally lifted her little head from his arms, her red eyes staring unblinkingly at Kuroba. Her gaze filled with hesitation. Galulu. The unromantic noise caused Gaspar to blush and bury himself in the ground again. Kuroba stared at Gaspar in astonishment. Are you hungry? Riaz looked at Gaspar strangely. That shouldn't be the case. Gaspar is a vampire hybrid, and because she dislikes blood, she usually only needs to replenish her blood transfusions every 10 days. But only 4 days have passed this time. Kuroba felt Gaspar's nostrils twitching incessantly in his arms, as if he were smelling something. Why does it smell so good? Kuroba heard Gaspar's mutterings clearly. Kuroba rolled up his sleeves and placed them in front of Gaspar. If you don't mind, is mine okay? I'm strong and healthy, I shouldn't be weak, right? Kuroba, Riaz exclaimed in surprise. But Kuroba simply shook his head, quietly looking at the astonished Gaspar in his arms. No, I can't drink it. Gaspar hesitated for a moment, then shook his head vigorously in refusal. It's all right, consider it a gift for us to become friends. How about it? I'm a reincarnated human, So my blood shouldn't taste bad, right? Definitely not. The smell on you is strange, it gives me a weird urge. Gaspar blushed and explained timidly. Chapter 100, What happened to the promise that it was just about sucking blood? Seeing Gaspar's expression, Kuroba knew he had a chance. If we can solve Gaspar's shyness, what's a little blood? It's okay, Gaspar, come on, I can handle it. I really want to be friends with you. Kuroba showed great goodwill to Gaspar. With a warm smile on his face, the boy in front of her not only grabbed her, but even moved around while she was in a state of time stop. This was the only special boy Gaspar had ever met, and the scent he smells so tempting. I don't like blood, so why do I feel this craving in my throat? Kuroba could clearly hear Gaspar in his arms swallowing more and more frequently. Don't worry, this is my own choice. So you can eat your fill without worry. Gaspar timidly tilted his head and glanced at Riaz. Riaz knew that Gaspar wanted her consent. So she sighed helplessly. Kuroba can make his own decision. As long as he agrees, that's fine, then I'll just have a little bit. Gaspar asked as if he were consulting with Kuroba. Drink however you like, come on. Kuroba agreed without the slightest hesitation and immediately placed his arm in front of Gaspar. To Kuroba's surprise, Gaspar completely ignored Kuroba's arms, stretched out his hands to hug Kuroba's neck, opened his small mouth slightly, revealing a pair of sharp fangs and bit into Kuroba's neck. All the actions happened in the blink of an eye. Before Kuroba could react, he felt as if he had been bitten on the neck by a mosquito, and the blood flowing down his fangs into Gaspar's body. It was fine if he hadn't tried it, but once he did, Gaspar was completely hooked, as if he had tasted the most exquisite flavor in the world. Well, even though it was Gaspar who was sucking, she was emitting seductive moans, and a thin layer of pink mist began to cover her eyes as she gazed at Kuroba's profile. This irresistible taste was something Gaspar had never experienced before. Although Kuroba didn't feel anything, Gaspar felt her body getting hotter and hotter, as if the raging power within Kuroba was making her somewhat delirious. Her captivating red eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. And in an instant, everyone except Black Feather and Gaspar froze on the spot. While Kuroba was still in surprise, Gaspar had already retracted his fangs and stared intently at Kuroba with a flushed face. She gazed at Kuroba's lips, licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then kissed him directly. Kuroba was stunned. What happened to just drinking some blood? How did it turn out like this, Kuroba? I don't know why this is happening, I feel so awful. It feels like my body is about to explode. After the passionate kiss, Gaspar managed to regain some control and intermittently told Kuroba how he felt. As he spoke, Gaspar slowly removed his clothes, revealing more and more of his fair and smooth skin to the air. Kuroba swallowed hard, staring at the scene before him. Suddenly unsure of what to do, Gaspar, can you hold on? Please don't do this, but I'm so hot. Gaspar's hands did not stop for a moment, and soon her white underwear was taken off without her noticing, revealing her snow-white breasts, which were neither too big nor too small, but very alluring in shape. After taking off his upper body, Gaspar was still thinking about taking care of his lower body. Startled, Kuroba quickly stopped him. No. In order to stop Gaspar, Kuroba had no choice but to grab her slender hands. Feeling the heat emanating from his hands, Gaspar could no longer resist and lunged directly at Kuroba. She frantically tore at Kuroba's clothes, revealing his increasingly muscular chest. Looking at Kuroba's muscles, Gaspar's red eyes shone even brighter. She became like a kitten in spring-licking kissing and sucking incessantly. Soon, Kuroba's body was covered with many kiss marks and red marks. Kuroba knew what was going on just by looking at Gaspar's condition. Gaspar was going berserk because the blood in his body contained too much and too mixed magic. He immediately cupped Gaspar's little face in his hands and said, Gaspar, I'm so sorry. After apologizing, Kuroba kissed him directly, his tongue forcefully prying open Gaspar's teeth. No, that's not right. Gaspar didn't need Kuroba to pry her open at all. She opened herself up on her own. Her tongue swirled around him and Kuroba, feeling the warm, soft tongue in his mouth, opened his mouth and began to suck on it fiercely. As saliva flowed and surged in her throat, Kuroba felt an indescribable, immense magical power within Gaspar being absorbed from between her lips. As he absorbed this energy, Gaspar's red eyes visibly became clearer. Ooh, when Gaspar regained her senses, she looked at the scene before her and screamed in surprise, struggling violently as she struggled. Her time-stopping ability was also released. Everyone present stared in disbelief as Kuroba and Gaspar kissed, with Gaspar completely naked from the waist up, looking as if he had been forcibly taken. Kuroba. What happened? Riaz asked, somewhat surprised and helpless. What else could it be? That idiot senior is being a pervert again. The kitten rolled its eyes at Black Feather and immediately started to complain. Seeing that Gaspar had regained consciousness, Kuroba immediately released Gaspar and covered her with a coat. He looked at everyone with a wry smile and said, "Would you believe me if I said Gaspar went berserk?" Seeing Gaspar shrinking behind Kuroba without her noticing, Aquino asked curiously, "Gaspar, you're not afraid of Kuroba anymore?" Gaspar was also somewhat taken aback. She looked blankly at Kuroba and then at the hand she was holding his. "It seems I'm not afraid. He smells nice, very comforting." Riaz rubbed her forehead in exasperation upon hearing this. "At least this is a good thing, right? Kuroba, can you take care of her?" Kuroba glanced back at Gaspar. "It seems I've unknowingly done some strange things again." "Okay, don't worry, Riaz. Asia and I will take good care of them." Kuroba knew that Riaz was about to meet with Surzech to make final arrangements for the upcoming three-way meeting. Riaz stepped forward and gently hugged Gaspar. Gaspar just listened to Kuroba and the others. "You'll definitely be able to control your abilities. I've never thought of you as a nuisance. You're one of my beloved family members." Gaspar looked at Riaz pitifully and nodded reluctantly. "Okay, I got it." After Riaz left, Gaspar once again shrank behind Kuroba, nervously watching Asia, Zenovia and Yuuma. Chapter 101. Let's try again. Gaspar became visibly more nervous after Riaz left, and Kuroba asked him a question casually in an attempt to distract him. "Gaspar, if you're a vampire, are you allowed to be outside during the day?" "Yes. But I hate sunlight, it's too bright for me. And if I walk outside during the day, people will stare at me. Which is scary, I hate that." Hearing this, Kuroba smiled and patted Gaspar's head, saying something while she looked shy. "That's just because, Gaspar, you're so cute. When I first saw you, I was stunned by your cuteness too. And I was speechless for a while, really." Gaspar looked at Kuroba with a surprised expression. "Of course I wouldn't lie to you, Gaspar." Seeing that Gaspar's expression had relaxed considerably, Kuroba felt it was time to get down to business. "So Gaspar, you no longer need to be sealed away. How about coming out with me and slowly adapting to your new life?" Upon hearing this, Gaspar instinctively tried to shrink back, but Kuroba held her small hand tightly. Kuroba still had a smile on his face as he looked at Gaspar gently. "Okay, Gaspar, don't be afraid, I'll be with you." Gaspar looked at Kuroba with teary eyes for a long time before finally nodding slightly in agreement. Gaspar reluctantly agreed. But even stepping out the door has become a problem. She kept pacing back and forth at the door, her eyes filled with fear of the outside world. And no matter how much Kuroba tried to persuade her, it had no effect. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Zenovia's face. "Hey Kuroba, how about I take care of it?" Kuroba looked at Zenovia with a puzzled expression, only to see that Durando had appeared out of thin air in her hand, releasing a suffocating aura. "Zenovia, what do you want to do?" Kuroba looked at Zenovia, who was holding a Durando and grinning mischievously, and for some reason felt a chill run down his spine. Zenovia stretched her body and said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I have a lot of experience dealing with vampires. Maybe Gaspar needs my help." Gaspar's face immediately showed panic as he saw Zenovia rushing towards him at top speed, with Durando held high in her hand. Watching Gaspar run out of the room as if fleeing, Kuroba noticed two things. It seems like Zenovia has found new fun, and Gaspar seems to be able to control his abilities a little better. At least there was no time stop just now, this amused Kuroba, who clasped his hands together and put them to his mouth, loudly instructing him, "Zenobia, watch out. Gaspar, take this opportunity to adjust to life outside." Zenobia responded with a hearty laugh, while Gaspar ran and shouted, his voice trembling with tears, "Well, Kuroba, you lied. Well, they're catching up. It's so scary." Kuroba didn't want to stop what was happening, because he felt that this might help Gaspar become more familiar with daily life. Or perhaps it should be called this strange life, however. As Ria said, if Gaspar cannot properly control his divine artifact, then he may encounter great trouble in his life. Seeing that they had chased each other to the open space outside the school building, Kuroba followed them, intending to observe further whether Gaspar had truly lost control earlier. To Kuroba's surprise, when he arrived outside the school building, he found that Zenobia was not the only one chasing Gaspar. Kitten had joined in at some point, holding a string of garlic. "Little Giant, run away, look. This is your favorite garlic. Who told you I like garlic? Go away, kittens are bad too, they only bully me." Come to think of it, Gaspar and the kitten are in the same grade. But Gaspar usually attends classes online. After a while, seeing that Gaspar was panting heavily from all the exertion, Kuroba couldn't bear it and stepped in to stop him. Gaspar hid behind Kuroba with a mournful expression, constantly crying out Kuroba's crimes. "Wah, Kuroba. You're such a big liar, you promised you'd stay with me. But I was chased out of my room by the user of Durandal. And when I got out, the kitten even tried to feed me garlic. Where are you?" Kuroba scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. I didn't mean to ignore you, Gaspar, you're kidding. I want to go back, it's too scary out there." Seeing Gaspar's fluctuating emotions, Kuroba naturally understood that he couldn't push him too hard all at once. So he told everyone and accompanied Gaspar back to his room. Sensing the familiar smells and the dim lighting, Gaspar's emotions stabilized considerably. But she still stared at Kuroba with a somewhat sullen expression, and her eerie and resentful gaze made Kuroba feel a little embarrassed. "Gaspar, why are you looking at me like that? HMPH, Kuroba is a big liar." Gaspar snorted angrily when he saw Kuroba speak. "I'm not lying to you. I really was thinking about something just now." "I don't believe it, Kuroba. You just tricked me out and then abandoned me, you know that. I felt it just now, Durandal almost slashed at me." At this point a strange smile appeared on Kuroba's lips. "But Gaspar, haven't you noticed something? Wah. What, you were being chased for so long, but you didn't seem to lose control or accidentally use your time-stopping ability. Did you?" "Hey," after Kuroba reminded her, Gaspar belatedly realized that it seemed to be true what he said. There hadn't been a single time stop during all that time. Even though she was terrified just now, Gaspar touched his body strangely, wondering what had happened to him. Black Feather Eye, is my ability gone? Otherwise, why didn't my time stop ability trigger?" Kuroba looked at the panicked Gaspar with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you think of something positive? What if you've gradually gained control over your artifact?" "No, impossible. My artifact has been getting stronger as I've grown up. I've tried for a long time but couldn't control it. How could it suddenly become controllable?" Kuroba thought back for a moment. And if there was anything that had changed in Gaspar, could it be my blood? Gaspar was also stunned. "Wanna try again?" Kuroba made a suggestion. Chapter 102, The Promise with Gaspar. Gaspar was momentarily tempted by Kuroba's suggestion, but she quickly came to her senses. She shook her head vigorously, looking at Kuroba with suspicion in her eyes. "I don't want to, I suspect you have ulterior motives." Kuroba looked at Gaspar with a greatly shocked expression. "How could you think of me like that? I was just trying to help you experiment. And I was the one being drained of blood, that's true. But I'm afraid I'll lose control again if I drink your blood." "That would be too embarrassing." Gaspar hid to the side, fidgeting and blushing as he looked at Kuroba, the meaning of which was quite obvious. After Gaspar said that, Kuroba remembered what had happened. The feeling of that snow-white skin and soft body still lingered in Kuroba's mind, making him swallow hard. "See. Kuroba, you were indeed thinking about bad things. Gaspar pointed at Kuroba and shouted as if he had discovered evidence. Holy crap, I got caught just for thinking about it. Kuroba felt embarrassed to stay in this place any longer. So he stood up and prepared to leave, haha. Gaspar, you must be tired today too, right? Get some rest, I'll come see you again tomorrow. Snapped, Gaspar ran over and grabbed Kuroba's hand. Kuroba tilted his head slightly and looked at Gaspar with some confusion. Could you stay and chat with me tonight? Gaspar lowered her head slightly and let out a shy, mosquito-like voice. Aren't you afraid I'll do something? I am afraid. But I didn't say I was unwilling, Kuroba was stunned. Gaspar, do you know what you're saying? It's practically telling me to come and commit a crime. And that I'm ready wrong, looking into Gaspar's eyes. Kuroba noticed that although her face was flushed, her eyes were clear and bright, showing no sign of having any strange thoughts, it seems. Like they really just want to chat. Kuroba silently slapped himself in the face, then casually sat down on the ground. Okay. I'll keep you company tonight. Upon hearing Kuroba's agreement, Gaspar was overjoyed and rummaged through drawers and cabinets, pulling out a huge pile of snacks and piling them in front of Kuroba. Haha, eat as much as you want, I have plenty of these. They were all sent to me by my employers who were satisfied with my contracts. Looking at the mountain of snacks, Kuroba had already grasped Gaspar's business capabilities. But this only made him more curious. Gaspar, can I ask you a question? Gaspar casually opened a bag of snacks, stuffed it into his mouth hand, nodded with his mouth bulging. Well, you said, since you are so skilled in your work, why are you so afraid of humans? When Kuroba asked that question, there was a noticeable pause in the air, indicating that Gaspar's emotions were beginning to fluctuate wildly. Kuroba shook his head repeatedly. Sorry, please pretend I didn't ask, calm down. At this moment, Gaspar's pupils appeared somewhat vacant and were trembling, as if he were recalling something unpleasant. But she didn't stop her memories. Perhaps because this was Kuroba's question. She took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then spoke. Kuroba, you should know I'm a vampire, right? Yes, Ria said that. A bitter smile appeared on Gaspar's face. But actually, I'm a half vampire. This result was unexpected by Kuroba thinking about it. It makes sense if Gaspar were a pure-blooded vampire. He probably wouldn't have become Ria's familiar. My mother is human and my father is a vampire. My existence was purely due to their impulsive relationship. Although my father treated me well and even took us back to his family. Because of my identity as an illegitimate child who couldn't be openly acknowledged. My older brothers and sisters in the family always bullied me. After my mother died, my father was forced by pressure to expel me from the family. Coming to the human world, I experienced the evil of humanity even more. No matter where I hid or how I tried to avoid it, I would still be bullied by humans. As he said this, Gaspar smiled while two pitiful tears streamed down his face. Starving and freezing me, body covered in wounds. Just when I thought I was about to die and couldn't hold on any longer, Ria's appeared. She gently stroked my face, and I felt a warm sensation from her. So naturally I became her familiar. But it seems my reincarnation didn't go smoothly. I barely succeeded by using a mutated chess piece. Kuroba listened to Gaspar's past with mixed feelings on his face. And he couldn't help but pull Gaspar into his arms. I don't know how to comfort you, but that's all in the past. Now you have Ria's, everyone, and me. We are all your friends and your companions. If anyone dares to bully you again, I'll be the first to beat them up. Kuroba made a fighting motion, then looked at Gaspar with a gentle smile. Moreover, you now possess powerful abilities to protect yourself. And if you can control them well, you can protect not only yourself but also us. Gaspar is incredibly capable, really, really. Gaspar looked at Kuroba with teary eyes. His expression one of disbelief, of course. I really like Gaspar. And I absolutely won't tolerate anyone bullying you. I like it. Kuroba's words made Gaspar's face turn as red as a ripe apple. And Kuroba could feel her heart pounding rapidly as their bodies were pressed together. Gaspar, what's wrong? Your heart is beating really fast, are you feeling unwell? Gaspar could only bury his face in Kuroba's arms. You even asked me what was wrong. It's all because you, Kuroba, said such strange things. Seriously, you idiot, no. It's nothing, I'm just a little touched. Gaspar suppressed his inner turmoil and gave Kuroba a perfunctory reply. Oh, I see. Gaspar, know that you're out of quarantine. It's time to get used to life outside the room, okay? I still can't do it, the outside world is still terrifying. Humans are horrifying. Gaspar's body began to tremble. And he shook his head, shrinking back. But I'm human too, are you afraid of me? Gaspar looked awkwardly at Kuroba. Staring into his deep pupils, I'm not afraid. Upon hearing this, Kuroba tightened his grip on Gaspar's arm. That's fine then, I'll go with you. We'll get used to it together and learn how to control the artifact together. Okay. Gaspar hesitated for a long time before finally choosing to look up at Kuroba. It is good, no stop, don't stop, as Gaspar agreed. The atmosphere gradually became quiet and ambiguous. Kuroba felt the girl in his arms breathing more and more rapidly and hotly. That Kuroba, Gaspar, panting heavily, looked at Kuroba, strange light flickering in his eyes. Kuroba looked at Gaspar strangely, somewhat puzzled. But he soon realized what the problem was. You're pressing against me, it's so hot. Kuroba hurriedly and awkwardly released Gaspar and took 2 steps back. To be honest, it wasn't that Kuroba was being a scoundrel. He genuinely didn't know. He had been holding Gaspar the whole time. His nose filled with Gaspar's unique scent. And he hadn't even noticed that his little brother had started doing something naughty. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Kuroba had no idea how many times he had apologized today. All he knew was that the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. And he wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Gaspar's breathing became more and more rapid. She looked at Kuroba as if she were looking at a delicious cake. And her fangs had already been silently revealed. Kuroba. I don't know why, but I feel hungry again. She approached Hayu step by step. Her slender body revealing a pair of half-vampire, half-demon wings spread behind her, giving her an extremely sinister look. Her red eyes were already shining brightly. And she seemed impatient. Before Kuroba could refuse, Gaspar had already pounced on him, standing on tiptoe to grab Kuroba's arm. Sharp fangs pierced Kuroba's neck. And then Gaspar let out a satisfied moan as his throat moved. The greedy and endless sucking caused Gaspar's body temperature to rise continuously. Kuroba dared not move, fearing that his struggles would hurt Gaspar. But it was this indulgence that led Gaspar to lose control once again. This time Kuroba did not use his ability in advance, which resulted in his body being controlled by the time stop. But he still has feelings and perceptions, and can see everything that is happening in front of him clearly. He saw Gaspar's bloodshot eyes and quickly tore his own clothes to shreds. He kept muttering to himself, it's so hot, so hot. It's so uncomfortable, as her smooth, delicate skin was fully exposed. Her playful, trembling white skin also came into view before Black Feather's eyes. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was a typical size, however it was very elastic. As Gaspar wiggled, its playful white flesh trembled along with it, making Black Feather a little dizzy while his little brother stood up proudly. Gaspar noticed the large bulge on Kuroba's body. Her red eyes lit up as if she had discovered a tool to soothe her burning desire. She suddenly squatted down and pulled down Kuroba's pants without asking his opinion. Seeing the magnificence displayed by Kuroba, Gaspar actually showed an excited smile on his face. This greatly shocked Kuroba. Where is my lovely, timid Gaspar? Where did you go? Who are you anyway? Don't touch me, ouch, so cold. At this moment, Gaspar was fiddling with Kuroba as if out of curiosity, which made Kuroba feel like he was about to get angry. Of course, it's not the kind of anger that comes from being angry. Before Kuroba could calm down, he saw Gaspar gently grasp his hand and open his mouth wide, as if trying to take it in. Looking at the sharp fangs in Gaspar's mouth, Kuroba couldn't help but shiver. No, stop. Gaspar, you're going to die, you'll bite me through. Just as Kuroba was sweating profusely as he watched Gaspar open his mouth and take it in. What? Don't stop. The anticipated scene of being pierced by fangs did not occur. Instead I felt warm, moist lips and a nimble little tongue moving freely. Gaspar's lips were pressed inward as he sucked hard. As he swallowed the saliva with its unique flavor, Gaspar's scarlet eyes began to lose their brilliance, replaced by clarity. But after Gaspar regained consciousness, he did not stop. Instead, he savored the food even more. This put Kuroba, who had regained his mobility, in a very awkward position. Unsure whether to move or not, Is it comfortable, Kuroba? Gaspar asked Kuroba vaguely as he moved. It was obvious that she knew Kuroba could move. Kuroba opened his mouth, but didn't know how to express himself. How do you say this? I've only known Gaspar for a day, and he's already taken my mouth. Even though Kuroba couldn't tell who had gotten the better deal, he was probably the one feeling comfortable right now. Lost in thought, Kuroba noticed that Gaspar's movements were becoming increasingly frequent, which Kuroba found difficult to handle. Unable to bear it any longer, he grabbed Gaspar's head and gave her a good beating. Gurgle, gurgles. Gaspar swallowed twice before finally managing to finish the overflowing essence. Cough, cough, cough. Gaspar was released by Kuroba, and she immediately coughed and spat out. Kuroba, couldn't you have just said something? I'm choking. Kuroba looked at Gaspar with disbelief. Why can you accept this so calmly? We've only known each other for a day. Gaspar wiped the glistening liquid from the corner of his mouth and looked at Kuroba with a puzzled expression. Isn't that how it is in the human world? Some of my contract partners taught me this. They said that's how you do things when you meet a man. That's how you win his favor. Kuroba's eye twitched involuntarily. Gaspar, what do your contract partners do? Never mind, I won't ask. Kuroba looked at Gaspar with a serious expression and grabbed her smooth shoulders. Gaspar, promise me you won't treat other men like that again. Gaspar looked at Kuroba as if he were an idiot. What are you talking about? I only act this way because I have feelings for Kuroba. How could I do this to anyone else? Kuroba didn't know whether he should let out a sigh of relief or something else. However, Gaspar looked at Kuroba with great pleasure and said, But Kuroba, look. Gaspar casually tossed a pencil into the air, and then a red light shone from her eyes, causing the pencil to freeze in midair under the glow. You can control it now. Kuroba looked at Gaspar with surprise. Gaspar looked thoughtfully at the still-present bulge on Kuroba's body. It feels like that's even more effective than blood in helping me control my abilities. Seeing Gaspar's still unsatisfied expression, Kuroba quickly covered himself and took 2 steps back, even throwing a piece of clothing over Gaspar. Where did my lovely Gaspar go? Why do you seem even scarier than Aquino and the others now? Alara, Kuroba, are you praising me? Just as Kuroba finished speaking, Gaspar's door opened, and Aquino walked in with a smile on her face. Chapter 104, Unsealing the Angel's Power. The door behind him was opened, startling Kuroba. Junai, what brings you here? Junai gave Hayu a mischievous look. What, did I interrupt your good time? I've been waiting for ages, and I thought it was all over before I came in. Should I go out first? Kuroba looked at Aquino helplessly and said, Stop joking, is something the matter? Junai covered her mouth and chuckled twice, then glanced at Gaspar. Gaspar, may I borrow Kuroba for a moment? Gaspar nodded, a mix of naivety and timidity in his expression, to indicate his agreement. Junai then walked over to Hayu's side and whispered in his ear. The warm current sent a shiver down Kuroba's spine. What are you doing? Come to the shrine in the suburbs after school tomorrow. Someone wants to see you, someone wants to see me, who? However, Aquino did not answer Kuroba's question and turned to walk outside. You'll find out tomorrow. Seeing Akin's mysterious demeanor, Kuroba muttered to himself, what the hell? Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland, With these questions in mind, Kuroba went to the shrine in the suburbs after school the next day. But looking at the red torii gate in the distance, Kuroba couldn't help but feel troubled. Is it really okay for me to go in? Will something bad happen? Although I have the magic of angels within me, I seem to be asleep right now. Will it still be effective? But as Hayu approached, he noticed a figure standing at the bottom of the stone steps, wearing a white and red shrine maiden outfit with her long dark hair tied in a ponytail and a slight smile on her face. Who else could it be but Akino? Welcome to my home, Kuroba. Akin looked at Kuroba with a smile, and paired with this shrine maiden outfit that seemed to be tailor-made for her. She was simply a Yamato Neidshiko, living here. In the shrine, Junai led the way while explaining things to Hayu. There's no problem here. We made a special agreement with this shrine in private, which allows even demons to enter. Since the previous shrine chief passed away, this place has been unmanaged, and it was Ria's who helped me preserve it. Kuroba suddenly realized that there was such a reason. Then Junai, who exactly came to see me today? Junai remained silent but led him into the shrine. Are you Kuroba? A voice that didn't belong to Hayu rang out. Hayu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a flurry of golden feathers. Standing among the flying feathers was a very kind-looking young man. He was wearing a white robe and had a golden halo on his head. Looking at this strange outfit, Kuroba couldn't help but think of angels. Sure enough, the young man walked towards the black feather, and 6 pairs of golden wings appeared behind him as he walked. Let me introduce myself. I am Michael, the Archangel Black Feather. I've heard your name from someone far too many times. Michael walked up to Kuroba with a smile and shook hands with him, showing no airs of being the leader of the angels. Kuroba ignored Michael's introduction, ignored everything else and focused solely on one word. Someone. Kuroba looked at Michael with a hint of nervousness. I wanted to ask you a question. Huh, what? Michael didn't mind at all and waited patiently for Kuroba's question. Is Yuno all right? Michael's smile didn't fade when he heard Kuroba's question. He looked at Kuroba with some surprise. Yuno. So that's her name. Seeing Michael speaking in riddles, Kuroba was very anxious. But he couldn't press him further and could only wait patiently. Fortunately, Michael did not intend to keep him in suspense. Don't worry, Yuno you mentioned is doing very well. In fact, she often talks about you and wants to play games with you again. If it weren't for her mission this time, she probably would have been here already. After hearing Michael's words, Kuroba breathed a sigh of relief, although he still didn't know who Yuno was. And it was clear that Michael was hiding something. It was good to hear from Harand. That was enough for Kuroba. Besides, I came here this time on Yuno's request. Michael spoke again. What? Kuroba looked at Michael with a puzzled expression. Excuse me. As Michael spoke, he slightly brushed aside Kuroba's bangs. I was wondering why the angelic aura I sensed was so faint. It turns out it was all sealed here. Michael studied the matter to himself for a while, then looked at Kuroba. Kuroba, can you grant me a request? The request, coming from Michael's mouth, carried a certain weight. But Kuroba hesitated only for a moment before speaking. If I can do it, Michael nodded in satisfaction. I see this meeting as an excellent opportunity for the 3 major powers to shake hands and make peace. You are my gamble. I will unseal and strengthen the angelic magic within you, making it a power you can completely control. I only hope that you can make good use of this power and become a bridge between us angels and demons. This is Yuno's request, and it is also my request. It was indeed quite heavy. Or perhaps Michael was overestimating him. I'm just a little devil. Perhaps you've asked the wrong person. Michael shook his head with amusement. You who possess the power of both angels and demons, and wield a red dragon, yet you claim to be nothing more than a lowly demon. You underestimate yourself far too much. Michael patted Kuroba on the shoulder. I rarely misjudge people and I have high hopes for you. Kuroba, I wonder if you dare to grant my request. Unsealing your angelic magic means your strength has greatly increased. So don't underestimate the amount of magic Yuno gave you. Now that things have come to this point, What difference is there between Kuroba and a grandson if he continues to back down? I can't make any promises, but as long as I live, I will keep this promise even if it's just for you, no? Michael smiled, and this time his smile seemed more genuine. Michael drew out all the angelic magic sealed within Blackfeather's eyes with his finger. And the magic was immediately covered by golden light. The platinum and gold colors slowly merged and transformed into a flowing sphere that resembled gilded gold. Michael flicked his finger, and the gilded sphere spread across Blackfeather's entire body as if it had found its home, penetrating through every pore. As Blackfeather was covered by this magic, he felt an indescribable comfort. The surging power and unprecedented comfort made Blackfeather unable to help but let out a roar. With a roar, two wings involuntarily appeared behind Blackfeather. The left wing was jet black, representing the demon, while the right wing was pure white, a testament to the angel. These wings were covered with a thin layer of red light, seemingly weak, but one could feel the scorching heat if one put their hand close. Without needing to do much testing, Kuroba already knew that he had become stronger, at least to the point that he wouldn't be helpless against Haku. Seeing that the fusion with the black feather was complete, Michael also dispelled the surrounding blessing light and looked at the black feather with a smile on his lips. Kuroba, remember our promise. Time is running out, so I'll be going now. Then Michael left amidst Kuroba's bewildered gaze. Leaving now? Junai chuckled. Lord Michael is very busy, he made time to come see you. Otherwise, do you think the three-way talks are a joke? Makes sense. Blackfeather looked at its wings from side to side before putting them away. Chapter 105, The Gentle Junai. After Michael's aura completely dissipated, Junai's expression relaxed and she let out a long sigh. Alala, serving important people is really exhausting. Even though my beloved Kuroba is right beside me, I can only pretend to be calm. Do you know how torturous that is? Kuroba's lips twitched when he heard Akino's sigh. You've really had a hard time, Junai. Junai smiled sweetly at Hayu, her eyes crinkling, and then twirled around in front of him. Kuroba stared in disbelief as Akino twirled around in her red and white shrine maiden robes, her hands lightly twirling as she spun. She revealed her distinctive wings, which traced beautiful arcs in the air. Countless black feathers scattered with her movements, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Standing still, Akin looked at Kuroba. So, Kuroba, does this shrine maiden outfit suit your taste? Kuroba smiled and walked towards Akina, gently reaching out to stroke the pair of wings behind her. Juno is so beautiful, everything about her is so lovely. I really like Juno like this. Upon hearing this, Junai's eyes softened even more, and she nestled tenderly into Hayu's arms, murmuring softly, "Thank you for your kind words, Kuroba." Why are you thanking me? I don't think I did anything wrong. Junai tapped Hayu's forehead and said coquettishly, Originally, I hated having the blood and wings of a fallen angel, so I angrily sought out Rias to reincarnate as a demon. But I never expected that I would be born with both the wings of a fallen angel and a demon. This version of myself makes me feel nauseous and disgusted. But because of your appearance, Kuroha, I have accepted my existence. So, Kuroha, you should also have some confidence in yourself. You are very strong and powerful. Otherwise, what am I who believes in you anyway? Akin pulled Kuroba to sit on the ground. She slightly lifted the hem of her shrine maiden outfit to reveal her smooth, elastic thighs. She gently pressed Kuroba's head down, letting him lie on her lap, and tenderly stroked Kuroba's hair. For such an adorable Kuroba, this is my reward for you. So, how about it? Whose lap pillow is more comfortable, yours or Rias's? Feeling the soft touch against his ear, Kuroba felt incredibly relaxed. But he was not about to fall for such a deadly trick. Of course, each has its own merits. Akino giggled at Kuroba's answer. I didn't expect Kuroba to be such a sly one. Akin teased Kuroba, gently moving her lotus hand to turn Kuroba's face towards her, and then pressed her bright red lips against his. Their tongues were filled with each other's saliva, and the sounds of sucking echoed from the shrine. Is this considered blasphemy? But I'm a demon, so what? Kuroba immediately dismissed the useless thoughts. and the atmosphere grew heated as their breaths became increasingly intense. Soon the two were completely gone. Kuroba put Akin's slender waist on the ground and quietly entered. That day Junai was as docile as a well-behaved pet, letting Hayu manipulate her at will, and diligently accommodating her in all sorts of positions. The air was filled with melodious and moving whispers, like endless musical notes echoing throughout the night.